திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிழமை திறமையந்த செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்ததுமே வாழ்த்ததுமே வாழ்த்ததுமே.
Thank you. To start with, it is my pleasure to invite Mrs. Divyadarshini IAS, CEO TNRTP, MD TNSRLM, who has spearheaded and led the organizing team from TNRTP for this conference. Over to ma'am.
Good morning to all present. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to welcome our esteemed guests, Additional Chief Secretary, Rural Development and Panchayat Raj, Mr. Gagandeep Singh Bedi, IAS, and also joining us virtually, the Secretary of Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India, Mr. Sailesh Singh, IAS, and also the World Bank Task Team Leader, Samik Sundar Das. We also have amongst us the Principal Secretary to the Government of Sikkim, Mr. Anandan IAS. I also take this opportunity to welcome each one of the participants who have taken time out to join us virtually and also in person to attend this Rural India conference and to take all the findings out to make the rural economy a better one. I also welcome all the staff of TNRTP and other World Bank projects here, and also the CEOs and the state program managers of the SRLMs present here. It's an honor for TNRTP to host this conference in partnership with Government of India, MORD, NRLM, TNRTP, TN Rice, and also with the knowledge partners of GDI and Bill and Melinda Gates. The conference brings together stakeholders and partners to assess the current status of rural development, identify opportunities, and chart a developmental path for India's rural transformational journey. Our attendees here in the conference and the speakers include representatives from both public and private sectors, multilateral and bilateral organizations, private foundations, civil society organizations, community influencers, and from the academia. This diverse representation for the conference will ensure a holistic approach to the challenges and opportunities that rural India faces today. Over the next 2 days, we will delve into critical themes that are pivotal for rural development over 8 different themes on which different speakers from different avenues will be addressing us, including sustaining inclusion in the rural sector, demystifying climate dimensions and learning from the locally adaptive practices, the evolution of rural finance and how we take that further, mainstreaming digital technologies in rural India, jobs in rural space, and looking beyond the agricultural and allied sectors, the role of private sector in spurring investments in the rural growth, and also how do we build institutional capacities to deliver rural transformation for the developed India and forward. As we discuss these themes, it is very important for me to highlight the role of TNRTP at its forefront in implementing the schemes in transforming the rural economy. Our focus in the Tamil Nadu Rural Transformation Project, along with the World Bank, has been to ensure that we build sustainable rural livelihoods in the rural economy and build the rural economy thereby, ushering villages of Tamil Nadu into a new era of economic prosperity and development. The TNRTP project has been instrumental in various initiatives that has significantly contributed to the rural development. Tamil Nadu government, along with NRLM, has worked tirelessly to ensure success of self-help groups through the National Rural Livelihood Mission under the Tamil Nadu Corporation for Development of Women. The Tamil Nadu Rural Transformation Project tries to build on the successes built under NRLM and take it to the next level of success in rural livelihoods through entrepreneurial development for rural women in our state. The TNRTP has tried to change the image of rural households from thrift and savings under the SAG movement to livelihood development under NRLM and now to entrepreneurial development under TNRTP. It may sound an easy journey, but to build the confidence of the rural community that are capable of realizing their full potentials is immense, and TNRTP has ensured to reach that last mile that last mile is covered through the TNRTP program. Furthermore, our emphasis on sustainable agricultural practices have helped in improving productivity while ensuring environmental conservation. I invite all stakeholders today who have joined this conference to actively engage in the discussions, address the pressing issues of the rural community, and collaborate to ensure that our rural development goals are achieved. These 2 days and your insights and contributions are valuable to our mission towards uplifting the rural economy and taking them along with us in this journey. Let us work together to create a roadmap for prosperous and sustainable rural India. Thanks to each one of you for your commitment to rural India and for the participation in this conference. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am, for the welcome address. It is a privilege and pleasure to invite our next speaker, Mr. Gagandeep Singh Bedi, IAS, Additional Chief Secretary to Government of Tamil Nadu, Department of Rural Development and Panchayati Raj, to address the gathering. Please join me in welcoming him.
Thank you. Respected Secretary, Government of India, who has joined this conference online, Mr. Samik Sundardas, who is my good old friend and who is the World Bank leader in task team leader also, and specialist in the Rural Development Department. Mrs. Divya Darshini, the MD of Women Development Corporation. I'm also able to see Dr. Soumya Swaminathan. We welcome you, who has been the Director General of ICMR, Government of India, and also India's representative in the WHO in Geneva, and who is now heading the Swaminathan Foundation. I am also seeing senior officers of the World Bank over here. Secretary RD, Mr. Anand from Sikkim, and various senior officers from all over the states, as well as the Government of Tamil Nadu. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I welcome all of you and unganaivarkum nannude anbana vanakathai thirthukolgiren. As all of you know, it is basically the development of the country can only be there if the development of the country's rural areas are there. And this statement is no less important than, in fact, it is more important for our country, where majority of the people still are there in the rural areas. Though India is going towards urbanization, Tamil Nadu is actually going towards urbanization with almost 50% population being there in rural and urban areas. But urban area will develop maybe more easily. But it is the rural area actually where small inputs at the governmental level and at the level of the various organizations who handhold the government, like the World Bank, the state livelihood missions, etc., that actually will give a lot of push to this sector. And I can say this from my own experience, because I have been, though I have joined here only 2 days back, but I was Commissioner RD of Tamil Nadu for 3.5 years. Then I was Secretary RD 8 years back also for 1.5 years. I was Secretary RD and Panchayat Raj of this state, and this is my second stint over here. And it's my pleasure to be a part of this conference. When she said that yes, there is a conference, I said I'll be happy to participate over there. One, it's an opportunity to meet all of you, and also it's my honor to be addressing all of you at this point of time when Secretary Government of India, RD Secretary Government of India, is also part of this gathering, who has joined us virtually over here. Ladies and gentlemen, being a part of the RD family then and there, I can very well say that we are, on behalf of Tamil Nadu, we are proud of our women especially, and the women self-help groups of the state. I'll just like to touch base with that. Tamil Nadu has nearly 4.73 lakh women SHGs, and there are over 53 lakh officially recognized women SHG members in the state who are part of the SHG family, who actually have to take lead all of the rural sector towards the path of development, and perhaps because of which this conference is being held today. Now, through this rural conference, I am told, and also Divya Darshini has given me the brochure over here. where across the 2 days you are going to discuss about various subjects like sustaining inclusion, demystifying climate risk, unbundling the evolution of rural finance and current relevance, bringing the digital technologies to the rural India, how to create further job space in the rural sector, looking beyond agriculture and allied sectors in terms of jobs in the rural sector, role of the private sector in spurring investment for the rural areas, and institutional capacity building. These are all very relevant sectors in my opinion, and I will like to broadly touch base the importance of all these sectors, which can be combined into three aspects, which we should actually deliberate about and bring the policy level, whatever incremental inputs we have to make, let us bring it in the field and then just work for it. Because as I told in the beginning, and it is my firm conviction, I have worked in urban and rural areas. My firm conviction is small inputs in rural areas actually give big results in terms of the prosperity in the rural sector. The first sector about which we need to deliberate about in all these subjects that we are going to discuss is the inclusions, the inclusion of sustainable inclusion. The point I want to highlight over here, it should be deliberated upon today is, though I say, for example, even in Tamil Nadu, there are 53 lakh women who are involved in 4.73 lakh population. But my thought process is, Tamil Nadu has a population of about 7 crore population across the state. 50% of Tamil Nadu's population, 50 to 52% is there in the rural areas. So that comes to about 3.5 lakh crore plus population. 3.5 crore population being there. And Tamil Nadu is perhaps one of the leading states in the country in terms of women's empowerment, women self-help group movement. In fact, the concept of state livelihood mission and the concept of Waldengartwurm project, the World Bank assisted project, emanated amongst the few states in the south, and Tamil Nadu is the pioneering over there. But when we talk about the sustainable inclusion, I like to highlight over there that we have about 3.5 crore population in the rural areas, and in that 3.5 crore population, the number of SHG members are in a few lakhs. So many times when we internally we sit, this is a thought process to all the secretaries and the PDs, when we internally sit, they say that we are forming women into self-help groups. Okay, the mic is working. We are forming the women into self-help groups, but sir, we are almost reaching the saturation process. That's a thought process that comes from the field. We are almost reaching the saturation process. I think that is something that we have to actually look about, going by the number, comparing this to the actual population and the number of women who can be involved. Of course, there are constraints in terms of age limit. 18 to 60 years of age is the age group. But perhaps a macro level look into this to further actually have a recheck internally whether really have we reached the saturation process in terms of formation of SHGs, etc. The second process that we need to deliberate about is that we have to include all eligible women, especially the vulnerable sectors, into the self-help group movement. That is something, let us not go by the stated version of the officials, sir, that we have actually in this village, the entire village is saturated. No, the statistics do not indicate this, so we have to look into this particular sector and we have to deliberate about that. And second point is, I always feel that we have to, once the SHGs are formed, trained, nurtured, then that database of the self-help group movement in the rural, it's also all a subset of the rural economy, the database of that across the states, across the country perhaps, is not firmly gathered at present. This is my thought process, in the sense that there are many instances when we see that a particular woman or a particular set of women might be having their foothold in more than one SHGs, etc. There is a possibility. We need to ensure that we firm up with the database over there, link it up firmly to the Aadhaar card and enabled systems, so that whatever are the inputs in terms of training, in terms of revolving fund, in terms of assistance, actually go to the concerned persons, the needy persons all across, and do not get aggregated to the same individual, same groups up and up again and again. So this is the first aspect that we need to deliberate about, is the aggregation and sustainably in ensuring that all the women are there in the self-help groups. Second point which I will like to highlight upon, which you are also going to deliberate over here, is the training process. The SHG's training process, skill development is a very important aspect. In fact, it is the skill development which Government of India has always given a lot of hand-holding support through TNSRLM in the skilling of the women. But when we all, as administrators, when we all implement the skilling sector, whether it is the Tamil Nadu state, through the NRLM or the state rural livelihood, we do the skilling, or when we do the skilling, when the World Bank funded projects, for example, Tamil Nadu is having the RTP project, etc. is there. Many a times in the process of completion, in the process of doing expenditure for the year, we end up with a superficial planning process, and skilling is more for the sake of target achievement. And my thought process from the past experience indicates that ultimately after some point or the other, it is the same set of institutions which garner the funds, which give the same set of trainings, and the people also come over there for the same set of trainings just to get their some stipend over there, etc. Ultimately, after the training, it is not actually yielding result in terms of creation of useful jobs in the field. So this is a particular sector which needs dynamic inputs year after year in the sector. Today we decide, okay, let us train the people in say artificial intelligence, usage of artificial intelligence, or usage of computer-based skilling, or usage of other sectors. This may not be relevant next year. So this perhaps sector requires workshops like this. I believe that through this workshop today, if the priority sectors of skilling can be identified, and then all the states can actually utilize those sectors and discard the sectors which are traditional sectors, which will only be there for the sake of helping the skilling agencies, etc. Those sectors should be discarded, and the sectors which India needs, which the youth need, which give us employment, should be deliberated upon that. And I will call upon Divya Darshini and the team to list out all those sectors and prioritize those sectors in terms of skilling when you take up the projects in the current year and the coming years also. This is a very, very important aspect in my opinion. The last point which I will like to highlight over here is about the enterprise development. It's very important. You have formed the groups, you have done the skilling, but ultimately it is the enterprise, to start up the enterprises, that is very important. I will like to inform proudly to our Honorable Secretary Sir, who is also online over here, that yesterday Tamil Nadu has actually launched TN Rise, startup. Basically, it's an entity which will help all the women entrepreneurs who wish to take their startups to higher levels. So TN has, through the World Bank assistance, has started TN Rise entity, wherein we have given them huge workplace along with the computer workplace over here in Chennai. This is only the beginning. We might actually expand to other areas. There are conference halls, etc. So that all the women startups, whether in urban and rural areas, can come over here. They need not spend their time, but use this initial infrastructure already created for them to do their business. They can actually thereafter they can use this environment, use the infrastructure over there. They will be hand-holded by the entrepreneurs who are already successful. They will also be the holding will also be done by the CII, FICCI and other institutions who are already there in the field. This is a very good subset taken up by Tamil Nadu. This is my thought process to other secretaries also. You can also try based on the success that they will show in the coming years. But this is something, these sort of innovations are only like the beginning in this. Government of India, state governments are giving a lot of new inputs about how to create entrepreneurship. So we have, as I told, we have formed the groups, we have trained. But now we have to also bring more and more women into entrepreneurship. For that, now that the old times are gone, if it was 10 years back, we will be saying that women should be asked to do animal husbandry-based activities alone, or tailoring activities alone, or sewing activities alone. But all that field has changed. Now there are so many other schemes wherein the women can be helped to start their own SSI, small-scale industries. In fact, the statistics of 2023 indicate that our nation has nearly 1.05 crore SSIs spread across the length and breadth of the country, and nearly 58.08 lakh amongst those SSIs are in the rural areas. And it is in those rural areas also, my focus, even though it is a regular rural workshop, but my focus is to focus on the role of women in these enterprises. So we should actually deliberate through this workshop about how to create more and more enterprises over here. In fact, I like to also thank the World Bank for their guidance and Government of India for their continuous guidance, because through TNRTP, nearly 1 lakh enterprises have been formed in the last 4-5 years in the state of Tamil Nadu. But we need to deliberate about various schemes of Government of India, of the state government, of the schemes of the private sector, which can help in ensuring that the trained rural youth, especially the women, can set up their own enterprises. Because the development of the villages will ultimately lead to the development of the country. So with this, I will not deliberate more, but I will like to thank. I can very well tell you at this point of time that having a Government of India secretary online for a conference which is going on in a state is a rare opportunity, and we are really thankful to Government of India Secretary Sir, who is joining over here, who has joined us over here. I will also especially like to thank the World Bank, our team leader, Mr. Samik Sundar Das. In my previous stint 8 years back as RD Secretary, I used to find him very active and innovative, and I am proud and happy that he is still over there. And of course, I should thank Divya Darshini, who is our star bureaucrat. If all of you don't know, I can also tell she is the All India topper of IAS of 2012 batch. So, and Shreya P. Singh, she has also joined, who is our ED over here. Thank you very much, and thank you to all of you. Nandri, Vanakkam.
Thank you, sir, for the enlightening address and setting the tone for the conference. We will now have a short AV that highlights the diverse. We will now have a short AV that highlights the diverse thematic areas of the conference and the key insights. AV, please.
The Indian village is waking up to the sunrise of enterprise, where livelihood is going beyond the boundary of fields onto pastures of new skills, new vocations, new technologies, with new methods of learning, new modes of earning, digital literacy, e-commerce, telemedicine, edtech, and with all that the internet does to turn a life into a world. The Indian village is waking up to the sunrise of enterprise for medium and small industries to thrive in handicrafts, in textiles, and manufacturing something to sell, in processing something to eat, in every space where the demographic wants to now find and build a life, where credit never blocks a dream, where subsidies shall only redeem. Entrepreneurship becomes an aspiration for anyone, anywhere in this nation. Where women come forward and find strength in groups, crafting today what shall become big tomorrow, to bring people to tour a village by building its hospitality, its sustainability, so it lives on in them as a vivid memory. The Indian village is waking up to the sunrise of enterprise, with energy drawn from the sun and the wind, making us richer in greens, equipping us with infinite means, building a system for our communities to recover, training our youth in child and elderly care, along with providing income to some and healing to another, breaking the village rhythm into a tune of zones where industry may meet investments, where auto and electronics and textile can bring the public and the private into one narrative of development, where a village can be in harmony with nature and monetize on that harmony, bringing the globe to notice its fields, forests, its fisheries, turning waste into wonder, slowly erasing every past climatic blunder. The Indian village is waking up to the sunrise of enterprise, to a new tomorrow so grand, to a scripted surprise.
Next, we are honored to have with us Mr. Sailesh Kumar Singh, IAS, Secretary, Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India, joining us virtually to address the conference.
Gagandeep Singh Bedi, ACS Rural Development, Tamil Nadu. Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, who is with us. Shri Samik Sundar Das, Team Leader, World Bank. Our Joint Secretary, Srimati Smriti Sharan, and Director, Rajeshwari. Secretaries, Rural Development of different states. Divya Darshini and the CEOs and state program managers of other SRLMs, representatives of all our partner organizations. It is my privilege and honor to be part of this Rural India Conference 2024. It is with sincere regret that due to unforeseen circumstance, I am unable to join you in person at this important conference today. I extend my gratitude to Tamil Nadu Rural Transformation Project for hosting this second edition of Rural India Conference in collaboration with the World Bank and BMGF. I hope this conference will highlight evidence-based research, innovative practices, and policy recommendations that can contribute to the holistic development of rural India. In his address, Gagandeep talked about some very important facets which we need to focus on more deeply in our endeavor in the context of the Day NRLM program. So before I come to my main address, I would like to touch upon those areas briefly. We talked about the database issue. So we are aware at this point that we are in the process of creating a comprehensive digital platform called LocOS for this purpose, so that all the activities, everything that pertains to the activities related to the SHGs, they are mapped onto this system. And then various uses can be brought about from this system. It can be linked with other databases, or everything, all sorts of things can happen. Things related to individual credit, things related to all kinds of activities which are related to poverty alleviation in the context of the Day NRLM program. The other area that you talked about was skilling. Skilling is an area in which a lot of work is required. There are huge gaps in this, and the required scales are gigantic. So we need to put our heads together to find out ways to create a system that is accessible, dynamic, and in sync with the requirements. The third was enterprise development. I congratulate the state government for the TN-RISE initiative, and I urge our representatives who are there, the Joint Secretary and the Director, to please have a look and see how we can learn from this initiative and how we can try to replicate it in other states. So as you are aware, the Government of India has adopted multi-pronged approaches to address the issue of development in rural India. While at one point of time, poverty alleviation remained a focal point around which rural development hovered, now there has been a paradigm shift where the focus has now shifted to meeting the aspirations of an aspirational rural India. Taking a cue from the constitutional mandate, we have focused on poverty alleviation, social protection, bridging the rural-urban divide, and at the same time, progressing toward creating rural growth engines. While through the Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act, that is the MGNREGA, that legally entitles rural poor to demand for jobs and earn wages in lieu of that, we have been able to create durable community assets which are befitting the rural communities. Alongside, there have been consistent efforts to provide road connectivity and housing facilities to all the eligible households. To this date, road construction under PMGSY is more than 7,05,000 kilometers, and we've been able to connect 1,72,000 unconnected rural habitations. In PMAYG, as you are aware, we've sanctioned 2.94 crore houses, and out of that, construction of more than 2.6 crore houses is complete. The all-weather roads in rural areas under PMGSY has improved access to schools, markets, hospitals, and growth centers. At the same time, as you are aware, the Ministry of Rural Development is implementing the Deen Dayal Antyodaya Yojana, National Rural Livelihoods Mission, which has mobilized 10 crore women into more than 91 lakh self-help groups. There is a huge focus on social mobilization, institutional development, capacity building, financial inclusion, and enterprise promotion. The ultimate objective is promotion of diversified and sustainable livelihood opportunities. The program has made significant strides in the last 12 years of its journey. The program has been able to provide more than rupees 41,000 crore cumulatively as community investment support to the community institutions. This capitalization support has acted as a lever to mobilize approximately rupees 8.84 lakh crore as bank credit since 2013-14. Nearly 1.28 lakh SHG members have been deployed as banking correspondent Sakhis who provide full range of last mile financial services. Building capacity and awareness of women SHG members and their households against various vulnerabilities, that is life, accident, and health, is high on the agenda of the mission. NRLM has been facilitating access of insurance to cover the risk of life and accident of SHG members. To capacitate the demand side in rural areas, NRLM has been able to successfully establish the largest community-based and women-led architecture to impart financial education in rural India. The mission follows an innovative three-tier training system to reach out to targeted households. A cadre of financial literacy community resource persons, FLCRPs, has been trained and promoted to conduct regular and need-based awareness camps in villages. The program also promotes agroecological practices by empowering the women farmers with the aim of turning the village into an intervention unit. So far, about 3.68 lakh women farmers have been covered under this approach. Further, approximately 1.70 lakh women have been mobilized into producer groups and 438 women mobilized into producer enterprises. In an endeavor to promote sustainable and diversified livelihoods, we have a special focus on non-farm sector. And a few interventions in this regard have been the Startup Village Entrepreneurship Program and One-Stop Facility. OSF, the One-Stop Facility, has been envisaged as a business facilitation cum incubation center for higher order enterprises. It provides business development services to existing nano enterprises on a growth track. For achieving the vision set by Honorable Prime Minister to enable 3 crore Lakhpati Didis, we are deepening, strengthening, and expanding the livelihood interventions supplemented with resource mobilization through intra and interdepartmental convergence, financing through banks, etc. As you all know, our SHGs are playing a crucial role in contributing to India's growth story. We are paving the way for universally covering all SHG households into livelihoods and enabling Lakhpati Didis, contributing to India's economy through increased participation. You are also aware that as a part of NRLM, there is a skilling component addressed through the Deen Dayal Upadhyay Gramin Kaushal Yojana, the DDU-GKY, and Rural Self-Employment Training Institutes, the RCTs. DDU GKY aims to contribute to the Prime Minister's Make in India campaign to position India as a globally preferred manufacturing hub. The program occupies a unique position amongst other skill training programs due to its focus on the rural poor youth and its emphasis on sustainable employment through the prominence and niche incentives given to post-placement tracking, retention, and career progression. But as I said in the beginning, this program is very good, but it doesn't match the scale requirement. The scale is too huge for a program like this. So we need to think further on this. While we have our foot on the ground, we have used technology as an enabler to keep track on the progress of the programs, make data-driven decisions, and create a citizen-friendly environment. As we advance ahead, there are growing challenges around rapid urbanization and how it will affect the rural fabric, a scenario that was alluded to by Gagandeep in his address. The challenges need to be addressed in an informed and scientific way with interdepartmental convergence and support of all the private organizations, the partner organizations, private as well as public. I've seen the session plans and I'm hopeful that all of us will come together to make a nuanced discussion on rural development so as to make our contribution toward the goal of Vikasit Bharat at 2047. I thank you all and express my best wishes for this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the insightful address. Our next speaker is Mr. Samik Sundar Das, Senior Rural Development Specialist with the World Bank Group. Mr. Das has been instrumental in conceptualizing this conference from its inception last year and has significantly contributed towards rural development programs in India and across the world. Please join me in welcoming him.
Good morning. Good morning. Respected Mr. Singh, Mr. Bedi, Divyadarshini, and many colleagues, friends from the private sector, CSO, CSR, and various technical support agencies, representatives who are present here. It's an immense pleasure for me to be speaking in the opening ceremony of this conference. I have a couple of quick points to make. One is when we are discussing what would be the name of the conference. And last year we had it as reimagining rural development. Then we talked about rural growth and we talked about rural transformation. I thought then we discussed and we thought it should be about rural India because it's an existential question which we are thinking about in 2047, how far rural will exist in India. I think that's the question we need to keep in mind. And the rate at which we are urbanizing, the entire questions we have to ask on rural India will be turned around with the urbanization process that is happening. So then what we do? So that's a broader, bigger questions we need to ask. And also when you put the entire good work that has happened, which was Dr. Singh, Mr. Bedi and all spoke about on the input side of various things that has been provided to the rural population and how they have developed and what kind of connectivity, what kind of access issues have been addressed. Where do the rural households stand today? If you look at a rural household from the perspective of rural transformation, rural growth, rural development, whatever you want to say, is actually going through a metamorphosis. The rural household today is what? They are less in agriculture, more in non-farm maybe. Somebody is skilled, going to urban center, migrating every day or on a quarterly basis or an annual basis to get a livelihood or some wage labor. So if you turn the whole perspective from a rural household economy, then maybe our thinking on how to deal with rural issues will be very different, the lens at which we look at what strategies to work with. So I think the time has come for us to look at the various opportunities that are coming out in terms of from urbanization, from digital connectivity, from better banking services, better business development services, and what impact it will have on rural households and what we need to do as they transform or are the metamorphosis into a different kind of a entity. Also, we need to think about, will rural remain as rural in the next 20 years? So that's a very important question. And then, will agriculture be the mainstay of the livelihoods they're depending upon? And if you need to really diversify into other sectors, then what we need to do as we move forward. So I think the time has come to think about the rural space from a different perspective today. I think the space may be used as holiday homes more than a economy that is contributing to the overall growth of the country. So how do we think about issues related to land, issues related to water, issues related to various natural resources uses are very important to look at from the construct of rural space as such. So I think it's very important for us to deliberate these kind of questions that are important to look at. And some of the things I have been struggling is with finding some answers, and I don't think we have those answers. We have to try, experiment, fail, and maybe learn from that as we move forward, is how we create more jobs in rural areas. I think this is a huge question that we need to address. How do we create more jobs in rural areas? Otherwise, I don't know where we are going with only the agriculture support sector being the mainstay of rural income sources. Then how we improve female labor force participation in the overall context. So we need to really think about how do we bring in the focus on female labor force, how we address the issue of transition to urban, and what are the opportunities, challenges that has been faced, how do we do it, how we look at our food systems and beyond agriculture. So that would be the dietary demands, that it is changing, how the food system will respond to those middle class growth and the demands on different kind of food diets and all that. That's another area. How we are making sure we are not excluding still. How do we bring people and reduce inequality, make it more inclusive in nature? What are the strategies to be followed? How we leverage on the gains of digital education, infrastructure gains, and bring it all together to see in the next 5 to 10 years where we want to take rural development to. So in this conference, I hope that the sessions, the way they are constructed, will help us delve into some of these issues, have a discussions deeper in various sessions that we have prepared, and also at the end of the conference, we are thinking of coming up with a white paper that we can take it to Government of India for some inputs into any policies or any kind of programs, strategies and interventions that could come out. With that, I thank you. Thank you very much for having me, and thank you TNRTP for giving us the opportunity to organize this workshop with you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We now have a short video message from Mr. Martin Reiser, Vice President, South Asia Region, World Bank. The video, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and greetings from Washington, D.C. I would like to congratulate the government of Tamil Nadu, the Ministry of Rural Development of the Government of India, the Gates Foundation, and my colleagues at the World Bank for organizing the second Rural India Forum. This is an extremely important topic as India embarks on the journey to high income in the year 2047. Today, the agricultural sector still makes up close to 20% of India's GDP, but it employs close to half of the total labor force. Shifting labor from agriculture to higher productivity services and manufacturing jobs is a critical part of what we call the structural transformation, and ultimately will be a key driver of India's rapid economic growth over the coming decades. Now, to realize this potential, agriculture will need to be modernized, because as people move out, India will still want to produce the same amount of food and higher value, higher quality food. That requires the introduction of new technologies, and it offers the opportunity to create rural jobs in agri-value chains, in agribusiness. Today, India just processes 10% of the food that it produces. Other middle-income countries like Brazil or China process between 30 and 60% of the food they produce at home. This is a major opportunity for strengthening rural incomes. But the improvement of agricultural productivity is also important because, as we all know, the threat of climate change is perhaps nowhere more felt than in rural areas. And the introduction of new technologies to diversify into more drought or flood-resistant crops and into higher value agricultural production is absolutely critical to help the people in rural areas adapt to climate change and become resilient themselves. I trust that these are all topics that you will discuss over the coming 2 days. It is really an honor and a privilege for us and the World Bank to be part of this conversation with you. I wish you excellent deliberations. This is an incredibly important topic. You can count on the World Bank's continued support to make the rural economy a driver of India's modernization in the 21st century. Thank you very much for your attention.
We have set up some stalls showcasing the key interventions of the project and those of some stakeholders. We will now be taking a short break to visit these stalls and reconvene by 10:45 a.m. for the thematic sessions. Some quick announcements. While there are no designated coffee breaks, please note that the coffee and tea counters are available right outside the hall from 10:30 a.m. to 11:30 in the morning and 3:30 to 4:30 in the evening. Please feel free to pick up refreshments at your convenience. Once again, considering the time constraints, the speakers will be introduced with their affiliations and designations prior to each session by the anchors. Should you wish to know more about the speakers or any of the conference information, please note that all the profiles can be accessed on the website via the QR codes placed on your tables. Thank you.
The Indian village is waking up to the sunrise of enterprise, where livelihood is going beyond the boundary of fields, onto pastures of new skills, new vocations, new technologies, with new methods of learning, new modes of earning, digital literacy, e-commerce, telemedicine, edtech, and with all that the internet does to turn a life into a world. The Indian village is waking up to the sunrise of enterprise for medium and small industries to thrive in handicrafts, in textiles, in manufacturing something to sell, in processing something to eat, in every space where the demographic wants to now find and build a life, where credit never blocks a dream, where subsidies shall only redeem. Entrepreneurship becomes an aspiration for anyone, anywhere in this nation. Where women come forward and find strength in groups, crafting today what shall become big tomorrow. To bring people to tour a village by building its hospitality, its sustainability, so it lives on in them as a vivid memory. The Indian village is
to the conference hall. We will shortly be commencing our first session. Request everyone to please take your seats. We request all the participants to kindly settle down and help us start the session on time.
May I request everyone to please come in and take their seats. We'll start the next session because we want to be on time. My friends who have already enjoyed their coffee, tea, can you please get in or carry it inside? We now move to a very crucial session titled Rural India Vision for 2047. This session will explore the development part of rural India and will be a very open session. This will bring very eminent speakers on dais to present to us their vision of how rural India is going to evolve in the coming years. We are honored to have three distinguished speakers for this session. First, please join me in welcoming Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, Chairperson of the MS Swaminathan Research Foundation. Dr. Swaminathan has made significant contribution to agriculture and rural development through her extensive research and leadership. Next, we have Mr. Nagaraja, Founder, Chairman of Native Lead. Mr. Prakasam is a visionary leader dedicated to fostering entrepreneurship and innovation in rural India. And in the end, virtually would be joining Mr. R. Subramaniam, IAS retired, member of Center for Research in Schemes and Policies. Mr. Subramaniam brings a wealth of experience in policy research and implementation, particularly in rural development schemes. Please join me in welcoming our esteemed speakers to the stage, Dr. Soumya Swaminathan and Mr. Nagaraj. I would request Dr. Soumya Swaminathan to go first.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for this invitation, and congratulations to the Department of Rural Development and Panchayati Raj for having organized this two-day meeting to discuss a very important issue. And when we look at the program, we also see that all the key issues have been highlighted, which will be taken up in successive sessions. And the plan is, the hope is that the key ideas which emerge from this would be then perhaps developed into a roadmap to be taken forward. Now, of course, we're talking, the title of the conference is Rural India. So while it's being organized by one of the departments in the Tamil Nadu government, and a lot of the focus perhaps will be on Tamil Nadu, I think we can think about rural India as a whole when we talk about issues today. So I'm a health professional. I'm actually a medical doctor. So My experience has been mainly in the health field, but increasingly I think we all agree that the SDGs, which were divided up, 1 to 17, if you really think about it, they're all completely interlinked. And experience from the COVID pandemic, when I was the chief scientist at the WHO at that time, really showed us, all of us, I think, that one health shock, it was of course a huge shock and a very unexpected shock, but these shocks are likely to recur in the future. So we cannot say that this is a once-in-a-lifetime event, because pandemics, climate hazards, as well as other phenomena that we are seeing around us, which are impacting the whole world, like antimicrobial resistance and many other things, are going to be some things that we will need to live with. And therefore, our planning needs to take into account all of these things. And this is why more and more you hear people talking about One Health, because the health of the environment, the health of all species, animal as well as plants and humans, are so closely interlinked that one cannot achieve one without the other. So if we want to have good human capital, a long lifespan and a healthy life, we cannot do it if we don't also think about, worry about, and invest in all of the other sectors, what are called often the determinants of health. So from being a doctor who treated sick patients who came to the hospital, when they have actually developed an illness, and so your job is to diagnose and treat that disease. What we have to really now focus on is upstream prevention of diseases and health promotion, because it is too late. And many economic models have shown that the costs of investing in prevention are a fraction of the cost that you have to spend on treatment. A good example is dialysis, and I think it's very relevant for Tamil Nadu, and it links very much with the topic for today, even though it may not be obvious. We have increasing number of patients with renal failure, end-stage kidney disease, chronic kidney disease, who need dialysis. So the government of India a few years ago said every district must have a dialysis center. And so, that was set up. But if you really look at why these people are developing end-stage renal disease, it's because of, in most cases, undetected hypertension, high blood pressure. So that is not detected, and over many years, it's silent. Most people with high blood pressure don't know they have it. You end up with a chronic kidney disease or with a stroke or with a heart attack, which then needs tertiary care. In some cases, it needs surgery, cardiac surgery, it needs renal dialysis, renal transplants. Stroke, again, results in significant morbidity. And so the identification and treatment of hypertension, if done early, can prevent these type of long-term complications. Similarly, when we look at the growing burden of diabetes, today, I think for Tamil Nadu, a huge worry, if you really look at what are going to be the challenges, and we're talking about 2047, particularly for the states in the south of the country, it is the increasing burden of non-communicable diseases, the increasing lifespan, which is good. Of course, everybody wants to live longer, but what is the quality of that life? So if you look at the quality, if our life expectancy today is about 70, it's a little higher for women, 72, 68 for men. But if you look at healthy life expectancy, it's about 10 years less. So what that means is that the last 10 years of life, while you're living with a lot of chronic diseases, morbidities. And if you don't have the economic, the strength to be able to deal with those issues, the help and care that you need, the physiotherapy that you need, the medicines that you need, and as you get older, you need a lot of assistive devices, right? So we all have to wear spectacles at some point, hearing aids, you need a walking stick, etc. And if you really look at the statistics in the gaps, there are huge gaps between what people need and what is available today. So let's go back to the risk factors for this type of chronic disease, which of course one is age. So the older you are, so the good thing is that our life expectancy is increasing, but the downside is that you have to expect more of chronic diseases. Okay, so one is definitely the age. Cancer, again, is increasing rapidly, partly because people are living longer. But the second important risk factor are the environmental risks in terms of air pollution, in terms of quality of water, and very importantly, the quality of the diet. If you really look at statistics from the ICMR, the National Institute of Nutrition, less than 10% of Indians are consuming what is considered a healthy and nutritious diet. Now that's a very stark figure. 10% of us are eating a healthy and nutritious diet, and a large majority of the population really is reliant on the PDS for their calories, but are not getting the other macro and micronutrients like enough of protein and high quality protein in particular, and the variety of vitamins and minerals that you need for a healthy life. So if you look at why Indians are developing hypertension, diabetes, and other chronic diseases at a much younger age group than in other countries, part of it is related to the diet, the exposure to environmental hazards like air pollution, as well as other things like tobacco and alcohol and lack of physical activity. So if you really look at the top 5 risk factors for health today, it is going to be the diet, it's going to be tobacco, alcohol, air pollution. Air pollution is actually very high, it's number 2, and then the lack of physical activity, which leads to, of course, obesity, overweight, and again, that becomes a big risk factor. So the data also shows, there was the INDIAB study done a few years ago by the ICMR, which looked at diabetes and hypertension rates. And the findings actually were quite shocking, because what it showed was not only that city dwellers have it, but rural areas, the diabetes rates are increasing much more rapidly than in urban areas, diabetes as well as hypertension. And the rates among the poor are increasing much more rapidly. Because if you're well off, you have access to many more things. You can afford a nutritious diet, you can afford to have exercise and so on. So I think we need to think really, and it was mentioned in the opening session, we are urbanizing. Tamil Nadu is an urbanizing state, well, India is urbanizing. People will move from rural to urban areas, and they move because of the lack of opportunities in rural areas. So I think it was mentioned today that what we really need to do is to focus on developing rural areas, and I think our president, ex-president Abdul Kalam, used to talk about Pura a lot, the providing urban facilities in rural areas. So if you have good roads, if you have infrastructure, health facilities, hospitals, good schools, good work opportunities, including being able to work in the manufacturing sector or in the services sector, I don't think people would want to migrate and live in very poor conditions in urban or peri-urban areas. All of us know that the conditions for migrant people who come into urban areas is really below par, whether it is housing, access to sanitation, water, or health. The migrants are always the worst affected in terms of access to services. So a much better approach is to develop the rural areas and provide the opportunities. And I think that's why this department has such an important role. And when everyone keeps repeating the fact that it is inevitable that people have to migrate to urban areas, I don't think we have the capacity, the infrastructure in urban areas to keep on being able to accept people and to give them a good quality of life, you see. So nobody wants to come and have a poorer quality of life. They would much rather. So we've seen during COVID the reverse migration that happened, and from urban to rural, and subsequently we have seen that people stayed back in the rural. So we have the figures, we know that there is unemployment, there is distress, and that people have in fact gone back to agriculture because that is one thing that was available to them. Now, I just want to make a few more comments on climate change and impacts, because I think that this needs to be, again, something that's integrated across all departments and all planning. It is not the responsibility of the Department of Environment, Forests and Climate Change. Every aspect of our life is impacted by climate. You can argue whether rural is impacted more than urban. I think everybody is impacted. If you're living in an urban low-income area with poor housing, poor ventilation, and you're go through a prolonged heat wave, we've all seen the statistics of what is happening happened in North India in the month of June. The amount of heat wave deaths, in fact, is very much significantly underreported. So one of the things we need is better data. We don't really have good data, and especially gender disaggregated data on many of the areas where we really need, so that we can have better action. Who are the people who are most vulnerable to climate impacts? All of us are not equally vulnerable. Many of us have the means to protect ourselves. So who are the most vulnerable, whether it is in urban or rural? We need that mapping urgently to be done. We are a coastal state. We have a very long coastline, and we know that the coastal hazards are increasing, not only sea level rise and warming of the sea, which is leading to loss of livelihood for fishermen. If you really look at the fishermen's, the catch which they are able to get from the marine, it has been consistently going down, and the fishing and coastal communities are facing a huge amount of distress now, which is really not being attended to. So again, we need to think about diversification of livelihoods, marine pollution, dealing with marine pollution, with, of course, global warming. You know, a lot is being talked about and being done, but whatever we do today, even if we reduce carbon emissions to zero, the warming is not going to stop. It's going to increase for the next 15 or 20 years, both on land and at sea. And so we need today to think about adaptation and resilience. In addition to mitigation, all our national targets, state targets talk about mitigation, talk about energy transition. All of that is extremely important, but we have paid less attention to adaptation. And a recent study that we did at the MS Swaminathan Research Foundation in partnership with Women and Child Ministry, Government of India, showed that women and children are disproportionately impacted. Whether it is droughts, when you compare districts with droughts, districts without droughts, you see that the amount of gender-based violence goes up tremendously. The amount of undernutrition among women and children goes up. The girl-child marriages go up. The age at first pregnancy comes down. These are all signs that, you know, in distress, the rural families, what happens is the girl child suffers first, pulled out of school, has to go to work, has to travel longer distances to collect water, firewood, etc., and then is perhaps married off much earlier. Now, gender-based violence and SDG 5, I think, is a concern for us in Tamil Nadu. It's a concern for many states. But if you really look, Tamil Nadu's done well in many of the SDGs. But SDG 5 and SDG 12, 13, and 14, which include the climate action, the life on land, and the life in sea, are areas where we are not really doing very well. Our ranking is below what it should be. And so we have to think about it because it's affecting people, and many of those are affected are rural. So I think water, the availability of water, and work that we've done with the Department of Rural Development in 4 districts in Tamil Nadu has shown that if you can build capacity amongst the panchayats and use new technologies like GIS, satellite data, etc., water mapping can be done, and the panchayats can actually look at what resources of water they have and plan for the future. So similarly, I think an energy requirement mapping at the panchayat level, at the local urban body level, I think this is the level at which we need to really devolve planning for the future needs. And if that can be done and more finances can be actually devolved to the local urban bodies and the panchayats, I think that is the only way for India to be able to tackle the challenges we face today, because they are so wide and varied. India is such a big and heterogeneous country that you cannot have a one-size-fits-all solution. The solutions will have to be contextual. So a rain-fed area and a semi-arid area and a coastal area and an urban area, they all require very different solutions to meet the demands of the future. So I think building the skills of panchayat, and it's good to see that at least in Tamil Nadu, we have the 50% representation of women in panchayats. That's going to be extremely important, because as you go higher and higher, the women's representation keeps on reducing. Assembly, parliament, it's all very low. But at least at the local panchayat level, we have. And so building their capacity on climate, what is the future? How do you assess your own natural resources? And how do you sustainably manage your natural resources in order to both provide an income, but not at the cost of the environment or the local ecology. So how do we use our natural resources, the natural capital? And I hope that the World Bank and others are, I know, already thinking about going beyond GDP as a measurement of human welfare. We really need to look at indicators which include what the ecosystem is. So development at the cost of the environment sooner or later is going to come back and bite us. And therefore, I think the GDP concept really needs to also include the ecosystem services, and whether we are maintaining those so that we will have those services in perpetuity. We have to leave behind the land for our future generations. We cannot afford to use up the natural resources. This is why you see young people everywhere protesting. So we do have that whole young people, the demographic dividend that we can still use. It won't be there forever. Another 20 years, our demographic dividend will be flipped, just like China has. And therefore, we have only a limited window of time. We need to build their skills. Our educational attainment, again, is below par. I think the Acer surveys year after year have shown that our school children are not learning at the level at which they should be, whether it's math skills or reading skills or cognitive skills. So how do we really, especially in rural areas, ensure that young children have much better education, opportunities to explore? And today, living in a digital world, it is not difficult. But it does need some thought, some planning, and I think the communities, partnerships, and I was talking to Mrs. Divyadarshini just before, government needs to partner not just with the private sector, but also with the NGO sector. The NGO sector, which is very close to communities and has a real on-the-ground experience. This type of partnership will actually help to accelerate and make sure that the development that we undertake is the right kind of development. Because if you look back the last 50 years, many things that were done in the name of development resulted in huge environmental damage, which today we're not able to reverse. And so at least for the future, we need to ensure that we don't repeat that. And traditional knowledge of communities is something that needs to be taken into account. We cannot presume that we have all the answers. The communities have a lot of wisdom and traditional knowledge. And unless we bring that also into the fold, we're going to be missing a huge amount of benefits that we could achieve. So with that, I would stop my remarks here, and thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Swaminathan. May I invite Mr. Nagaraja Prakasam, founder chairman of Native Led, to come on stage and give his speech. Thank you.
Morning, morning. It's a great to be here. It's an interesting conference about rural India. I think most of the time we always talk about this urbanization element, but how do we start looking at the rural India where the potential is humongous, right? Which we are forgetting, because I was very glad when the secretary mentioned or the officer mentioned about the migration, right? Every skill that we are teaching to people, and it requires for them to migrate, right? So I'm from Madurai. I call myself as skilled labor, right? I migrated to Bangalore and living there. So I tell them about migration is not a bad thing, but you go live in India, right? So what I call is Bharat. I think that's a book I've written about. The Bharat is nothing to do with the politics, what is going on. So this is written 5 years back. The Bharat is about the 1 billion people that we don't talk about, right? Most of the time we're talking about the 400 million who speaks English, who have a proper internet access, who may be living like a developed country. All the discussion is around them as well. So that is an aspiration that everybody, the 1 billion, wants to become. So when that happens, what we'll have is, we'll have this world's today's two problems, which is about inequality and climate change. These are two problems, not only India, even US is having a similar problem. So when we bring about a lot of people out of poverty, are we creating a new problem where the developed world is already facing, right? So that is where the potential is about. I've started looking for where is the solution for both climate change and inequality. That's why my journey across 28 states I've traveled across. And this idea about writing the book came out when I was visiting Kapad in Kerala. Kapad is the place Vasco da Gama landed, right? Imagine few hundred years back, no electricity, no telephone, no internet. Somebody risked their life and landed here, right? So how it was. So then the Bharat, the 1 billion people, can they provide solution to the current problem? Obviously, yes, right? In Meghalaya, I was in East Garo Hills. They still follow this matriarchal society, right? So the woman is the head of the household, and the panchayat leader is a woman, right? The boy married into the woman's house. Today we talk about SDG goals, women empowerment. The thousands of years, there is a practice, already women are empowered. So there is a solution already there that we are forgetting about. Now we are reinventing that part as well. Similarly, as Soumya mentioned, there are a lot of this knowledge is because in climate change, it is a fantastic problem as well as solution for us, especially in India, because Elon Musk is able to sell $1 billion worth of carbon credit every year. Right? We have 9 million viewers. They are making sustainable fashion. Are we calculating carbon? We are not, right? We are saying that give me 40 years, I will reach the developed country, then we are all equal, we'll talk about. But here is a potential now because many of these villages, people live a very simple life and calculate their carbon, my carbon, your carbon, somebody living in US, somebody living in London, they are already rich. We are not start looking at this advantage that we have, we are always looking at what is the disadvantage we have about skilling and all those element of it, but can we start looking about the development, what is the development, right? So I live in Bangalore, probably go for a 1 week vacation in the hills, right? You camp, that is called development, but somebody living in the hills 365 days, we're calling them stupid. You come out of that alone like me, go there for 1 week, you're good. So we need to change the perception about what the development is. They're living a simplified life, they're sustainable living, they're wearing, their house is sustainable compared to the houses that we have in. So there are two kind of things that we need to start looking at. It's about if people want to come out and do all that, let's provide that. If not, let's deliberate. Let's put that. That is what we have done. This is done in Assam. So there is a QR code in this one. You scan it, it'll tell you who made it. Apple is struggling to protect its innovation. How about our viewers, right? You can buy this for $100 in a market, but a proper one will cost 5,000, 10,000 rupees. But people say, why would I spend that much? Prove it with technology. We put a device in every loom. That loom will tell you the geolocation and then who is manufacturing. And we are calculating carbon now. And we are going to give a carbon credit to every viewer. There is an additional income. So this should not be affordable to middle class, right? This should be sold to the premium class so that cost is forwarded back to the people. So then only the people who are making sustainable fashion will remain in sustainable fashion. Because today what we eat, what we're wearing, where are we living need to be sustainable. If not, all these sustainable goals is not going to be achieved. It's going to be achieved in 2035. I don't think we will do that. We are supposed to achieve in 2000, Millennium Goals come and went. Then we'll borrow another 20 years, another 40 years, we'll postpone it. But we have an opportunity now. Doing good is getting celebrated. Whether you are in a corporate, whether you are in a startup, whether you are in a rural India. So some of the examples of this is about this, right? How do we protect these 9 million viewers who are making sustainable fashion, right? That's one part. Similarly, we talked about agriculture. That's a favorite topic for everybody, right? Which we say that 50% is employed, 20% contribution. But if we make the agriculture produce market-driven, right? That their contribution will become triple. But nobody in the world will make the agriculture products market-driven, because then you will have a problem for the poor to afford the food. That's why even US has a $700 billion farm bill. They'll just start giving money to the farmers, right? So farmers is an interesting element. So we need to look at, that's why the book have big chapter on the agriculture side. We need to make the farmers the tiger, what I call it, right? So in the top of the food chain is tiger. Tiger eats the deer, deer eats the grass. So today the farmer is a grass, a guy buying tomato from him, making a processing, so that's your deer. And the guy is making ketchup, and that's your, a tiger. So he's defining the price, he's pushing down everybody down. That's happening across, right? Rubber, for example. If you look at Kerala, people are coming out of rubber. I was wondering why. Because tire industry is growing, automobile industry is growing, why rubber price is going down? Somebody sitting in Chicago is deciding the price of the rubber. But if we do value addition, that's what I'm glad what Soumya mentioned, when 100 crores of rural youth went back to rural India, we call them about people coming back. When I came back from US, we call as a reverse brain drain. But we call these people about reverse migrant. So they're also reverse brain drain to the villages. Because this youth left the village because there was nothing there for them, because they were not happy what their parents were doing, because they put them in poverty. They want to leave the place and go to the city, but they saw that COVID was pushing them back. So with the Principal Scientific Advisor Office, we put a website called Kisan Mitra. What we have done is around thousands of technologies developed in ICAR, CSIR, and IITs. We put the technologies, we started telling this to the youth who went back to the villages about don't sell the jaggery, sugarcane, sell the jaggery. There's a technology developed in IIT Bombay. You just put it in a mobile device, and you can take to the farm, and you put the sugarcane this side, you'll get jaggery. So now the farmer is selling the jaggery, not the sugarcane. The youth has been buying this machine, this trained by EDI, and then Kisan, NAP Kisan provide the funding for them to buy the machine. So now the village is self-sustained. That's what our old man Gandhi told 100 years back, self-sustaining villages. This is a great opportunity because villages are getting empty. I know Muthu took me to a place in Sevayu, whole village is empty. They're all migrated. Only one guy was living there. I asked why he had not left. He's the postman of the village. He got a government job. Everybody is left. So in the name of development, what we are doing, we are emptying the villages, dumping them in the cities. City is overloaded. I live in Bangalore. We are spending like 60,000 crores to build the metro. It's 100-year-old technology we are copying from US, London. London is celebrating 100 years of underground. But we put the 60,000 crores in North Karnataka, right, for example. The migration will slow down, which is what we are not able to do. Because the poor in the rural India, they are aspiring for a better life. So that, that's why we started this called Native Lead Foundation, Tamil Nadu, no English, no PowerPoint. We go to a village, you have an idea, we'll provide you all your support to become an entrepreneur. We have a person who never went to school, is running a 5 crore company, he's selling egg, right? So his egg is the most expensive egg in the country. So we said, ignore Chennai, go across the states, create these entrepreneurs in every town so that they develop, skills as well as employment there so that they don't need not migrate. So every region has a wisdom. Whether you take a Udyogini done in Jharkhand, you take a lakh, right? The lakh is being used by the tribal, nobody's buying lakh bangles, it's all gone. So Resin Research Institute has a new usage for lakh in the pharma industry and the chocolate industry. So all it took is one organization took the new technology back to the tribal, saying that you keep producing a lakh, but don't make bangles. Just here is your commodity exchange, call them, get the price is clear, send it. So that is an opportunity for us, right? This is what we need is about identify pride in each location about how do we bring modern technology so that we are able to value add. Find the same product, find the new O's, right? What Grama Mulge, what Muthu is doing is, I visited in one place about the Sengandal, right? The Tamil Nadu state flower, the seed. So suddenly the price went 2,000 rupees. Why? Italian company in pharma company found a chemical in that seed is used for cancer treatment. It's been used in Siddha for thousands of years. Suddenly there is an Italian company found a use, the price goes up. So we are missing out the local wisdom and we are searching for somewhere else. So this is how we can build a sustainable future. Otherwise, what will happen in the name of startups and things, we are forgetting about the triple bottom line. Today, every corporate needs to start looking about environment, social, and governance, right? If my T-shirt is made in a sweatshop or not, people need to prove it. So this is what the potential way we have is for every rural potential is about how do we have the rural youth back, bring them technology. Technology does not mean that IT. Everybody talk about give them AI and digital stuff. That is one element of it. Only 25% of India have a proper internet access. So technology means everything. It could be a machine, it could be whatever the way are doing, right? So with the World Bank, they looked at and said, can we emulate native lead with NRLM? So I visited 3 districts in Karnataka. I identified most of the women I met, the skill they got is about they're still in the 19th century, right? Making puppets, and you saw the outside, right? You'll have puppet and you'll have your pickles and all this stuff. Here is about future skills. We are not taking the futuristic skills to them, right? Can we run a telemedicine center? We are running in 20 kilometers from Madurai. The 10th pass lady is running a telemedicine center, right? And she's like a doctor in that place. So can we make them telemedicine centers, right, in the places, bring them, have them to decentralized manufacturing, like the Jaggery units, what example I mentioned. So similarly, there are 1,000 technologies we have put it in kisanmitra.gov or the rural ministry people. You can start looking about these technologies and say, introduce the futuristic skills to the people, because the youth today in rural India want to live like somebody in city. They don't want to give you the, making, puppet making and pickle making, right? So we need to start looking at what are the futuristic skills. While we are doing at it, is it sustainable? We have to look at triple bottom line businesses about, is it people friendly? It's supporting people. Is it planet plus the profit? If you're not looking at it, and we are not going to build a sustainable future, thank you very much. Yeah. So the book is available. If anybody wants to get a copy, I'll sign it. Yeah.
Thank you, Nagaraja. It was fantastic to hear you bring a very different perspective of looking at things. As Mr. Subramaniam is joining, I think he's coming back from a consulate after a visa appointment. So we need to bear with him a little bit. So I think we can take a couple of questions, if that okay with both of you. Okay, so any questions that is coming up in anybody's mind here, quickly? Or any comment, anything that you want to? And mics on the table? Yeah. Right there, right there. Can you have a couple of mics around?
Good morning. I'm Sharanya, Additional Collector Kadalur. Thank you, Madam and Sir, for enriching us with... Is it audible? Yeah. Thank you for giving us an enriching session. And Madam, I would like to post a question to you. So you were talking about promoting health and also some preventive aspects of health. So can you brief us on what kind of minor changes that we can take to the villages that can make a bigger impact? I understand that, as you said, rather than investing on curing or treatment, it's rather better that we start it early and ensure that it becomes a part of lifestyle. So one or two things that we can take to the villages and bring a better change, that if you can explain a bit more.
Sure. I think that's a very good question. So there are a couple of things we can definitely do and do them without any delay. I think the first one is a healthy diet. I don't know how many people both in urban and rural areas understand what is a healthy diet, because the information they get is from advertisements that they see on television, and so the aspiration is, let's eat noodles, or let's eat chocolates, or let's eat processed foods, or let's drink some drinks which have been promoted as having values actually which they don't have, health values. So there's a lot of false and misleading advertising on food products, and if you look at the consumption survey, household expenditure survey, you find that the expenditure on processed and ready-to-eat foods has gone up tremendously in the last few years, both in rural and urban areas. 10% of household expenditure now is on processed and ready-to-eat foods. So on the one hand, I think private sector has a responsibility to make the products healthier, but I think in terms of education, we need to start from school and really improving school meals and teaching children when they're eating, what is it that they're eating, how much protein, how much of micronutrients, how much of carbohydrate. I think there is very limited nutrition education. And we did a survey recently along with UNICEF and the Tamil Nadu Planning Board, and found that particularly adolescent girls are having very poor eating habits and eating mostly snacks and oily things. It's only the pregnant women, because they are getting a lot of contact with counselors, that they are eating better. So I think nutrition starting from school and all the way, of course we have to take a life course approach, it's only not focusing on young girls and women, but everybody needs good nutrition. Complementary food, okay, Tamil Nadu has a dual problem of still continuing undernutrition in young children. We still have districts with high undernutrition and stunting and overnutrition, obesity. So both are linked to a poor diet. So good diet will fix both these issues. The second is tobacco. Tobacco, of course, there is a program, etc. But it has been seen that amongst youngsters, the tobacco consumption has gradually been increasing. So again, targeting school children and adolescents through the various outreach, the groups that we have, adolescent groups, etc. And we focus a lot on adolescent girls, but I think we neglect adolescent boys. And that leads to a lot of issues in the future. If you really look at social issues like gender-based violence, this has to change. We have to change the mindset and the outlook, and it has to start again from the young child and the adolescent. After all, I work a lot in urban slums, and I've seen the role models that young children have. They see their fathers beating their mothers on a regular basis. So they think this is quite natural and normal. Nobody has told them that this is not acceptable, And Tamil Nadu has a very high rate of that in rural and urban areas. Then alcohol. Now this is a huge issue, really. If you look, it's a health issue, but it's also a big social issue. Now that, of course, for that you need a very progressive policy intervention. Tamil Nadu had prohibition many years ago, and this was reversed in the 70s. We have to think seriously, because alcohol is a huge issue in Tamil Nadu. And then I think the environmental determinants, things like pollution. We think air pollution is only in North India. It's not true. 95% of India does not have the air quality standards which are set not by WHO. WHO has very strict standards of 5 micrograms per cubic mm. India has a standard of 40 micrograms per cubic mm. And if you look at the air quality index that gets published in the papers every day, you'll see that we are nowhere near that. And there is a program, of course, to improve air quality, but we are not making much of progress. So I think and then screening like we have now, this Makale Tedi Marutuvam and schemes like that, which are promoting screening for hypertension, diabetes, and cancer, common diseases. But I think the main behavioral change and physical activity, in rural areas, women, if you ask them, they say, if I walk in the village, people think I'm something crazy about me. So the concept of physical activity for exercise, this also needs to be promoted. In our urban areas, even if you want to go for a walk, you can't go unless you happen to live near a park or the beach or something like that. In rural areas, it's a social issue, but promoting through youth groups and women's groups, again, physical activity. So if you just take care of these things, you'll find a significant improvement in our health indicators.
Thank you for that. I think this was a good filler when we were waiting for Mr. Subramaniam to join. I think he has joined. So can we go to Mr. Subramaniam? Is it connected? I don't see him.
Good morning. Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible, but you're not visible. Can you come on? Is there a...
Yeah, is it okay now?
Okay, best. I think you can start. We are trying to fix a glitch here. Please go ahead, Mr. Subramaniam.
Yeah.
You go ahead. Did he disconnect?
So, friends and then the eminent persons there. And in fact, I wanted to be there personally because I think this is a important discussion that we are doing today. And I'm sure in no better place than Chennai, which has, Tamil Nadu has done very well in terms of rural development programs, and I think very progressive state. Sitting in Delhi, we always appreciated the way that Tamil Nadu has implemented their schemes. So it's great to be discussing the future of where the rural India would be in the next 20 odd years. So I'm very keen that this sort of workshops really come out with solutions. I told Shantanu when we had a discussion that I'm really expecting that ideas get thrown up, because this is one option where we can actually do a lot of brainstorming and then free for all thinking. So I will just share my screen and a small presentation which I wanted to. Is that okay? Can you see this my screen? Yeah. Is my screen visible?
Yes, please go ahead. Yes.
You can see that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so primarily I just wanted to sort of start from where we are and then what are our imperatives. What is it that we're trying to reach and what should be our targets? So first I would like to, take you all through briefly, not that, people sitting there, they know this rather well, but in terms of where the rural India stands as a part of the national economy, and then what should be our goals and how do we really go for that. As we can see, there has been a steady decline of the population in the rural areas. We started in 1962 at 82% of the population living in the rural areas, and now we are about 59%. So there has been a very steady decline, and this is quite understandable. If you really look at the percentage of contribution of GDP, there has been it is almost half. There is a big sharp fall in terms of the contribution of the rural areas to the gross domestic product. So this actually has to be the starting point for our thinking, because the relative productivity between the rural and urban areas is actually worsening, and therefore we are really looking at an upgrade in the rural economy, especially led by agriculture. I'm so happy that Swamij is sitting there. Of course, the illustrious daughter of illustrious father, who has actually brought a major change in the agricultural scenario. So we need to have a second revolution in this, where we look at the productivity increase and also the improvement in the skills. But despite this, the rural areas actually carry the largest burden of the poverty. Although the population is going down, as we can see, it still constitutes 72% of the poor in this country are living in the rural areas. So this is something which we need to really look at it, because when we are talking about a no poverty situation, we have to really, it really means that we have to really focus on the rural areas where the destitutes, the rural casual labor, informal workers, domestic work. So this is the composition of the rural poverty, and we are carrying a large part of this, large part of the poverty. So if you, the SECC 2011, of course, now it is a bit dated, but still it's the most scientific and comprehensive work done on estimation of poverty, and it shows that 78% of the total deprived populations are from the rural areas. So, therefore, that I'm stating this only to tell that there's a need for renewed vigor on focus in the rural areas. Of course, all of us who have studied a bit of economic theory, Sir Arthur Lewis, has brought out this, economic transition theory in a dualistic economy. So he starts by saying that the rural area has to contribute the surpluses for fueling the urban growth. So wherever, for example, the Chinese store, there is a fair amount of surplus which has actually been brought out of the rural areas and then put into the urban area. So the Lewis turning point really talks about a particular period in the economic history of the country where the manufacturing sector of the urban areas will overtake the productivity levels in the rural areas, and that attracts large part of the labor force onto the urban areas. That makes the productivity levels of agriculture in the rural areas or other sectors in the rural areas more unproductive, and that will further fuel the push to the urban areas. So the Arthur Lewis theory, economic theory, basically says that this is the way to grow. That you push the surplus in the rural areas to the urban areas, and urban areas are more productive, more modern, so they will be able to convert this surpluses into large economic growth. But of course, we have always been different. The entire freedom struggle hinged on how do we revive the Indian village, and India lives in village is the great quotation. No need to guess who said that. So basically, Gandhian philosophy has guided the action for a very long time. I think we have really looked at we have followed the Gandhian philosophy definitely, apparently, but sometimes very sincerely also. The entire idea is that you have to really build the rural economy and reduce the migration and promote the growth. So in the thinking process, now former President Abdul Kalam has come out with this concept of a Pura. So he basically said that no, we cannot have this sort of a migration to the urban area. So basically, this thinking runs contrary to the classic economic theory, Lewis economic theory, which says that no, you must push the rural areas into the urban areas in order to have a greater growth. So President Kalam's thinking was that no, you don't need to do it. You just got to connect the rural areas to the entire ecosystem by 4 types of connectivity. One is the physical connectivity, which of course is very apparent. You have to have roads, buses, trains, etc. So connectivity so that the people can move in and out very easily. The second thing is that the electronic connectivity. So he was extremely important that we need to have a good quality broadband, and of course this entire Bharat broadband concept has actually gained a lot of momentum during when he was alive. So the idea is that every village must have the same digital connectivity speeds as urban areas. It is technologically, it is highly possible, and the effect is at once very, very clear. The third type of connectivity that you talked about is the knowledge connectivity. How do we have good quality schools in the rural areas as in urban areas? There are a large number of people move to the urban areas because the education there is better. So Kalam's idea was that no, it need not be so. We can actually have a better knowledge connectivity between, irrespective of whether it is the urban or rural. So this is a very important thinking process, and setup. We have now moved towards more rural-oriented schools, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalayas and things like that. So we need to cover a very big ground, because as we see if we analyze the National Achievement Survey that is being done by the Ministry of Education, we see a huge difference between the urban and rural sector in terms of the achievement levels in the schools. So, but this is one area which needs to be worked on. The economic connectivity, of course, is very much more clearer. So we need to have connecting to the markets so that the farmer products can move very easily and then they get a better return. This is so we need to build on whatever has happened. So these are the 4 types of connectivity that Kalamji has argued, and very well taken. We tried something from the Ministry of Rural Development, but it did not succeed. So we will go into why it did not succeed subsequently. But I just wanted to state that as far as India is concerned, the traditional economic theory of movement from rural to urban need not actually happen. It did not actually happen. And if we can actually build up the strengths of the rural areas, we can have a more balanced growth rates. Unlike in China, for example, there's a huge growth rate difference, both in terms of the livelihoods, also economic status, between the western side and the eastern side. So we would rather have a more balanced sort of an approach, so that more people will be positively impacted. So what are we really aspiring for? So the aspirations of the rural India, therefore, are very different from the rural areas of the rest of the world. So we are really talking in terms of bridging the rural and urban divide in all respects, whether it is educational, health, whether it is transport. And then that should actually fuel faster economic growth. And then all this would not be possible unless we really revamp the entire agriculture. I said in the beginning that we need to really focus on strengthening the agriculture and then actually transforming agriculture, not strengthening as much as transformation of the agriculture, because that's where large number of people are there that has got a potential to create more amount of jobs. And with the transformation, probably it can also create jobs which are more in the formal sector. So that's one area that we need to work. And we always keep saying that we want to double the farmer income. And I think much of it has just remained in slogan. And I do not think the focus on MSP's legalization is one of the solutions, really. I think we have to really look at how do we look at the way that agriculture is done. And we have some very good examples in this, and we can build on them. And of course, the aspiration, of course, is that the rural area should be well integrated into the national economy, because there's a lot of untapped potential still in the rural areas. So, friends, I just wanted to tell that based on these aspirations, 2047 should actually bring in 4 or 5 different types of empowerment in the rural areas. Of course, the economic empowerment will lead the way. Fundamental thing that we are really asking for, and that's not an unreasonable ask, that there has to be zero poverty happening in the rural areas. As I presented earlier, more than 70% of the total country's poor are living in rural areas. So therefore, the zero poverty goal will not be achieved unless we are able to focus better on the rural areas and strategies. So what are the strategies that we talk about? We have a phenomenal amount of social capital created by the self-help groups. I think crores of women have come together, and then they have made it possible that, working together on a community move, one for all and all for one sort of a principle, they can actually achieve much more than what a government subsidy can achieve. So they have showed that. So I think we need to build on this. How do we convert, or rather build up the self-help group movement into a livelihood? Accessing finances from the bank is one part of the story. But the second part of the story is that how do you invest it in livelihoods in order to get a sustainable income? So one of the missions that we should be, what I think the country can launch to be achieved in the next decade or so, is how do we make a livelihood plan covering all the poor in the country. And a livelihood plan is not very simple, because it has to be tailor-made to every single household, looking at their aspirations, their skill set, their education levels, and also the availability of markets. So this is a very systematic exercise where all of us will have something to do, and I'm really hoping that this will actually move forward. So with this livelihood interventions coming up in a scientific manner, we should be able to double the income every 5 years. So we are, if 2025 is X, then 20. So we need to keep on doubling every 5 years, because we have to also neutralize the inflation and also provide for the aspirations of the rural. So this would be possible only if you have a scientific plan, and then we have a very extensive credit network, and of course tapping of the SHGs into the financial system probably is a great first step, but it is not the last step, because we need to really look at how do we fund the rural enterprises better. SHGs get say 5 lakhs is the upper limit that they're getting, and that will not be sufficient for any rural livelihood plans. So we are really looking at we should be really looking at the zero poverty and tailor-make livelihood plans for the rural group. The second thing, I know I keep coming back to agriculture because there's no talk of rural development without looking at the agriculture. We need to techno-economic modernization. Now, there are many solutions which have come. The artificial intelligence, which is able to drive home the solutions to the farmers directly within their reach without going through a third party. And smart agriculture is something which has been practiced across the world. We have seen examples in Australia and other countries where they really sort of optimize the utilization of water. So that's all that is actually now proven technology, which we need to actually bring in a precision technology which can actually sort of make that possible. And but I think very importantly is the natural farming initiative, which is started in Andhra Pradesh. Mr. Vijay Kumar, who is leading it, is also one of the persons who has been honored by the Swaminathan Trust. So primarily what they are trying to do is how do we modernize the agriculture using the traditional practices. Now that seems to be a contradiction in terms, but it is not. Because there are lots of traditional agricultural practices which have ample solution to the current crisis, like looking at the soil nutrients, looking at the way that you use the locally available resources in order to improve the fertility, fight the pest attacks. So, and then thereby not only reducing your input costs, but also virtually doubling your productivity. And so this is one very important area that is coming up. It is also important because of the climate resilience. So the practices that we have seen have proved that the farmers who use a natural farming are able to resist the extreme climate conditions much better. Not that they're immune. Obviously, nobody is immune from the nature, but they're able to fight it better. Probably the damages are much less because the soil has got the capacity to protect the crop. So these are all some of the solutions which are available. They are available in reasonable numbers. It is not that 1 or 2 acres pilot project. These are large 10, 12 lakh acres. The natural farming is practiced in this country, but that is not sufficient. We need to take it to much higher scale. Friends, very important lever for the rural growth will be the food processing and supply chains. I'm not saying anything new, but what is to be done is that we need to implement this systematically. We have talked about food processing zones and then food processing parks on a large scale. Probably we need to have a hub and spoke model where we are actually processing at the village level, which is organized by the self-help groups, and then it can actually connect to a hub, thereby delivering higher value to a large enterprise. So this supply chain is I think is very important, and states like Tamil Nadu can actually take a lead in this. We have seen this thing happening in New Zealand, the dairy value chain enhancement. So they really looked at how do you process every single part of a dairy product, leave nothing wasted. So we can actually do a lot of research, come out with new knowledge, which can help in better utilization of the produce of the in the village itself, produce of the village in the village. So I think that that option today is available for us. I think we just got to take it and then invest in it. Friends, anything will really work only if you have a workforce which is fully geared up to absorbing new knowledge and also implementing new knowledge.
So I'm
really
draw
talking
your
in terms
attention
of
to the
better
time,
quality
please?
education, the skill development which has to really become the base for any productivity growth. We have experimented on the skill development awfully fall short of the requirements. We are really not looking at global level skills. We are looking at very the fruits which are most reachable. So we are not really looking at 21st century skills which can actually bring a lot of productivity of the workforce who are living in the village, and also the workforce which wants to migrate to urban areas or even to the global markets. So I think that's one area where we should be investing a lot of money, and also needs a fresh thinking rather than looking at PMKVY sort of schemes which talk about, okay, give me 10 crore people trained in the next 1 year. Unreasonable targets we have put, not looking at the standards which are required.
Sorry to come in,
skills. So I think that
Mr.
that needs a
Reddy,
rethink.
can we
So-
close in 2 minutes,
And
Mr.
also
Reddy?
we are looking at, we should be really looking at energy conservation, agriculture mechanization, then pollution monitoring. Swameji is mentioning about the pollution. Pollution is very much ubiquitous even in the rural areas. Air pollution may not be there, but other types of pollution. How do we recycle the solid waste? These are some of the areas where we can actually train the workforce. But essentially, cognitive skills. I mean, these are the ones
Sir,
which will drive.
can I
the next,
just finish in 2
the
minutes?
next
Can you
decade.
hear me?
So unless you are able to sort of innovate, think out of the box, problem solving. So these are the skills which we are really looking at being imparted in the rural areas. I think this is models which are available across which can be scaled up. On the social front, of course, the
Hello,
task
Mr.
is very well.
Subramaniam.
Yeah.
Ankit this side. Would request you to begin closing. We might have to end in the next couple of minutes, please.
Okay, all right. So we are basically looking at universal access to quality services, that is education, healthcare, and hunger. I mean, there is the rural areas are fraught with the difficulties of discrimination, the caste discrimination. So these are the social areas where we need to, and the gender violence. So I think we are really looking at how do we build the SHG network in order to handle this. On political empowerment, of course, we need to really look at Panchayat Raj institutions. How do we strengthen them, and how do we link them with the self-help groups which are already women collectives which are already available. So these are some of the issues that we are looking. Of course, the focus of everything has to be the poorest of the poor, whether it is elderly or Divyang, or the people without houses, or people who are going hungry. So the PDS system will have to really work better. So, and then we have to actually build up the infrastructure, and this infrastructure has to be something which can be used of a standard which has to be determined. So that means both not only accessibility by road, drinking water, and then playgrounds and things like that. So friends, I have mentioned probably this is not a wish list, but I think this is something which can actually happen because we have the facilitating factors which are available with us. We have a strong SHG movement. We have the things like natural farming and food processing technologies which have come. So I think what is required is to really look at how do we build on what we have done towards reaching the targets which are essentially futuristic as of now, but that's something which can actually happen. And I think the next 2 decades is going to be very crucial for this country, because we are really looking at some major advantages that we have in terms of demographic dividend, in terms of a very strong social capital that we have created. Time to leverage and take this forward. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reddy. I think you gave a very elaborate pathways and where the rural development sector and where we have to go into. I think with time not on our side, we are like 15 minutes overshot in our schedule now. We'll go to the next session, but before that, I just want to request the organization not to keep moving the chairs. I hope these two screens are visible to the end. So we will manage with that so that we can save some time on that. Thank you very much, and we go to the next session now. Can I ask Pranjal to please come in and state the next session? And can we facilitate the speakers with the tokens? Thank you.
Thank you to our esteemed speakers for the insightful discussion on rural India, Vision for 2047, and laying the context and foundation and actually the breadth of what all themes we'll be covering. Our next session is titled Sustaining Inclusion, Reality Check, Operational Models and Way Forward. And this will dwell into the current state of inclusion in rural India. It will explore effective operational models, essentially identifying what works, what does not work, and discuss the path forward to ensure sustainable progress. This session shall focus on the key actors and institutions and the interplay between them in the determination and implementation of inclusive policies that are essentially transformative in nature. We have a panel of distinguished speakers for this session. Joining us virtually, we have Soumya Kapoor Mehta, who is the Senior Social Development Specialist at the World Bank, who will start out with an analytical presentation, essentially laying out the key numbers and defining the intersectionality of vulnerabilities which exist in rural India. After that, we have Ms. Shweta Banerjee, who is the India Country Lead at BRAC. Post that, we have Ms. Smriti Sharan, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India. Then we have Mr. Vijay Bhaskar, who is the member of the State Planning Commission of the Government of Tamil Nadu. And finally, to sort of absorb the session, we have Professor Surendra Singh Jotka, who is a professor of sociology at Jawaharlal Nehru University, who is also joining us virtually. Please join me in welcoming the esteemed panelists, and hopefully we have a good session ahead. Thank you. Sorry, I forgot to call each one, sir, please. I hope Soumya is there. Yes. Do we have Soumya on call there?
Yeah, can you hear me, everyone?
And Professor Jotka, is he also on the call now again? Can we confirm for Jotka? All right. That's it from my end. Over to you, Soumya.
Can everyone hear me and also see my screen?
Yes, you're audible as well as visible.
Okay, thank you. I'll just expand my screen and then go over through some key numbers. So when Samik asked me to do this presentation, I just thought that what I'll do is give you a few numbers on how rural India is looking today, and that perhaps will set the context of the speakers who have far more experience in this space than I have in terms of the models that can work on rural development in India. So just to start off, the major share of India's population, of course, still remains in rural India. It's about 64% of India's entire population. And it's a young population. Until about 2035, we will continue to have a major share of the population that will be in its productive years. About 65% of India's rural population until 2035 would continue to be productive between 15 to 59 years. The challenges that are, however, coming are that given, of course, land division over generations, the operational farm size in India is gradually decreasing. So in 1971, it was about 2.28 hectares per household, and it's now actually going down to 1.08 hectares, and that was about 2015-16 when we had the last agricultural census. So a large number of householders who actually have agricultural holdings have only very marginal plots that are available to them, which have huge implications for productivity, which has declined over time. The other challenge that one sees in rural areas is that over generations, the level of educational attainment, even within the rural population, has increased. So it has increased, at least the enrollment. We don't know completion levels with certainty, but at least 24% were enrolled, only 24% in 1971 in secondary schools. That's gone up considerably, in 79% in 2022, which means that people have more aspirations, youth are becoming more educated, and they perhaps don't want to work in agriculture, and as many non-farm jobs are not available, which leads to unfulfilled aspirations. This is just a graph that shows some sort of a division between the workforce between men and women in rural areas. And this is really tells you the share of agriculture in labor force across men and women. As of now, although a significant part of the labor force across India is still in agriculture, agriculture is only contributing to 16% of GDP. But if you look at who's actually working on the farms, this whole idea of feminization is quite relevant. 76% of women who are in the labor force in rural areas are all employed in agriculture. But if you see the blue line, which is the second line from the top, the share of men in agriculture is gradually going down. So it's really the men who who migrate out to cities and work, and the women are left behind, even though they don't technically own the farms, but they are left behind to look after the farms. Yet, there is still a significant wage gap between men and women, both in agriculture and in non-agricultural jobs in rural areas. So this is the Labour Bureau data until 2022, and the black line is really the real wages that are being given to men, and the grey line is the female, and the top graph is the agricultural wages, and the bottom one is the non-agricultural wages. And you see the grey line is consistently below what women get vis-a-vis men. The other thing that's interesting is that while the wage gap in agriculture has kind of narrowed down by 5 percentage points from 32% to 27% until 2022, in non-farm jobs, actually it has increased. So about 10 years ago, women were still earning lower than men, but the gap was not as significant. But it's actually increasing now in non-farm jobs, which we need to consider if we are also talking about creating non-farm jobs. In terms of inclusion across caste categories and what kind of employment people undertake in rural areas, if you just look at the graph for men on the left-hand side, most of the men who are from the OBC category or from general caste groups are employed either as on their own account in self-employment ventures, which mostly must be agriculture, or working as self-employed helpers on their enterprises or on their farms. Very few are in casual labor, but for SCs, it's still a significant percent, about 38% in casual labor. And for women, more or less the same trends hold, and I'm sure Professor Jyotka will touch upon the transformation that he's been seeing in rural areas by caste categories in his remarks. But when you start looking at wealth, one of the things that one, of course, notices is that across, this is from the National Family Health Survey, NFHS, that urban areas are much more unequal. You find many more households that are in the richest quintile in urban areas. Relatively, the wealth distribution in rural areas tends to hold across sort of wealth quintiles, but at the at the same time, you see there is a wide variation. So when one talks about rural development models, one also has to consider what kind of targeting and what are the kinds of households we are looking at, both across caste categories and the kind of type of employment that they are engaging in, but also the kind of wealth groups that we are dealing with. And in terms of government programs and what's going on in rural areas, if you see, NREGA, of course, has been an equalizer both for men and women because it promises equal wages, and also has been a job provider over the years. The number of people who availed employment under NREGA has been going down over a period of time. But at the same time, one transformation that's increasingly happening in rural areas in the past 7 to 8 years is that the government has been providing a lot of both cash and in-kind. By in-kind is mostly food transfers, and through cash is mostly the DBT transfers that are increasing. And that's what the latest consumption expenditure data shows, that there's a lot of money that's now coming to the rural households. Of course, through cash transfers for schemes like the Swachh Bharat, or whether it's the PM Awas Yojana, or through kind. And that is bumping up some of the consumption expenditure, particularly in the lower sort of quintile households. In terms of NRLM, that has been a remarkable story in creating social capital, particularly among women in villages. It has implications both for outreach, because now you have this huge institution, federated institution network of women who are available across rural areas, and it's crossed more than 100 million members. But also it's been a story of providing finance to these groups, with huge implications, first and foremost for not just their own social capital, bonding social capital, but also their mobility and their ability to step out of their homes, seek work, but at the same time, seek bonding with each other and improve their social networks. And the final slide that I would like to show is that one of the things that we have been looking at is the agriculture and nutrition nexus, which I'm sure a lot of the speakers will touch upon. But overall, child nutrition indicators remain worrisome, particularly stunting. And this has implications going forward, not just for the cognitive development of children, but also adult longevity. That's something that has not declined as fast a rate as India would have liked. So with this, I'm just going to stop and stop sharing my screen, but just to give you a context of how rural India has been faring over the past few years. But I'll stop there, and also would then go on to invite Shweta to come and share her remarks. Thank you.
Thanks, Soumya. Very good afternoon to everyone. Our gracious hosts, Rural Development Department and SRLM, Tamil Nadu SRLM, thank you very much for inviting us here. The World Bank, BMGF, Ministry of Rural Development. When we look at the progress made on poverty globally, it's worth noting that significant progress has been made over the last half century. In 1990, there were 2 billion people living in poverty at the current line of $2.15. And today, it's about 712 million people. So we've come down from 2 billion to 712. What India has done and will do to address poverty, needless to say, has a big impact on the global story. Worldwide estimates, have actually gone up post-COVID. In 2019, this figure was actually lesser. It was 689 million. And unfortunately, with the climate crisis ahead of us, another 50 million people globally are supposed to enter this category. So we are actually going to lose some of the gains that we have made in the last half century. What BRAC has learned about extreme vulnerability across the world is that people affected don't usually own assets. Someone in the family or they themselves have an illness or disability. They live often in remote regions, or they've been affected by war or a climactic event or a health shock. They are usually skeptical about borrowing from more mainstream channels, and a significant amount of income goes into consumption, over 80% sometimes. When we regard the diverse strategies that have been tried globally on addressing extreme vulnerability, you can sort of see there are two buckets. There's the cash or in-kind transfers, or livelihood-based graduation, what people call graduation type programs. An analysis by CGAP and IPA compared 48 cash, livelihoods, and graduation programs across Africa, Asia, and Latin America. The study showed that lump sum cash transfers are an important social protection measure. They have a high impact rate per dollar, but if we want long-term asset creation, then livelihood-based programs have much better results. What are we seeing 7 to 10 years after the project has ended? Recent research from the World Bank examined 17 randomized controlled trials across 14 countries and further established that graduation-like livelihood programs have more persistent effects than cash transfers, increasing household consumption more than, even after 7 years of the program closing. In India, the social protection measures, what we refer to as entitlements, are not just a relief measure. They're emblematic of the state-citizen relationship. Unlike in some parts of Africa, where the debate is increasingly becoming cash transfer versus livelihood, here, thankfully, it is not an either-or situation. It's about making sure that the entitlements are step one of the livelihoods program. In the last decade or so, graduation has been tried by several NGOs across the world, resulting in over 250 programs in 50 countries. Here in India, too, many organizations have been running programs like Trickle Up, Bandhan, Nudge Foundation. But outside of Bangladesh, where BRAC has graduated 2.3 million households, we realize that unless governments own and implement this program, it is beyond the scope of any organization to do this at scale. There has been government involvement in Kenya, Philippines, and Ethiopia, to name a few, but the largest high-fidelity government-led program in the world is from India. It's the Satat Jivikoparjan Yojana by the government of Bihar. That has cost about $1,200 per participant, but the project cost itself, if you see, is 0.5% of the total annual budget of the government of Bihar. The beauty of that program is that it took the essentials from BRAC's Bangladesh program, but created something that is new in its own right. It has shown that even though there is an element of asset transfer instead of a loan, it need not affect credit discipline so meticulously crafted by NRLM and SRLMs across the country. Once you have buy-in from community-level federations, this is possible. It also showed that India's vast programs already contain elements of graduation: consumption support, coaching, livelihood pathways, asset transfer. It's only a matter of sequencing and making sure that the household-based coaching happens at the individual household level, not at the group level. The way that NRLM is now taking this to scale via Samaveshi Ajivika Yojana, led by the Joint Secretary's leadership, is to contextualize these essential graduation elements to specific district needs and target groups. So for example, in Tamil Nadu, the VKP has already shown us that they have effectively reduced extreme poverty among SC/STs, landless communities, women, and other marginalized groups. So it's first about learning what VKP has succeeded in, what the gaps are, before we actually tailor this approach to particular states and districts. Similarly, in Karnataka, where the SRLM has already started work in 10 districts, the Panchayati Raj institutions are working with village organizations on assessments and targeting of households. The enumerators for the district assessments are in fact SHG members trained by Pradhan. Community ownership of extreme vulnerability is a vital component of this work. I would like to turn our attention briefly to the climate crisis, which is staring at all of humanity today. Those of us who were in Delhi this summer need not any more evidence that this crisis is in the future. It is here. The Tamil Nadu Climate Change Mission forecasts a 3.3 degrees centigrade daytime increase in temperatures over the next half century. This will threaten crop production, food security, and public health. So can graduation programs address climate vulnerability? And the answer is partly. A recently released study by the London School of Economics looked at participants who had graduated from this program in Bangladesh and then were affected by a climate shock. What she found was that, Professor Oriana Bandiera found was that if there is a climate-related shock like a flood, program participants can hold consumption levels previous to the flood for about a week. So they are able to sustain that shock in terms of consumption levels. However, if they are part of a region that experiences frequent climatic crisis, they get more risk averse and do not want to invest in their businesses or whatever enterprises that they are sort of working on. Instead, they would rather go to a city and look for more certain ways of work. So unless we actively embed within livelihood and graduation programs certain climate adaptive strategies like asset insurance or extreme heat related workday insurance, by itself this will not be enough to actually address all of the effects of climate crisis. When the SDG movement caught fire in the first decade of the 21st century in India, one of the key facets was peer-to-peer learning. Andhra Didis went to Bihar, Bihar Didis went to Tamil Nadu and Kerala. This peer-to-peer learning needs to happen to address vulnerability as well. For example, if 40% of the districts undertaking this program nationally are forest-based or tribal districts, then cross-learning has to happen within those districts. Similarly, for climate shocks, vulnerable corridors across India need to learn from each other. For example, Rajasthan and Gujarat, which have been facing extreme heat for much longer, may have innovations that we can all learn from. The other key lesson that we have learned is that a one-time market assessment to assess livelihood options for this vulnerable population will not yield results. Programs like graduation need to be reiterative and account for failure. These participants will need to be connected to the larger livelihoods ecosystem that is being created via rural economic transformative and rural livelihood projects across the country. The second learning, of course, is that enterprises are not enough. Diverse options, jobs, and skill-based have to be developed. We've already discussed that in great detail in the previous panels. Despite the success and adaptations of this program, more work needs to be done to innovate. The climate adaptive strategies is one part. Questions remain about how do we variate in peri-urban and urban areas where family and community institutions are different. How do we variate in tribal and PVTG areas? How do we variate for disabled populations? Finally, to close my remarks, I would like to say that BRAC's journey in India is nascent. We started working here only in 2023. Our focus here is to support government and community institutions and build a consortium of partners to address extreme vulnerability in India. So far, we are working with NRLM and 6 states. In fact, we're very excited to start our work here in Tamil Nadu as well. We are also working with a range of CSOs, Pradhan, CRISP, JPAL, IVAGE, PCI, Aga Khan Foundation, Access Development Services, Bandhan Mahila Housing Trust. We are engaging with World Bank and BMGF. We'll continue to do so. We are grateful for the warm embrace that BRAC has received from government and civil society in India, and we will look forward to working alongside all of you. Thank you once again for this opportunity to speak here. And I'd like to invite the next speaker, Joint Secretary, to please address the gathering.
Respected Bhaskar sir, Divya Darshini, the entire Tamil Nadu State SRLM team that has made this conference possible, and of course World Bank, which has been meticulously planning this for quite a while. Thank you for having us here, and a very good afternoon to all of you. Thank you, Soumya and Shweta, for setting the context of what I need to say now. So the brief that was given to me was to talk on sustaining inclusion. And the synopsis that was handed to me said, targeted financial inclusion initiatives improve access to credit for underserved population, enabling them to invest in education, healthcare, and entrepreneurship. If I were to talk about inclusion from the NRLM perspective, what I would say is that financial inclusion breaks the poverty trap and can be termed as a critical enabler to restore individual agency and dignity. It allows people to live on their own terms and invest in their future, which includes health, education, savings, etc. MORD, through its various programs, works on last mile delivery and always has the focus towards inclusion. We look at holistic development through our schemes, and I would like to dwell a little on DNRLM. So how I've structured it is that I would talk of the bigger schemes of MORD, and thereafter, I would like to do a deep dive on some of the specific inclusive approaches that DNRLM has. So I begin with DNRLM, which focuses on prosperity of rural households by promoting sustainable institutions of theirs and ensuring access to financial services. The story is now known to everybody: 10 crore households, 91 lakh SHGs, 6 lakh community resource persons, and it is like an institution on its own, which is self-driven, self-managed, self-propelled. You show them a task which is to be done, and if they are convinced, they take it forward. The journey of DNRLM has really been incredible, because not just in terms of making institutions which are self-sustaining, financial inclusion is also a story which is worth telling. As Secretary RD said it in his opening remarks, that community investment to the tune of 43,000 crores leveraged capitalization from various banks to a tune of 8.84 lakh crores, which is like a 20 times increase. And that's the kind of leverage this community institutions can do. It indeed is what stories are made of. We've recently set up the Women Enterprise Acceleration Fund, which now wants to take the SHG to the higher level, where not just small enterprises matter, but to upscale the kind of entrepreneurship that the self-help group women take up. And this will help medium and long-term debt financing to be brought towards the self-help group women. Within DNRLM, inclusion has many facets. We talk about inclusion in terms of the SC and the ST population, the people with disability, PVTG groups, elderly groups, and ACS sir in the beginning talked of inclusive, it not just being, focusing on women group of a certain age group. So I would just like to add to that and say that we do not restrict ourselves to that when it comes to elderly or PVTG household groups. We not only include women, we also include men into such. And not just that, even if they don't have a propensity to save, we include them into the cohort of SHGs and encourage them to start saving. In fact, we also give them a vulnerability reduction fund so that they can be set on the path of SHG journey. Of late, we've been really focusing on PVTG, and as I talk about other schemes of RD, I'll also show you how including the particularly vulnerable tribal groups is not just the NRLM focus, but also of MORD, a big focus. Talking about MG Narega, I won't like to dwell in numbers, but what I will really like to tell you that it has enhanced, as Soumya just mentioned a little while ago, in participation of women into livelihood activities. As you all know, Narega gives 100 days of work to people who seek that, and not just that, it has not only provided participation in the labor force, but even the wage parity has increased due to Narega wages. Women have been introduced in convergence with, and we've also now have women mates who are being promoted in MG Narega in convergence with NRLM. Talking of participation rate, the women participation rate increased from 53 to 59% in the last 5 years. We were discussing on the sidelines with Bhaskar sir, and sir said that it is very, very common to tell people of the success stories and kind of rechurn those stories and start just believing in them. But I take a cue from you, sir. It's not just about this enhancement of 52, 59%, but what happens to the remaining 40% is what we need to worry about. So there is no time to dwell on our achievements, but this entire gathering here needs to talk of how we can up a game and take it to a situation where everybody has wage parity and everybody has livelihood opportunities. Within Narega, talking of climate resilience, we have out of a shelf of 266 works, we have something like 50 which are for agri and allied, and another 58 which are on natural resource management. That Shweta and Sir really works towards building a climate resilience and adaptability, because when we recharge groundwater, when we do rainwater, watershed development, or when we make Amrit Sarovars, we're all focusing on building a climate resilience. Of course, there's a long list, and in limited time, I won't be able to dwell on that. Within this, NRLM has a convergence with MG Narega because we work significantly in agroecological practices. And my colleague told me in the morning that we have more than 35 MOUs just in this sector to make sure that agriculture is adaptable as well as sustainable for the times that are threatening to, cover us in the next 2 to 3 decades. Narega also builds all-weather road connectivity roads, which is an enabler for access to markets, to food grain storage, to health facilities, and education. So whatever we do under our various schemes, it just focuses on inclusion and convergence so that every citizen of rural India is able to live a life of dignity. I will come to Gram Sadak Yojana, which was launched in 2000, and it makes roads to connect unconnected habitations. There's a particular vertical which makes roads in the left-wing extremism-dominated areas. That is just to show how particularly invested the ministry is in talking about inclusion. And the government is of the firm view that when we bring connectivity, when we bring modern sources of information, the people in these areas are also going to be mainstreamed, and the work is ongoing. There was an impact study done by Niti Aayog, World Bank, and ILO, and they brought out to the fore that SDGs 2 and 9, that is to tackle poverty, hunger, and infrastructure growth, is all met and facilitated by the Gram Sadak Yojana. They increase access to market livelihood opportunities, health, and education. A 2018 study by Agarwal and others, it showed that that connectivity not just enhances connectivity per se, but it also helps in better prenatal care, institutional deliveries, and there's been an enhancement in the rate of vaccinations that we see in the rural areas. PMJSY is noted to build foundations for long-lasting poverty reduction because improved road connectivity provides long-term and sustained boost in living standards, accumulated wealth, and human capital. The study also showed that the rate of primary employment in non-farm sector increased by about 13%, and share of people with primary employment outside their habitation increased by around 8%. Awas, which is Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana Gramin, is another success story where we've sanctioned more than 2.95 crore houses. 2.6 crore houses are already complete. But to bring the inclusion story into Awas, what I'd like to emphasize here is that when we build a house, not only do we do that, we build toilets under the Swachh Bharat Mission Abhiyan, we bring electricity, we bring LPG connection, and we bring tap water. That again brings inclusion and brings dignity to the population. Now I'll come back to some of the inclusive exercises that we do within DNRLM, which have been happening, but to be satisfied at that level would not be a fair thing to say. Food, nutrition, health, and wash is a particular silo and a work in itself within DNRLM, where we focus on all these 4 verticals. It's a work that we do in convergence, but yes, the propellers are the community resource persons, our Poshan Sakhis. They may be called differently in different states, but these are the people who are the drivers of change. FNHW believes in multiple touchpoint strategy because we are social behavior change agents. Our CRPs not only create awareness, they also go to the house to see that a pregnant mother is having a folic acid. They go to the house to see whether a newborn has been given the right nutrition. They make sure that there is no stunting taking shape in the child. And they keep doing it till these changed behaviors get cemented into the whole ecosystem of the rural household. Our participation last year in the Poshan Ma and the Poshan Pakhwada was 6 crores plus. In fact, we are the largest mobilizers for most of these campaigns that Ministry of Health or Women and Child Development Ministry launch every year, whether it is filariasis, whether it is Poshan, whether it is diarrhea, or whether it is sickle cell anemia. Taking cue from this power of the cohort, which is 10 crore, it is now important to understand that convergence has to be reimagined in ways that convergence can bring the change that we've all been waiting for. Because anemia is still to go. Stunting, there's still figures which we should not be very proud of. Infant mortality is somewhere around 20-something. That also needs to be taken care of. And against this backdrop, I would recommend that we do a scaffolding of all our efforts together so that within our limited resources, we are able to reach every part of the rural population. And for that, the convergence conversation will have to be begun again under probably the umbrella of Niti Aayog, Ministry of Health, and WCD, because otherwise we may not be able to reach the milestones that we are talking of. Dr. Soumya Somanathan in a talk mentioned about HAIL, the Healthy Average Life Expectancy. There is a recent book that's come out which has been written by Karthik Mullidharan, belongs to Chennai. It's a huge book. It can be termed as the Bible for all policy makers and development sector professionals. And he says that the average life expectancy, the healthy life expectancy, is 10.1 years lower than our average life expectancy. So while our life expectancy is 69, we are 10.1 years shorter in that. Which also indicates that while we spend almost 85% of our total spending on curative health, we spend only 6% on preventive health. This is where the role of FNHW vertical assumes great significance, because if it comes to awareness, if it relates to healthy eating habits, lifestyle, I think nobody can do it better than the FNHW vertical. So the work is still in progress, and I would urge upon all our partners here and all the ministries that we will need to work together. Gender is another action that we take towards including the large part of women workforce into mainstream. We've been doing this campaign called Nai Chetna, which has run for 2 years consecutively. And the participation has been very enthusiastic, right from candlelight marches to pledges to awareness to bringing in paralegal community to train them on what is violence and what amounts to violation of their physical space. A lot of conversation has been going on. And while I can tell you the numbers of our success, but what I will tell you is that our work is far from over, because even after the second year of Nai Chetna, 1 in 4 women in our country feels that it's okay for a husband to beat her if she's made bad food or if there's excess salt. There are still 9 to 10%, I'm just talking of approximate numbers, there's still 9 to 10% of the women who do not step out of the house without a male escort. So while on one hand it is very important to tell them what is their rights and entitlements, what amounts to violence, but there is a lot of work that we need to do in the space of gender to give women their full-fledged agency so that they can realize their full potential. We have launched a very interesting journey towards graduation approach, where we feel that those on the margins are so deprived that not only do they need extra boost, they also need a hand-holding, which is the ethos of the graduation approach or the Satat Jivikoparjan Yojana, which we are trying to carry in small projects along 11 states, and we've termed it as Samaveshi Vikas. The whole approach towards graduation or Samaveshi Vikas is that there's multidimensional poverty, and health shocks, climate shocks all lead to a perpetual poverty trap out of which the rural households are unable to step out of. And while we work with BRAC, NUDGE, JPAL in this sphere, we are working very hard to make sure that the evidence-based information that comes out of these projects is so strong that we are compelled to scale it in a much bigger way, because when the Honorable Prime Minister says leaving no one behind, I think Samaveshi Vikas will have to be part of center stage conversation. And on a lighter note, I would just like to tell you that even though I work very closely with Shweta and the BRAC Association in India, our matching colored saris is just a coincidence. It was not pre-planned. So graduation story is something that all of you must watch out for. And I would also urge a lot of other partners from the development sector to partner with us to make it a very domitable story in the development sector. When we talk of inclusion, we also have a Garima project which was undertaken in Jharkhand, which was to take care of victims who were victims of witch hunting. We not only made protection committees at the village level, we also identified the survivors or the victims, we rehabilitated them, and almost 5,000 plus were benefited. We had the Swamibhan project, which was run in partnership with SRLM, UNICEF, and NRLM, which was implemented in some 356 very poor villages in Purnia, Koraput, Angul, and Bastar. And a midline survey showed that there was improved dietary diversity, there were higher number of adolescents using sanitary pads, there was increase in mothers consuming the IFA tablets and were going for their 4 ANC checkups. And there were increased number of women and adolescent girls who were using the facility of VHS-ND. 2 minutes? Yeah, I'm done by then. So with this, I've tried to just kind of sum up how inclusion is part of every initiative of what rural development does in partnership with all the states. It may also not be out of place to relabel the ministry and call it Ministry of Rural Development and Convergence, because the next 50 years, we won't be able to do what we've dreamed of doing without convergence. So a lot of conversation here needs to focus on new ways of convergence, even to the point of sounding repetitive. My request is to have more deliberations on it. One of the speakers in the morning shift, in the morning presentation said that Samik said that there needs to be a structural shift from agriculture to other areas. We need more value chains, agri-value product processing. And what will be the story of the future? Will rural remain rural? Will agriculture really be the mainstay? How do we create more jobs? How do we keep them healthy? All of it bothers us, and I'm sure it bothers all of you. And I hope that in the conversations that we have, we'll be able to find some solutions to the way forward. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon to all of you. So I'll begin by thanking the organizers for this invite, and also to my fellow panelists for making my job easier. And I'm also glad to be on the same panel with Professor Jyotka. Though I'm happy to meet you virtually, Professor Jyotka, I would have preferred, we had met in person. It has been some time. So I just want to kind of have a small disagreement, express my disagreement with this title called Sustaining Inclusion, because it assumes that we have achieved inclusion and, all that we need to do is to sustain it. Yeah, so I think we need to keep in mind, especially in the wake of the large-scale farmers' protests, that happened, continue to happen in different parts of the country. There are also agitations by landed households from rural areas demanding backward caste status, be it Gujarat, be it Maharashtra, be it the Jats in central and northern India, and caste conflicts between the landed and the landless in rural India. We need to keep upon the gender violence, that Ms. Smriti Sharan just kind of mentioned. We need to remember that inclusion is far, far away, and we need to work very, very hard. Now, when we talk about structural transformation, when we talk about creating decent jobs in the rural and so on, I think in a status-conscious society like India, which is primarily driven by a caste-based division of labor and status driven by occupational differentiation by caste, when we talk about decent jobs, particularly in the rural, we need to keep in mind not just the incomes that come from jobs, but also from the status that are associated with jobs in the rural. Even if a landed household gets a decent amount of income from agriculture, we do know very well agriculture as a status. Forget about, I'm not even talking about a landless agriculture worker. Even for the landed farmer, the status is relatively lower compared to incomes coming from, say, mental or intellectual labor, the kind of incomes that I and many of us in this audience earn. So the status differences is very, very crucial in driving what aspirations in the rural, and how we address it as we go forward is another important axis that we would like to keep in mind. In the morning, when the World Bank person came online and spoke about structural transformation and the need to transfer labor from agriculture to outside agriculture, one of my neighbors and friends, sitting here, is no longer here. He said, that's a recipe for disaster. Now, why is he saying this? So clearly, the kind of ecological crisis, that comes from industrialized agriculture and so on, I think that's the primary reason as to why he must have expressed it. But I think we need to keep these two things in parallel and think harder at both these processes, right? Now, when it comes to structural transformation, we do know it has become that much more harder globally than what it was possible, say, 20 years ago, because of the technological advancements, the declining employment absorption in manufacturing and the services sector, not to mention, of course, the declining employment elasticity within agriculture. Yeah, clearly the task of generating decent jobs to begin with, leave alone decent jobs, is that much more harder than what it was about 20, 30 years earlier. This is a global scenario. But within India, I think there's a peculiar problem here, and I think that has been an important factor which have led to the phenomenon of stunted structural transformation, which was alluded to earlier, which is that I think we have failed to invest adequately in primary education. Political scientists have called it the elite bias, where the emphasis was more on tertiary education for a long period of time than on broad-basing primary education, particularly in rural India. And that led to two things in the productive domain. One, lack of human capital has closely been associated with low agriculture productivity, because ability to kind of absorb new technologies, new processes and so on gets limited. And second, that also has prevented us from developing a vibrant manufacturing capability, say compared to China. Yeah? So human capital is a primary factor, and going forward, when we talk of sustaining and improving social inclusion, rural inclusion, that has to be an important focus. And another important reason as to why human investment in human capital is important is this idea of the social norm. Again, my previous panelists spoke about the issue of gender violence, and we do know caste norms are very, very regressive, and there is a large body of literature which equates social norms with development. When you think of social norms that propagate equality, with propagate fraternity, they generally tend to be associated with better development outcomes than norms which are regressive and hierarchical. So, I mean, when one talks about agroecological initiatives at the micro level, Tamil Nadu particularly as a home for a number of organic farming experiments and so on, but I'm kind of skeptical. I'm not skeptical about what they're trying to do in terms of preserving the environment and so on, but often you see such kind of experiments being associated with a valorization of institutions like the family farm, which tend to be regressive in terms of upholding gender norms and caste-based norms as well. Yeah, I think so. We need to take that with a pinch of salt. And similarly, I would also like to highlight the disjuncture between the micro and the macro logics of food policy and the kind of organic initiatives at the micro level that we see around. Now, at the state level, at the national level, the importance of keeping food prices low and feeding a large mass of population who are not dependent on agriculture is very, very important. But however, industrialized agriculture, as many of us would agree, also has ecological consequences, as a result of which you find a number of micro-level initiatives and also state-level support for such micro-level initiatives, which are in some reviving or building initiatives which are much more eco-friendly and so on. Now, my skepticism is, or my call here is to look harder at the smaller initiatives and look at the scalability of these models. Even initiatives like the ZBNF, people did mention Mr. Vijay Kumar. He's a friend, and I visited some of the bondal farms across Andhra as a part of the State Planning Commission initiative itself. But somehow, I'm not convinced that it is actually scalable. I know we can discuss at length, maybe when we have more time, at the state level or the national level, for various reasons. I'll not get into that for the time being. I'll just mention a couple of other challenges and I'll stop here. The other is the lack of the lack of investments in public R&D and in extension services. This is a point which has been noted repeatedly by several scholars, but we still do not see a match-up increase in public activity, public investments in R&D. And this goes back to the point made by my earlier panelists on cash transfers with large-scale asset creation or investment creation in the rural sector. And it need not be an either or. That can easily be a supplementary or complementary in exercise. because by early 2000s, the idea that public investments are crowding out private investment, that was the dominant kind of an understanding. I would imagine even the World Bank held on to such a observation. But 20 years later, I think we can't hold that kind of a logic anymore. And R&D being a public good, especially given the fact that environmental issues, ecological issues are assuming global importance, public investments in R&D and extension services are, very, very important. One wants to think in terms of inclusion in the next 20, 30 years or so. Finally, I'll come to this issue of disintermediation. Several initiatives, right from 1947, have been undertaken to make sure that the farmers are able to participate directly in markets, reaching out to the consumers, so that you can break the trader nexus. Several models have been kind of undertaken, but again, the success stories are few and far in between. The most recent of which is the emphasis on farmer producers organizations. And again, Tamil Nadu has a major home for farmer producers organizations. And there are again a few success stories. But even in these success stories, what I find is that they are successes to the extent that the organization is able to process, package, and market and make profits. But interestingly, you don't find farmer members actually selling their produce to the farmer producers organization. They sell to the traders, but they just take out shareholders in this organization, and that's all there is to it. So you don't really find an organic connect between the organization's activities and the farmer members. Very rarely you find that happening. So again, going back to what Ms. Sharon said, we need to look harder at failures and learn lessons from failures than by looking at the few success stories and understand, what is happening. And similarly, on the idea of collective women's groups and relating to productive enterprises, I think they are very, very successful in terms of distributing low-cost credit, cheaper credit to poorer households, particularly women in rural households. But whether they are the ideal units for forming collective enterprises, it looks by and large that they don't work very well. Is it because of the social norms that we spoke about earlier, or is it something else? Is something we need to think harder. So with these words, I'll stop now and I'll invite my fellow panelist, Professor Jyotka, for his comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pranjal and Soumya, for asking me to be part of this. Am I audible? Is it all right?
Yes. You are audible.
Professor, you are audible. Thank you very much. I'm also very happy to be with Mr. Vijay Bhaskar, from whose work I have learned a great deal. And I'm happy that we are talking about questions of inclusion and sustainability. And some of these questions actually World Bank funded. I did work with Soumya and Maitreyi, and then later on we also did another study on rural non-farm employment in Bihar. And all that has kind of helped me frame my own ideas, some of which I'm going to talk about here today. At some level, when we are talking about inclusion and sustainability, I suppose we recognize that there is a question of exclusion which is out there, and that sustainability is not something that can be assumed so easily. And I think that's something that we need to kind of talk about, not only in terms of, developmental process, but also I think, as I would look at it, conceptually and theoretically also thinking about it. So I'll try to kind of wind up my comments in 12, 14 minutes. If I'm kind of speaking too much, please feel free to stop me. I'll kind of focus on some of the very kind of core empirical processes which produce exclusion, or which could be seen as processes of framing exclusion. How do we look at exclusions, and what could be the way forward? I think when we are thinking about exclusion in the rural or perhaps elsewhere in the subcontinent, or perhaps also globally, there are structural processes, and these structural processes are what I would call as their systems of domination, And these systems of domination exist everywhere. And I think with the question of development becoming the primary kind of process, both politically as well as historically, these systems of dominations are being confronted by human beings to bring a better livelihood. And as we have been talking about, these systems of domination can be easily understood through categories like caste, gender, ethnicity, class, or race, or community, tribal community, etc., etc. So these are not very difficult to access, and we have been talking about them. Exclusion could also be what I call as incidental. There could be second category of exclusions. For example, disability for me is a kind of incidental exclusion. Likewise, disaster or biological kind of life cycle processes. Single women living in a village could also be a kind of category that is excluded. But these are incidental exclusion. They are not in sense as part of the structure, but they obviously intersect with structure. And I think there are also processual kind of exclusion about which we need to talk about, and we talk very little about it. For example, aging. Somebody was talking about working population is still very high, but I think the proportion of people who are old age, their number is already increasing, and very soon there would be very large number of old people living in rural areas for various reasons, because working men go out and when they're old, they come back in the village. Their number is going to increase, and that is going to be a significant problem. And this again intersects with question of caste and class, as well as with gender and community. Climate change again was being talked about, is a very important processual aspect of exclusion, which is already in front of us, and it is going to have all kinds of patterns. We don't really even know. We can predict that productivity might fall, or people may have ill health, but we don't really know what else would happen. Then there are also development-induced exclusions, which again have been talked about, large projects, uprooting, etc., etc. So the exclusion could be kind of decoded, and we need to classify different kinds of exclusion. And this is important to do because policies then need to be designed accordingly. I'm not a policy person, but I think this is something that we need to remember. So if we have to think about exclusions and sustainability, I think we also need to revisit the idea of rural. And I don't want to advertise myself, but this book I published recently in 2023, it's called The Indian Village Rural Lives in the 21st Century, where I've tried to argue that most of the notion of the rural is problematic, and we need to re-envision rural. A lot of it comes up in our discussions, and I've tried to put together. So in that sense, I'm trying to kind of speak for next 5-6 minutes on what I would call as re-envisioning or envisioning the rural beyond romantics and despondencies. I think these are kind of part of what one would call as the popular framing of the rural. And we think of rural in relation to the urban, and the rural-urban binary as seen as a structural kind of feature of underdeveloped societies or developing countries or global south. And this is something which I feel is a mistaken imagination of the rural as being other of the urban or different from the urban. And this also then, in some sense, makes us think of rural as something which is left behind, which is inherently ignorant and backward, which also at some level then gets constructed as infantile. And in these kinds of constructions, whether we agree with them or not explicitly, implicitly, it kind of gives us this sense that we know what is good for the rural. And I think that's something which I will try to come back to in a short while. So I think for me, and I think a lot of theoretical literature, empirical historical literature would suggest that one should look at rural not as a sui generis category, as something which is fixed out there, but something which is socially constructed. And what do I mean by socially constructed? In one way, one can kind of explain that when we think about rural, we are basically using a kind of state used classificatory categories. How do we classify spatialities? So lots of spatial formations exist in society, and there's a variety of spatial formations. And those spatial formations are clubbed into these two categories, and then we attribute qualities to these two spatial binaries, which are actually not the case. I mean, there are lots of rurals within Delhi. There are lots of middle-class people living in urban areas. And there could be many other ways of classifying spatial formations, classifying settlements. So rural urban is not a natural kind of different kind of spatial formations, which we should see as being what we in sociology call as sui generis. Because rural is also what we call as rural and what we classify as rural and what we enumerate as rural as it exists in the present, even if we have to talk about India, like urban, rural is also internally very diverse. It's not only internally very diverse, it's also spatially and regionally very diverse. So for me, there is not a singular rural, which becomes in some sense, we tend to kind of think through that category. There are multiple rurals. And when we say multiple rurals, it's not that, you know, the rural of Punjab is different from the rural of Tamil Nadu. Within Tamil Nadu village also, there would be varieties of villages across different regions. If you go to coastal regions, it would have a different kind of rural formation. If you go to kind of, you know, fishery villages would be very different internally. Within village, we have been talking about caste and the ruralness of specific communities and their experience of living in the village varies significantly across caste groups. Status becomes very significant, but also questions of humiliation, questions of violence, which are real part of rural relational structures. And I think that we need to kind of, and this is being part of, you know, discussions on development when we talk about rural credit or various other policies, caste comes up, and it doesn't simply comes in terms of ritual hierarchies. These are actual entitlements. Rural citizenship is also constrained by these structures. And I think we should also, in this context, recognize the fact that rural is an agential process. When I say agential process, is that rural also thinks about itself. People living in village, they also have a sense of themselves and a sense of what is good for them. And I think some of the new policies have recognized that fact that we need to also have participatory kind of development. But at the same time, I think there is a kind of dominant sense in the urban elite, which includes most of us in some level, including me. I'm not kind of separating myself from that, that we somehow see village or rural as a colony of the elite. And we think about rural as seeking, needing development, like we think men would think about women. So there is a kind of sense of power relationship, even in the conceptualization of the rural. While in actual reality, as I was saying, rural is not only diverse internally, it is also very fluid. It's also constantly adapting itself to the emerging reality. We know historically how people living in rural areas and different categories of people living in rural areas adapt to drought conditions, adapt to kind of, you know, various opportunities and try to. So it's a fluid kind of social universe, and it's largely our own kind of systems of classification that in some sense refight into one specific kind of structure. So now briefly going into these structures of exclusion and what is happening to them, how do we approach, say, something like caste? As I earlier said, these are structures of exclusion for me are systems of domination. They are systems of domination which internally, relationally, produce structures of relationship which exclude some and make some people as privileged. And I think those are very useful ways through which one can kind of, you know, straight away confront these realities. For example, when we think about caste, lots of people think of caste as a simple innocuous category which defined Indian tradition, our past, our ritual hierarchy, our religion. But beyond that, it has also been a system of domination. That's why, as development experts, we are talking about it. Caste obviously produces exclusions. Caste is a system of exclusion.
Professor,
but caste has also changed a lot. Caste has always been changing. We have this notion of caste as being static, frozen in time. Historically, even in the so-called ancient time, caste was a very fluid reality.
Professor
Today, for
Jyotka,
example, when we talk about the rural context, the old caste relations have significantly altered. I don't think they're revolutionary changes at some level. Jajmani systems have completely disintegrated almost everywhere. People don't pursue their caste occupations as a calling of their caste. They do it because of compulsions or because of choice. Farmers would want to do farming.
Professor Jyotka,
don't have other jobs, therefore they continue to do that. But those relationships have also been commercialized. They have also been instrumentalized.
Professor Jyotka?
Many of the big landlords or big upper caste people who were mobile, they have left villages. They no longer live in villages. And there's plenty of literature to show that how village has become OBCized. All the Agarharams of Tamil Nadu villages, I don't know if they exist even as categories, even as narratives to talk about. So this also has produced a new kind of power structure in the village. Old dominant caste, for example, as M. Srinivas talked about in 1950s and 60s, they don't exist any longer in the manner in which they did earlier. The rural politics is structured around some kind of clientele politics, some kind of, around new kind of entrepreneurs who are part of the larger kind of clientele system of democratic
Professor
politics.
Jyotka, can you hear
with
me?
the rural development funding going in, it makes a lot of difference. So I think caste continues to be very significant. It's not like caste has gone away. Caste continues to be significant ideologically. What Vijay Bhaskar was saying, question of status is very significant for people in India, not only in village but also in the city. Caste is reproduced more from the city than from the village. But caste also continues to be a kind of signifier of one's status in economic terms. You know, people who own land, they are likely to be from the same caste. Well, it's not.
Professor Jyotka, sorry, I've just got a message because they're running late with other sessions.
I'll just
Could we
finish in
start
next 2
wrapping
minutes.
up? Yeah, thank you.
Likewise, gender and family have also changed, and that is something which we need to work on much more. There's very little work on gender and family. Finally, question of class is very significant. Again, as I was saying, it overlaps with caste, and that has changed. Moving forward, we are talking about civil society organizations. I think we need to again re-envision this question. These organizations don't exist everywhere. In some areas, historically, those organizations appeared. In some areas, they don't. But there are other institutions, like you have the Panchayati Raj institution. Faith institutions are very critical. Old age people kind of connect with those things. And I think we need to critically engage with all these. We don't need to assume anything that these are fixed realities, whether it is question of gender, women, caste, rural power, or other kinds of, these are always emergent processes. And that's where I think I'll stop. Thank you very much for taking me too longer than I was allotted.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Lovely hearing from you after so long. I'll just ask the organizers if we have time, Pranjal, for questions, or I think if you're running late, we could just wrap up this time.
Yes, Samya, we can take 2 questions. And thank you, Professor Jyotka. Like you mentioned, the diversity of exclusion. Diversity is a fact, but inclusion is an everyday choice. I think with that, we've heard from an esteemed panel, which is not just working on actual change, but also sort of bringing in the learnings and sharing it with everyone. Open to questions now. We are allowed 2 questions by the taskmaster, Shamik. So we'll just have 2. The first question, Rahul, you had a question? Any questions from the house? Yes, sir, there. Can you pass the mic? Yeah.
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Manas from Pradhan. So I agree that inclusion is not merely a political goal, it is a moral imperative and a fundamental aspect of sustainable development. And many ideas were shared, but still I think it's more than a question, it's a comment, that we still lack concrete data on who are getting excluded and why. If we don't have that, then always our efforts will be half-hearted, I think. So first thing is that we need to have clearly the data, and we need to accept that we are not able to include them, whatever efforts we have taken so far. And we need to initiate pilot to include them in partnership with relevant actors. I think recent example is that we have collaborated with BRAC International to work with Karnataka government to include the ultra poor. Otherwise, like I will give an example. By design, many are excluded, like this tap water supply. Today we claim that 75% of the rural households are covered. It is very difficult to believe that data by working in the tribal regions where I don't even see that 50% are included. But by design, we have increased the burden on the women, which then when water supply is not there, they have to fetch the water. So by design, their participation in education, training and livelihood activity is affected. So even though NREG is there, they cannot participate there. So such things, like I will give another example, just one, to emphasize the matter, that in NREG, out of the many issues included there, CRACE was the least attended issue. CRACE would have helped women to participate in employment much more, but that was the least attended issue. So even though we are identifying something to be very important, how can we work on those ideas? How can at least we initiate pilots and really include the excluded is something that we need to attend to if we really want to achieve inclusion. Thanks.
Any other question, Pranjal?
Another question? Yes, Rajeshri ma'am, please.
Rather than question, I would say it's like additional information to what already our respected Joint Secretary ma'am spoke about our work in DNRLM, because the workshop sessions also included the topics on digital inclusion, financial inclusion, farm livelihoods as well. So I just wanted to add to already what ma'am has said. DNRLM is also working on financial inclusion. We have already a crew of well-trained 2 lakh of community resource persons who are working as bank correspondent sakis across the countries. And in digital inclusion, we have digital Ajivika register being very well developed and monitored, and all the states are working towards filling this data, because we all are emphasizing on the importance of data here. So that is where we are building this rich data source. And Locoyas is one interactive platform which will be built in, it's already built and running in many of the states. And also we have this Lakpati Didi initiative which has been running in all the states. So these are some of the points which DNRLM is already working in. And we, at this platform, I use it to seek collaboration from many of the organizations who are present here, multilaterals, bilaterals, and CSOs, whoever it is. So to work in tandem in coming years to reach out to last mile community people more efficiently using the cadre which are already present through NRLM and initiatives from us. We shall amplify the implications on ground much more at a faster pace if we join hands towards this. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Rajeshri ma'am. I think at large, this has been food for thought for everyone. And on that note, we will break for lunch, have food, and maybe think and maybe continue the conversation through lunch. I thank the esteemed panelists for joining us for this session. I hope this was invigorating as much it was for all of us. Thank you so much, everyone. And you can proceed for lunch. We'll come back. Yes, the lunch is till 2. We'll come back for a session on climate change and demystifying the risk around that in rural areas right after that. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I request people to please settle down. I hope you had a refreshing lunch and are ready for our next session titled Demystifying Climate Risk, Dimensions and Learning for Locally Led Adaptation Practices, which will explore the various aspects of climate risk and share learnings on locally led adaptation practices. The session particularly aims to provide a comprehensive understanding of climatic risk and how communities can effectively adapt to these changes. Now, we are privileged to have a distinguished panel of speakers for this session. Ms. Yashika Malik, Climate Change Specialist at the World Bank. Mr. R.R. Rashmi, Distinguished Fellow and Program Director at TERI. Ms. Marcela D'Souza, Director of Watershed Organization Trust. Mr. Libby Johnson, Executive Director of Gram Vikas. Mr. A.R. Rahul Nath, Director, Department of Environment and Climate Change, Government of Tamil Nadu. We also have Ms. Supriya Sahu joining us virtually as a keynote speaker. The session will start with a keynote speaker by Ms. Supriya Sahu, which will be followed by an analytical presentation by Ms. Yashika Malik, and we will also have a panel discussion which will again be moderated by Ms. Yashika Malik. I request Ms. Supriya Sahu to please address the crowd.
Yeah, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yeah, ma'am, we can hear you.
You can hear me? Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm sorry, I have not been able to join the session in person because I just got transferred. So from the climate change department, I just came to the health department and I have not been able to come in person. So apologies for that. But without much ado, I'm really, first of all, grateful, to the Women Development Corporation, Rural Development Department for giving me this opportunity to talk to each one of you. Thank you very much. Thank you to World Bank and especially to Samik, who has been following up with me. Since the time is very limited, I thought I would start by, giving you a perspective on how climate change actually implements communities and how, we have to make sure that these effects are minimized. So I thought I'll give you a kind of a real life experience which I had been seeing myself. So you have this a place called Pichavaram, which is a place for mangroves here in Kadalur district in Tamil Nadu. And in fact, when I visited Pichavaram, I had the opportunity we were going in the, in a boat, and we met a group of people, a husband and wife team. They were fishing. And I asked them how you are doing and what's happening and inna pandringa in Tamil. And I was chatting with them and they told me that, the kind of harvest of prawns and fishes that they used to get even 3 to 5 years before, it has come down drastically. Also, the time that they used to take earlier, it was much shorter to kind of get the harvest for every day. And they say that though they are fishing for a very long time, the harvest has also come down. So it's a double whammy. And they clearly said that it is because of the changing environment that they have been facing, and it has impacted their livelihood very, very badly. So that was one example I wanted to tell you. The second example was the, the oil leak which happened in the aftermath of Cyclone Migjan, which happened in Ennore, Creek area, and where we were made to kind of, our team was responsible for removing the oil spillage. That impacted the communities very adversely because the fishing communities could not go for fishing for a very long time, and they had to clean up the boats, and we had to kind of put a massive effort to clean up the entire oil spillage and all that. So what I'm trying to say is that the disasters and the climate change, it is making life very difficult for local communities. So this is the problem statement. We have these, everybody knows that, these are some small examples, but everywhere people are feeling this kind of a issue. How do we address? How do we make sure that we do something, to kind of, in both adaptation as well as mitigation sectors? How do we make sure that communities are able to become more resilient and are able to do their, or have the livelihood the way it used to be? Government of Tamil Nadu has announced launch of 10 climate resilient villages. My colleague Rahul is here, and he will be able to explain to you in greater details. But these climate resilient villages, basically this initiative is meant basically for making the local community more resilient so that these adverse impacts could be minimized. What these climate smart or climate smart villages or climate resilient villages would do is basically to look at this entire aspect. So we have actually taken WRI, the World Resources Institute, to prepare a very comprehensive, detailed project report to make these villages climate resilient. So that would include solarization, that would include wastewater treatment, that would include training and capacity building. It would include the water pollution monitoring, so that we could look at the impact of any kind of a pollution which is impacting the harvest of fishes and things like that, and the biodiversity. But more importantly, and most importantly, a resource like mangrove, if we could go for the carbon credits and for these kind of resources, whether communities would get a major share of that, so that they are in a much better position, or they are enthused, or they are motivated to conserve these kind of natural resources. So I think basically, if you look at the other very important program, which is the the biodiversity conservation program, which is being done by the National Biodiversity Board, which is opening in every block and every panchayat, opening a biodiversity register. And this biodiversity register would kind of keep a track of the biological resources and would make sure that the communities are paid, for the, if there is any commercial exploitation of resources, which is, if you are taking aloe vera from the panchayat resources, then the community should be paid for that. So I think I'd like to stop here, and I have to rush for another meeting by the Chief Secretary, and how I wish I had more time to talk to you, interact, and, kind of learn as well as share our experiences. But I'm so glad that Rahul is there, and he will be able to share with you the details. For any further details, I would be available. And I would like to thank once again for giving me this opportunity, Nandri. Thank you. We can close it.
Thanks a lot, ma'am. It was really great hearing from you. Now I would like to invite Ms. Yashika Malik for the analytical presentation.
Thank you, madam, for those encouraging remarks. And good afternoon to everyone. I hope you're still awake, because we have a very good line of panelists here to talk about a very important issues that you would have seen impacting daily lives of everyone. Now, I would not even say vulnerable communities. To start with, can we load the presentation? Okay, next slide, please. Do you have a slider? Is highly vulnerable to climate change, what are the risks, dwelling into few of the sectors, and then talking about why adaptation is important to build resilience to climate change. Now, if we look from a global perspective, there has been several studies that indicate the same thing, that climate change is something that is a need of an hour right now to start working on it. And there are several studies that talk about in the last decade itself, these impacts that we see as part of sea level rise, as part of the thinning of Arctic seas, frequent flooding, climate-induced disasters are going to be increasingly evident going forward. And the biggest challenge is that the impact of these climate-induced disasters will also increase from regional differences. So global warming that we talk of, though the developed economies might have contributed to it, but the impact will be, taken by the developing nations which are highly vulnerable. And it will impact the vulnerable communities more as compared to the other one. And coming to the South Asia region, though we've historically contributed to probably about 4% of the total emissions that are out there, but more than 50% of our population is under climate risk. Coming to India, there are several graphs here that can show you that we are highly vulnerable to flood. The coastal communities is highly vulnerable to sea level rise. The central part or the northern part is highly vulnerable to the heat stress. We all come across several news as we speak. Globally, there is there's several events happening. 70% of our total land mass is prone to hydromet events or the climate-induced events. And as I mentioned, 50% of our population will go into lower standard of living due to these climate change impacts. And we are number 2 in terms of climate and disaster risk in the world. This has also led to 14 million people migrating due to adverse climate change impact. So as we can see that since it's a large country, we have varied geographies here, but the weather patterns, everything further enhances the vulnerability. If we talk about the Himalayas, there are incidents of glacier-induced floods, there are landslides, there's heavy flooding, flash flooding that happens. In the coastal region, Madam already mentioned that the coastal communities are being impacted because the catch, the fishing catch is reducing, the sea level is increasing. There are villages, there's an example of Odisha, where the whole village had to migrate because the sea had started to come in and it's impossible to stay there. And in terms of economic losses, it has been over $180 billion that it has costed us in just last 2 decades. So the magnitude of an issue we all can see here. And this is going to have higher impact on poor, which are going to be the most vulnerable population. There's been several studies that indicate that the poor household as compared to the better off household, it has 5% or higher impact on the losses that they have to suffer. And about 700 million people in just the rural India face impact of these climate risk and vulnerabilities. And there's a district-wise map here. As you can see, it's mostly red. which is that they're highly vulnerable to impacts of climate change. Developing deeper into the rural economy, I think one of the major sectors in our rural economy is agriculture. And in India, more than 45% of people are, work in this sector. And economies that are, so the states which have higher share of agriculture sector has a higher share of rural population are mostly the most vulnerable one, which is Rajasthan, Maharashtra, Gujarat, and UP. In terms of how does it impact agriculture, so when there's a heat wave or when there are higher temperature, that leads to crop failure or reduced, reduced crops, and when the monsoon kicks in due to flooding and all, there's crop damage, which further leads to food insecurity. And during the summers is also an issue of water scarcity, which is a big challenge for farmers, and we witness that in urban centers as well. But the most challenging part is that it all impacts the livelihoods of the people engaged in the rural economy. Among this as well, the small farm holders bear the blunt in a maximum way because they have less adaptive capacity. As I mentioned in my earlier slide that water is something that is critical. We just have 4% of the freshwater reserves. And going forward, because of extensive water use, because of climate change, the water availability has gone down. So the per capita water availability has also further reduced. And the precipitation pattern has become erratic. So to give you an example, in Delhi or most part of the central and north India, just 2 weeks back, we had a massive heat wave, right? The temperatures were greater than 51 degrees in some areas. And after a week, we are struggling with floods. Like most of the cities, most of the areas are struggling with floods. So what has happened over years and how climate change has impacted is that it has changed the weather patterns, it has changed the precipitation patterns, so you're getting a large amount of rain in a very short period of time. So earlier, if you would have noticed that the monsoon was spread over 3-4 months, you would have like rains throughout the day. But now the monsoon or high precipitation is condensed into only few days, which lead to flash flooding, which also leads to another problem that the water does not get recharged because of it. So water availability is going to be an issue, and more than, so about 28% of our total land mass or the geographical area is prone to droughts and floods, which is more than 1/4 of our area. This has high impact on rural livelihood specifically because when there's excess temperature, when there's high temperature outside, the farmers, the street vendors, people that are engaged in activity have health issues. Some, because of these extreme climate events such as flooding, droughts, they generally lose their crops and livelihoods. This also impacts the livestock, so higher temperature also leads to deaths in cattle and other things. It also leads to higher pest incidents. So as you can see that a lot of things are interrelated. So it's not just that it impacts one part of the chain. It's a vicious circle impacting almost every stage and every part of the economy, and more so in context of the rural economy. Floods or extreme weather events also impact your public infrastructure. So maybe a bridge is washed away, roads are washed away, the produce that you were able to save during a flood, you're not able to take it to the market. So there are multiple multiple ways where it impacts the livelihoods, specifically for rural economy. And another point that I would want to highlight here is that it disproportionately impacts women, because women, because of their less adaptive capacity, they are generally engaged in sectors which are more prone to the impacts of climate change, bear the brunt of it the most. Coming to the adaptive capacity part of it, adaptive capacity is nothing but ability of a system, whether it's human or natural resources, to adjust to climate change. Now, adaptation is something which is a prerequisite of development. So, for example, you could have the best of infrastructure, roads, bridges, buildings, but just one event of, say, flooding or one drought could just take away all of that from you. So, adaptation has to be thought of from a development perspective, and all the policies that need to be in place have to take into account climate change and its impact. Now, adaptation strategies that are to be developed or are there at a national level, at a state level, or even at a local level, as Madam mentioned, that there are climate smart villages that Tamil Nadu is working on. They all have to sort of come together and be taken as a hierarchical approach to adaptation. And these adaptation strategies, as I was talking to someone here, have already been part of some of your programs and policies, right? So you might have, say, PM Kusum Yojana, which focuses on, say, renewable energy, but they will have to be thought of from a varied perspective or a different angle, where you integrate them with, say, for example, in a drought-prone area, you cannot be promoting policies which sort of extract more water from the groundwater. And similarly, they have to be efforts to mainstream these adaptation policies in the development or development plans at a village level, development plans or the policies that the government is putting in. And women, since they are the key stakeholder in this whole debate, they're also one that are impacted by it the most. They will have to be the key change makers and will have to be taken as a critical stakeholder in this. And some of the vulnerable communities will have to play an important role in adaptation planning and related policies. Just to give you an example of agriculture, and there are several adaptation activities which can also lead to mitigation efforts. For example, if you're looking at a drought resilient or a crop or a climate resilient crop, they also have a lower sort of water uptake. So what it helps is it further helps you reduce the energy that is required for irrigation, which is a mitigation co-benefit. And as in the morning session we had Mr. Prakasam, he mentioned that all these activities which are to promote adaptation can further be thought about innovatively and then further be used to generate maybe, say, carbon credits or climate finance that can help also achieve some of the development goals. In interest of time, I'll just move to the last part of the presentation, which is that this is not something new that we're trying to explore. We already have a lot of traditional knowledge systems which can help address this global challenge. If you use the current sort of sustainably rich practices, it can help lower emissions to a certain extent. The government has also, there's an updated NDC, there's a net zero goal at a national level that we've set for ourselves. There's a LIFE initiative, which is Lifestyle for Environment, which helps us adopt environment-friendly lifestyle and practices and leverage the traditional knowledge that we have. So one of the examples that you see here is Rusa system in Nagaland, which is a water-related or a water management practice that can help in times of drought or just better water management for adaptation. Now, this is not a very easy problem, therefore, it will need a top-down and a bottom-up approach, which is like a global to local and back to a global approach. So what I mean by that is that climate change is a global problem, right? Global warming has happened because there are higher concentration of GHG emissions that have been contributed by various countries. Right? But the impact are being felt at a local level. So for example, as a small village holder in a coastal town in Tamil Nadu, I might have not contributed to the whole emission part of it. But because of the sea level rise, because of the floods, because of the drought, my livelihoods will be impacted. So you need to implement strategies which are tailor-made to the local context. And then these local strategies will then further be, fed back into the global systems in terms of sharing that knowledge with others. So there might be some other region that are facing similar condition, and these can also inform these global policies. So one of the example is climate smart agriculture, right? So climate smart agriculture is something that local-led practices are there that sort of feed into a larger climate smart agriculture policies. And I would request our panelists here to talk more about such practices that help in building climate resilience. That's it, and we can move to our panel discussion. Mr. Rashmi, can I request you to give some opening remarks? So for this panel discussion, what we do is, as the first round, we'll just ask our panelists to give a brief presentation and share with you what they think about the topic and how communities are playing active role to mitigate the impacts of climate change. So may I request Mr. Rashmi to start on that?
You can hear me now. Thank you. Thank you, Yashika. And very good afternoon to all of you. I'll just take 10 minutes or maybe a little lesser than that because I have a few slides here. From the presentation given by Yashika Malik, you must have understood the intensity of the impacts of climate change on our lives and livelihoods. In the morning session, the Secretary Rural Development was talking about an aspirational rural India. Rural India has to act as a growth engine for the future. So how do you achieve an aspirational India when you are under such severe impacts of climate change? That is the challenge. What it does, the impacts destroy the assets in some cases. There is huge loss and damage. And that's why there is a loss and damage fund created globally to address the losses and damages caused by the global climate change. But that is not going to help us in the rural India. What is going to help us in the rural India to address these climate impacts is to improve our adaptive capacity. And climate change impacts on us in two ways. One, it reduces the availability of resources. The natural resources which you use, for example, in agriculture or in managing your water systems or in building your houses or building infrastructure, the availability of resources either in form of natural resources, soil, land, water, timber, any material, that goes down. You will see that because of the loss and damage caused by the climate change impacts, in many areas, mountain areas, coastal areas, the resources get depleted very fast. They also get depleted because of our growth pattern that we are following. But in addition, there is a loss caused by climate change to the availability of resources. The second impact is it reduces the productivity of the system. Whatever system we have, whether it is in agriculture or water or health, the productivity of our labor force, it gets reduced because of the impact of the climate change. So we have to address these two challenges. How do we do that? So this problem was realized a long time ago. It's not a new phenomenon. Way back in 2008, and I happened to be the Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Environment at that time, handling the climate change affairs, when this National Action Plan on Climate Change was drafted to address this problem. And it was a national action plan. It had 8 missions. One of them was on agriculture. Another one was on water. Actually, there were 8 missions. 3 of them were on mitigation and 5 of them were on adaptation. Adaptation-related issues: agriculture, water, sustainable habitat, forestry, Himalayan ecosystem, and of course about the knowledge, the strategic knowledge, the climate science. So these were the 5 different areas. I'll mention about agriculture. Can we go back to the next, can you go to this next slide? Agriculture. I'll only mention agriculture for your benefit because it relates directly to you in the rural India, the sustainable agriculture. Now you will notice that in this mission on agriculture, when it was first drafted in 2008, it had 3 clear targets. Basically, to improve the thermal, to improve the variety of the seeds which we use in agriculture, and to improve the thermal, make them thermal resistant crops. So dry land farming, development of drought resistant variety of seeds, and cropping pattern and mixed cropping pattern. They were the 3 key areas here. But in the morning session, I noticed that many people were talking about non-farm incomes. These are all farm-related issues. So even if our mission succeeds, I don't know to what extent the mission has succeeded. The state government representatives here perhaps will talk better about this. But even if we are able to succeed, my own hunch is that we have not succeeded. For example, in the thermal resistant crops, the development of variety of drought resistant variety of seeds itself is a very major issue for most of the rural areas which are impacted by climate change. I don't know to what extent the ICAR has been able to help us move in this direction. Scientists will tell us better. But even if we assume that our agricultural programs have succeeded in helping the rural community in addressing these 3 areas, productivity of agriculture in dry land, thermal resistant variety of seeds, and mixture of cropping pattern which helps preserve the agricultural productivity. Assuming that this has helped, this has succeeded, the problem is that the climate change now is impacting other areas which are still going to reduce your productivity. And these are the non-farm incomes, the non-farm areas. So, for example, dairy. Dairy today, actually, if you look at many states, dairy contributes very largely to the incomes in the rural areas. Plus, dairy is also a very major contributor to the emissions. In fact, it is almost 59 to 60% of the emissions in the agriculture sector come from animal husbandry. So dairy is very important. Fishery is extremely important. So all these, the water ponds, the water systems, they are extremely important. So these are not going to be addressed by this kind of mission. We need a new mission. We need a new mission which looks at these new threats and is able to preserve the agricultural incomes. Next slide. Can I come back to the previous one? Okay, so I have only talked about one of the missions under the National Action Plan, but that was obviously, that was the beginning. Secondly, second step, we realized very quickly when we started implementing the National Action Plan on climate change that it was not enough to plan at the central level. We must go down to the state level. Actually, the states are the level at which the people are getting impacted. Those states must get involved. So then the concept of state action plans on climate change came about, and you are all aware of this. All states have now prepared their state action plans on climate change. But again, let me put my doubt to you. You are the best judge whether these action plans have actually been put into practice and the extent to which they have succeeded. It's an open question. Third step which was taken by the central government and which I think you need to be aware of is that an adaptation fund was created. The fund was generally, it had the corpus of around 200 crores per year, and now I am told that this fund has been practically wiped out. It has been wound up for some reason. I don't know whether the central government is still making any allocation for this adaptation fund, which was intended to help the states implement their state action plans. So the next step as part of this plan preparation is to assess the risks, assess the climate risks, and judge which are the most critical areas where the shoe pinches. And you have to allocate or prioritize your resource allocation according to that. Next. Next, please. So there are 4 key learnings which I would like to place with you and then rest. In the process of implementing or devising a policy for addressing the climate change impacts and improving the adaptive capacity, from my own understanding, I think there are 4 key things which I have understood. One is that it is not important, the extent of intensity of the climate change impact is not really important. It is bound to happen. The way the concentrations have gone up in the past 50 years and are going to go up in the next 20 years, you must know that despite all this talk about climate change being a global problem, being a very serious problem, no country is actually reducing its emissions. And actually, no major economy is still reducing its emissions, barring a few. The global emissions are still rising. And they have risen in the past extravagantly. They might rise at a slightly declining scale now, but they are still rising. So what is going to happen is that in the next 20 to 30 years, we are still going to bear the serious brunt of the climate change. And so therefore the hazard is there, the threat is there, it's permanent. We need to actually improve our adaptive capacity. So the first thing is to assess the degree of vulnerability of the communities or the systems. And that is the most important task. And we need to build capacity at the state level for this. The Department of Science and Technology in the Government of India assisted each state government to create a climate science cell. The objective was to help them prepare climate change scenarios and make vulnerability assessment. Again, I don't know what has happened. Maybe the state government representative will tell you about what has happened in Tamil Nadu there. So that was the first part. Each state government, each community should be able to prepare a vulnerability assessment. That is the key. Why? I'll just mention in the next slide. The second part is that after you have assessed your climate risks, what are the plans? And the type of adaptation plans? Again, adaptation plans can focus on infrastructure. Some of the plans can focus on infrastructure. Some of them can focus on maybe improving the incomes or livelihoods. But I think the most effective adaptation plans should be based on the ecosystem response. What is called ecosystem-based adaptation, which is basically you improve the system, not only the adaptive capacity of the communities, but also the adaptive capacity of the ecosystems, forest, biodiversity, water bodies. If you preserve them, if you improve them, they are bound to help you, and they will ensure that the productivity of natural resources as well as the social resources does not go down. Third, the adaptive practices must not lead to maladaptation, which means they must be inclusive. Because if you build a road, if you build a major highway without understanding its impact on the local flooding systems or the local livelihoods, you will lead to maladaptation. Even if we think we have improved the productivity of that area by creating a transport system or by creating an infrastructure system, we have actually damaged the ecosystem there. So we need to be very conscious about the type of adaptation planning that we do in terms of its inclusivity and prevention of maladaptation. Last point, which is perhaps the most crucial thing for actually improving the adaptive capacity of the states and the communities, is to organize resources for adaptation. Now, some of you may be perhaps looking very with great anticipation at the global developments that are taking place in this field. Let me put all doubts to rest that no finances or no resources are likely to be available to us for meeting our needs from the global sources. We have to generate our own resources, most likely, and therefore we have to know how to generate them. There are two possible ways here. One is that the government itself organizes resources for adaptation, but this will not happen automatically. You know, as you understand, most of the, I'll just take 2 more minutes, most of the government programs are not designed to cater to adaptation or climate change. No, even rural development programs today are not designed for meeting climate change needs. They are designed to improve the rural infrastructure, rural incomes, rural livelihoods. They don't see the climate change impacts. So the challenge is to prepare a framework for measuring the natural resource impact into the developmental programs. A natural resource accounting must take place as part of these government programs, and accordingly they should be budgeted. So it's called mainstreaming of the adaptation into development programs. So this is you can't generate additional resources, but within the existing resources, perhaps you can earmark some of them exclusively for addressing the adverse impacts of climate change as part of implementation of those programs. Second is private sector. The corporate sector, it has large pool of corporate social responsibility funds. I think a time has come when we should organize, get into the involvement of the corporate sector and use those resources possibly to support the communities. How will this happen? You may have come across a new concept called green credits. Green credits is nothing but valuing the ecosystem improvement which a community does. This can be monetized in form of one unit. It's not a carbon unit alone, it is carbon plus carbon, water conservation, soil conservation, anything else which benefits the environment can be monetized, can be technically accounted for into one single unit and can be sold in the market. And the corporates can be requested to buy it out of the CSR funds. But we need a momentum, we need the state governments to actually plan for this, generate projects. Somebody was talking about carbon market. I think it is a misnomer, not a carbon market, it is a green credit market. Green credit market which needs to be supported in terms of actual projects by the state governments where these units are monetized and sold to the corporates. Last but not the least, the corporates need not only sell or buy these units, they also need to make an investment planning so that the natural resource accounting becomes a part of their practice, just like I am suggesting for the communities. Because today, the corporates plan an investment only for profits, but they don't take into account the damages which they cause to environment. So the natural resource accounting, unless this becomes a mandatory practice, this adaptation and prevention of losses because of climate change will not happen. We have last 2 years for the financial sector, for the banks and financial institutions, Reserve Bank of India has come up with a guideline for climate change risk assessment. We need a similar guideline for climate change risk assessment for the corporates, so that they plan their investments, and in the process, the community will also benefit when such plans are implemented. Last slide, please. Okay. This was just, I wanted to tell you what are the climate change risks and how they should be accounted for by the state governments or by the communities. I'll leave it here because I don't want to discuss this. This is a technical issue. But the fact is that unless you know how to assess your climate risks and integrate it with the government programs and also with the corporate investment planning, we will not be able to improve the adaptive capacity of the communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rashmi, for giving institutional and governance context. May I request now Ms. Marcela D'Souza to give a brief overview of our presentation. Can I kindly request you to limit it to 5 to 7 minutes so we can have another round of discussion and also take some questions from the audience?
Yes. Can I have my presentation, please? I'm going to share with you the experiences we've had with implementing natural resources management through watershed development. So this intervention began 30 years ago, and I'll share with you some of the experiences. Yes, so this is what it is. From watershed development to ecosystems-based adaptation for sustainable lively futures. What did we learn on the way? And that's what I'm going to share with you. Just to recap, these are the different interventions that were done. Sorry, it's not looking clear here. Okay, fine. So I'm not going to bother there. So these are the different types of interventions that are done across the landscape, from ridge to valley. And this was a process we did on the land and along the streams and rivers, and the rivulets and the rills. But the key component was we had the community right in the center. Without the community, we could not go ahead. And that was the lower photographs tell you what were the impacts of the work that was done. Now this slide is capturing what we have observed in the villages years after we left the project. You have the photographs on the left-hand side of the village Bhosdari, 99 and 2020. I know the rainy season was there, but if you look at the little hillock, sorry, I can't show it here. If you look at the little hillock which has green trees over there, rich green trees, the village tells us that is their Shramdan hillock. That was where they did their contribution because it was a very important part and they can see the trees. The middle table is of the same village which shares what have been the impact of the work. And this is where we did the study. What has been the impact on agriculture? Mind you, I forgot to mention, this particular set of slides and of all the villages mentioned here are in the rain shadow area. Earlier, they were receiving approximately 450 millimeters in about 30 rainy days throughout the year. It is varying now. But the table tells you what was the impact in the village Bhosdari regarding agriculture and comparing it with a control village. You can see the data there. Much more agriculture as compared to. You see the situation of the tree cover and forest area. They have some forest area which has been retained over the years. And the lower set of data is on the NDVI, the Land Stability Index, and how it has improved as compared to an area that was not treated. I now go to the next table where you have the remote sensing maps over there. It is of another village in the same geography. It is the village Darewadi in the rain shadow again. And you can see what the temperature was like. This is a temperature, not the tree cover, okay? You can see what was the temperature like in 1996, I think. And then in 2021, you see patches of dark green. That is where the temperature is much lower. This was taken in the month of April. And then you have patches of deep orange and red right in the center. In this village, we have observed that agriculture productivity had increased tremendously. And with the result, you had the dark patches where trees, or the areas were cut, and now it is exposed to the high summer temperature. This for us has been an area of concern with agriculture. We did a study, and the other patches that are green are actually the tree covers that were maintained over the years. And within the whole landscape of India, we would find patches of these little greeneries where tree cover has retained over the years. And it tells us that the temperature is much lower there. The last line over there was of another village. The paper is soon to be published, so I didn't put out the name. But what we observed was the incremental value of the baseline as compared to the end line. It was 3 times more income from agriculture and livelihoods. It was agriculture and dairying. That was 3 times more as compared to a control village. These studies have given us some very important learnings in the process. Okay. What did we observe? The observation was that when we did watershed development earlier, we had not considered biodiversity. We did a lot of tree cover, but not the biodiverse tree cover. And we realized we missed it out. We realized also in time, people were cutting off trees even in the hilly areas, and that was leading to greater erosion. There was another village where we assessed that the tree cover had reduced even after we had done work. They had gone into agriculture, leading to greater erosion. And a bigger problem was that it would also be affecting the streams and flows, because our rivers and the springs all depend on the tree cover at that area. And then you look at the area of agriculture expanding across the country, with tree covers reduced, area of agriculture expanding. So we are more exploiting the land as compared to it. And the amount of wells and bore wells that are going on, and we are exploiting all the groundwater resources. If we don't get good rains, we cannot replenish our groundwater. What are the newer challenges that we have realized? Is that these are challenges and opportunities. Climate events are increasing, droughts and floods. We have talked about it earlier. The market pulls are there. So farmers are deciding what crops to grow according to the market because they need the income, not so much according to what can grow. Then the farmer-producer organizations are a good opportunity for them to get income if they are well guided. And then the increasing pressure on the land and water resources. Now, having observed all these challenges, which we keep reflecting, we realize if we have to do sustainability and an ecosystems approach, we need to look at how do we protect the streams, the springs, the streams, the rivulets, protect our rivers and the boundaries of the rivers, the banks of the rivers, and manage so that the biodiversity, the fish can go back to spawn. Very often we don't even realize this. You know, we cut off livelihoods from fisheries along the streams because we are busy exploiting using the land, the water, only for agriculture. And the pollution that goes into the water from all that the garbage put into it, besides all the other, from the excessive flows from the chemicals used in agriculture and industry. So the water bodies are so polluted, our streams are so polluted that this needs excessive treatment for it to become viable for all of us. So what we realized was, if we want good agriculture, we need to see that the soil health is maintained, that the service of agriculture, the production and the productivity services of the ecosystems of agriculture, of fiber, of food, of water are well maintained. An important aspect was to do a water management. Instead of just doing water budgeting, we realized the community had to take care of its resource. They came together to restore their degraded landscape, so together they had to come to protect their water and use it judiciously. So we termed this as a water stewardship approach. And that's what the first book talks about, the water stewardship. How do you do it? We've tested it in over 100 villages before this was produced, and now we are expanding it across to many other villages wherever we have the opportunity to, where people come together to protect it, to decide how to budget the water according to the rainfall and the water, to choose crops accordingly, and to use all the management practices so that they can get agriculture as well as protect the water resources. The other important thing is the underground. You know, we don't know what's underground. The black box is out there, and we think the water that they get is an eternal source. And what we realized was we needed to do aquifer management for the people to be able to understand what is the resource, who all share it, how should it be protected. We find that aquifer management, and we do it in a game format. So we have a tool that is used. It is called the, I forget about it, it's a long name, but a tool by which they begin to understand the aquifer, and then they realize that the aquifer belongs to everybody and not only those who can exploit the resource. And then the important aspect is the water governance. And we developed a tool for the water governance standard. We have tested it in over 90 villages before this was done in 3 states, because we realized if people begin to understand their resources, they cannot get the agriculture, they cannot get dairy, they cannot get productivity, they cannot get drinking water. We cannot get the drinking water if they don't protect it in rural areas. So I think we need to look at this whole connection. You know, and that's when we looked at the water governance standard as a way of assessing villages to be able to, and for them to understand also, to see what they can do. You know?
Marcella, can we wrap up in 2
Yeah,
minutes?
just a minute. So here is where we looked at ecosystems-based adaptation. If deteriorating natural resources are there, people restore the landscape and watersheds and ecosystems they live in. If there is an increase in climate-induced risks, then build adaptive capacities of the communities. That is what we do with them to address the climate risks. And the third thing is, people have to take care of it in their locale. And only when they take governance in their hands and look at the gender and inclusivity in it, can people address the climate risks. So this is who we are. But just to share with you, we have this, you can download it and see whenever it is there, and also the tools that are available. This is a story of a village where you can see what it has restored over the years. Thank you.
Thank you. May I now request Mr. Rahul Nath to talk about the initiative that the government of Tamil Nadu is working on related to climate change.
Thank you, Ishika. Good afternoon to all. Can I have my presentation, please? Yeah. So by now, I think all the speakers must have demystified the climate risk, which we are kind of feeling. As Antonio Guterres, the General Secretary of the United Nations, has rightly pointed it out, the era of global warming has come to an end. The era of global boiling has begun, which most of us might have suffered during the last couple of months. Climate change, as all of us knows, one of the major impact which is going to happen is the changes in temperature, precipitation, wind patterns, and other aspects of climatic patterns. So some of the impacts, one is rising temperature, which everybody across the country, it's a global phenomena, and we have seen more heat waves. I mean, states like Tamil Nadu, which has never experienced a heat wave, had 12 heat waves, close to 12 heat waves last year. This year, the heat wave number has also increased. Even the death due to heat stress has also increased. Sea level rise for a coastal state like Tamil Nadu, which has the second longest coastline in the country after Gujarat. This is one of the major crises which we are looking at. Third is melting glaciers, which I think already many of the speakers have rightly put on. Agricultural yield loss, which I think Rashmi sir was rightly pointing out about this one. The biodiversity loss, I think Supriya ma'am also has pointed out, this is one of the major concerns due to climate change. Extreme weather events. Extreme weather events and the frequency with which these weather events are happening. You might have seen how the rainfall in a place called Kayalpatnam in Thoothukudi, where the annual average rainfall happened just within 24 hours. So how do you deal with such crisis? Or the places like Kerala, which already had heat stress, which was never heard of in the history of Kerala, has also happened. So what we are looking at is the frequency of this extreme weather events. Another way to look at this, it is also an opportunity for us. How can climate crisis be an opportunity? Number one, natural resource management, as rightly pointed out by the previous speaker. Since we are getting rainfalls in areas which never had this kind of rainfall, this gives us a good opportunity to catch all those water, have a relook at our water bodies, do some rejuvenation, even the protection of water bodies. Some legislation can be done in this regard. Second is renewable energy transition, which most of you might have already seen that even the central government has come up with a project for rooftop solar harnessing. Also the offshore wind energy in Gujarat and Tamil Nadu, which again the union government is looking at. Similarly, from the state perspective also, we have floated a new company called the Tamil Nadu Green Energy Company. Our energy department is also coming up with similar initiatives. Also, the automobile sector, wherein we have something called the green vehicles, which you might have already seen. So, a lot of opportunity lies in the renewable energy transition. The third thing is the green infrastructure and resilience. We have seen a lot of green infrastructure being spoken in the cities. For a rural perspective, I think this green infrastructure still has to come up. When we had the Kalaignar Veetu Vasadi Thittam, which is the CM's housing program in Tamil Nadu, we also gave a lot of inputs for building of green infrastructure in the rural areas, as well as the resilience in the rural as well as the urban areas. Also sustainable agriculture and forestry, which my previous speaker has already pointed out. Forestry also, we are doing a lot of initiatives from the government of Tamil Nadu. Of course, the education and awareness, which has gone up. As most of you have seen during the last parliamentary elections, almost on a daily basis, most of the political parties were mentioning about climate change, heat stress, and a lot of things. So I think education and awareness of not only the urban areas but also the rural areas have also gone up. Now, one area where we need to focus is on climate financing. I mean, much of the literature is there on climate change, adaptation, mitigation, and all those things, but there's no solid, commitment from the part of most of the governments as well as from the corporate sector regarding the climate finance. So this is one of the opportunity as well as a challenge for all the governments. One of the good things which happened over the past decade was the circular economy and waste management. There's a lot of good works which has happened in the center as well as in the state regarding the circular economy and waste management and how does it, on a climate perspective. I would also like to throw upon some of the initiatives by our government. First of all, we have come up with the Tamil Nadu State Action Plan for Climate Change. And we have gone a step beyond and we have started looking at the District Climate Action Plan, which we would like to even further extend it to the village level. Every village panchayat should have a village panchayat or municipality or corporation climate action plan. This is our larger goal. Of course, Tamil Nadu is a leader when it comes to the, measures, the innovative measures which we take when it comes to the climate change. So we are the first in the country to come up with something called a District Climate Change Mission, wherein the district collector will be the mission director, the district forest officers will be the district climate officers. Of course, district collectors should be the drivers of the climate change missions. That's why for the first time we have, kind of an initiative throughout the country. The second is called the Chief Minister's Green Fellowship Program, through which we have appointed a fellow each for the district, wherein he will be assisting the district collector and the district climate change mission in formalizing a policy. They'll also work with different stakeholder departments. As the first phase, we have recruited close to 40 CM Green Fellowship Program. We would like to further extend it, and this is kind of building a leadership, a young leadership in terms of climate change. Second is Climate Studio. I think Rashmi sir was mentioning about DSTs. Every state should have something called a climate cell, wherein a lot of knowledge regarding climate change needs to be done. So we have something called a Climate Studio, which is partly funded by the Department of Science and Technology, wherein we have renamed it as Climate Change and Disaster Management, because we think climate change and disaster management should go hand by hand, and it is located in Anna University in Chennai. They have come up with something called a Comprehensive Climate Risk Assessment. So what we have done is we have 38 districts in the state. We have assessed which are the most vulnerable districts, and we have found out, for example, I'll show you, this is Mailaduthurai. So in terms of most of the parameters, we've taken different parameters, agriculture, we have taken, sea level rise, we have taken lot of other parameters. For example, if you take agriculture, Mailaduthurai district is the district which is going to get affected. And we have even looked into their cropping pattern, wherein we found out that the rice, the productivity of the rice will be reducing to almost reducing by almost 8.5%, whereas the productivity of black gram is going to increase by 6.2%. So there lies several challenges as well as opportunities. So we have come up with maps like this. We have also precipitation maps, wherein we have predicted future, like which are the places which will be having which will be receiving above normal rainfall, as well as which are the places where the rainfall pattern, the precipitation pattern will be reducing. Another initiative which I think Supriya ma'am was mentioning was Climate Smart Village, wherein we would like to have this net zero villages. We are focusing on 8 parameters, which is 1, water resource management, energy efficient practices, also the climate proofing, the disaster risk reduction perspective. We have the climate resilient agriculture practices, solid waste management, of course the sustainable livelihoods, community engagement, as well as the enhanced land use patterns. So first phase we have selected 11 villages, and 11 villages we have grouped into a cluster. We have a coastal cluster, We have a mix of hill tourism clusters like Ooty, Kodaikanal, Yerkad, and Hogenakal. We also have a southern cluster consisting of partly Western Ghats and partly the shore. The other project which we are spearheading is something called a Green School Scheme, wherein we have selected close to 71 schools, and we have focused on almost all the parameters like solar energy, rainwater harvesting, biocomposting, vegetable and herbal gardens, recycling of water, plastic-free environment, etc. And we have, this is kind of a tie-up with the school education department, wherein, you know, the future generation will know about the better practices of green energy and all. The third thing which we are focusing it on, ma'am has already mentioned regarding Pichavaram, wherein Tamil Nadu is blessed with its own mangrove wealth. There are a lot of mangroves which have already been degraded. So this is one such plantation which we have undertaken under our mission, our climate change mission, wherein close to 195 acres of mangrove plantations were developed. Mangroves partly is a blessing. You all know that when we got for the green credits, probably I think in 2026, Government of India is planning to open its green credits. Once it comes, then mangroves will fetch us the maximum revenue, and we would also like to have a revenue sharing model between the local community as well as the mission. Other thing is the Tamil Nadu Shore, the sustainably harnessing ocean resources and economy program, blue economy program. This is funded by the World Bank. This is a very ambitious program. This is a 1,700 crore program wherein we are looking at the entire coastline, the 1,076 kilometer long coastline of Tamil Nadu on enhanced coastal biodiversity, coastal protection, of course the livelihood of coastal communities as well as pollution abatement. Another thing is the state action plan, which I've already told you that the second edition of the TNSAPCC 2.0 is already, it's already prepared, and we are in the process of releasing it. We are doing a lot of awareness activities because ultimately the information has to be penetrated to the ground level. So we are having workshop for all the people's representative. We had a workshop for all the MLAs. We are extending that workshops to all the panchayat presidents, all the mayors and the municipal chairman, and we also had a workshop for all the government offices in the district. So all 38 districts, we had stakeholder workshops. I think some of you who have come from the district would have been part of those workshops. We have a lot of IEC activities like the interactive games, and we have a lot of course materials for the school children. We also have a workshop for all the builders regarding how to have a climate resilient building, how to build energy efficient technology into the plan. We also had a session with all the resident welfare associations of all the corporations, the municipal corporations throughout the state. A few of the other government initiatives is, one is the cool roof, which most of you might have heard during the heat stress that Government of India as well as Tamil Nadu government was promoting the cool roof technology. So we have already done a pilot in one of our Urban Habitat Development Board buildings. We wanted to expand that. Another one is one of its kind in the entire country, that's called Our Tamil Nadu Initiative, wherein we are building a digital platform for volunteers. So as I can see, my previous presenter has already mentioned that a lot of NGOs, lot of civil society, they wanted to come and partner with government in for example in water body restoration, in plantation, in beach cleaning programs and all, but there is no formal platform wherein you can register and you can do that. So Tamil Nadu is coming up with the largest platform for voluntary work in the country. We have also created close to 100 small urban gardens. That's called Maragada Punjole in Tamil. So this is one initiative pioneered with Green Tamil Nadu Mission as well as the Forest Department. Way forward is always, you all know that it should be, there should be a leadership at the local level. It should be locally driven. It should be locally implemented. And as and when the green credits are coming, it should be shared with the local government. It should be shared with the local people, and local people should own it. And if it goes well, then definitely the vision of our Honorable Chief Minister that we will be attaining the net zero emission much before the national target of 2070 will definitely come to being. So thank you all. I'll be happy to take your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Nath. Now may I request Mr. Libby Johnson to share his presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I will speak like a worm because I come with a worm's eye view. I live and work in the southern part of Odisha, the Eastern Ghats region, which is essentially an extension of the central Indian, forested, Adivasi-dominated belt. Odisha is supposed to be a child or sometimes a grandfather of disaster. So, Samik is laughing. We've lived through cyclones, floods, heat waves in as early as 1998, when Western Odisha for the first time faced temperatures around 49, 51 degrees. In 2017, November of 2017, there was a cyclone. It was called Titli, butterfly, which actually hit the southern part of Odisha, where Andhra and Odisha merge. It led to, in an unprecedented manner, a landslide caused by a cloud burst which the cyclone brought in. About 12 people died, all of them were Saura Adivasis. And the landslides happened on the Eastern Ghats slopes. This was unprecedented for for the Eastern Ghats region. The Kerala landslides were still a year away. What had happened was Saura Adivasis traditionally did slash and burn cultivation, so they would burn the forest, raise a crop, move on. But over the years, with reduced forest access, increased population, that cycle got shortened. So slopes were degenerating. Sometime in the late 1980s, the national program around social forestry, afforestation, Forest Department in Odisha, many non-government organizations got together to motivate communities to give up slash and burn cultivation. And cashew was what we had brought in as an alternative, because cashew is a very easy crop. It gives you assured cash income once every year. People were happy. So this Gajapati district in the southernmost part, the southwestern part of Odisha, cashew is now the single largest source of cash income. And it was a cashew crop that actually led to the landslides. Because cashew as a tree does not hold the soil. It gives you a false sense of security, because it's a huge canopy which is always green, but then a cloud burst happens and then it goes. These are communities that I have personally worked with over the last 28 years, and second time they felt guilty, because traditionally they own land, they belong to the land. The first time they felt guilty was when fuel wood had become scarce because of forests not being there, and they said, we are not doing it right. And about 30 years later, they now say, what have you done wrong? Why is this happening to us? Now, when we talk about climate change, where do we factor in, somebody mentioned about people being at the receiving end unknowingly. But here are also communities that talk about sometimes being part of the problem, but then the effect of what comes is beyond their imagination. That's one aspect of the climate change lived experience that I wanted to share. Most of them are very early generation settled farming. When they've moved into 1.5 generation of settled farming, not very surplus oriented. So market is not something that they are particularly enthused by. or were not enthused by, but the younger generation is definitely moving ahead. Education opportunities have, over the last 25 years in Odisha, have expanded exponentially, so it's very difficult to find young people not in school in most parts of Odisha today. There are, of course, exceptions. As an observer, sometimes we wonder if we're going to bypass this whole growth trajectory, which was what Mr. Subramaniam also in the morning was referring to. And a lot of the livelihoods today comes from migrating from southern Odisha to the South Indian market. So there's a huge number of younger men who go to work in Chennai, work in Tirupur, work in many parts of Kerala, driven by the wage differential. So, you know, about 250 rupees on average for about 150 days a year versus 650 rupees on average for 350 days a year. That's the kind of earning differences that these people enjoy. So there's huge migration. And very interestingly, what we found is remittances are now being used to improve land. And this is not like, you know, 2% of the households. We've been doing at the block level very, very in-depth profiling of migration to understand what this is. And the one thing that we realize now is migration is actually coping mechanism number one. Whether it is weakening agriculture, whether it is, you know, aspirations, it is coping mechanism number one. And young people who earn in Kerala or in Tamil Nadu are sending money back, which their parents are putting into improving land quality. There is land purchases happening, there is land leasing happening, there is improvement land happening, irrigation infrastructure being created. And this is with 20, 25, 30% of the population, of the households. So it's happening in substantial numbers. But at the same time, there is 15, 20% of households that have given up agriculture because there is no labor available in the household because the able-bodied persons have migrated and old people don't find it easy to. So this is another aspect of, you know, how communities cope. Because one of the things when we were discussing this session was talking about changes in agriculture. And I was suggesting let's not worry about changes in agriculture, not so much, but changes in those dependent on agriculture and how migration, how decisions get taken by, you know, people to put money back into agriculture when a lot of us think that there is not much scope. And again, this is not, they're not looking at it from a market returns point of view. It's a lived experience, it's a practice. So what the organization that I work with, Gram Vikas, we've been working on water and natural resources for many years. We, over the last 5-6 years, working with these communities, working with the local governments in Odisha, realized that there is huge potential now for strong conversations and immediate follow-up actions around water. Various aspects of climate change, including decentralization. And that's one aspect that I continuously hear from, you know, people on the ground, including elected representatives of local governments and citizens, that panchayats need to take control. And that to me is a very important aspect of the adaptation mechanisms that we need to build. We all talked about, you know, locally led, locally driven, but we also need to consider the role of Gram Panchayats in actually doing that. So we've devised an intervention that we do currently with about 100 Gram Panchayats. We hope to step it up to about 1,000 Gram Panchayats in the next 3 years, where Gram Panchayats take the lead to define water security for their Gram Panchayat around 4 pillars. Sustainability of the water resources, natural resources, safety of water, because increasingly drinking water crisis is not so much about availability, but the safety of that water, the quality of that water, what we call prosperity, which is what will drive eventually investments and people's well-being, and of course equity and resilience. So imagining Gram Panchayats becoming water secure, natural resources secure, but not just the water bodies or availability of water, but looking at it in a multi-dimensional way. Some innovations that people are putting in place. One, when we are looking at the whole prosperity, sustainability nexus, how would farmers make water smart decisions? Two uncertainties were driving people mad. First, obviously, uncertainty around water. Will my crop have enough water? Will the land have enough moisture? And the second was around weather events. So one of the things that we've been trying to do now is to, at the village level, at the Gram Panchayat and the habitation level, bring in principles of hydrogeology, which obviously works in a different unit. Aquifer is a different unit, but try and see if aquifer boundaries can be matched to the extent possible with Gram Panchayat and habitation boundaries to create what we call a water passbook. So at any point in time, people in the village will know how much water is left in my account. Just as we all use our bank passbooks to say how much money is left, so what do we do with it? So can we create a hyperlocal information system around aquifers, water availability, that will drive people to choose wisely, decide in a way that is optimal. Second is creating a network of micro weather stations. And in Odisha's, southern Odisha's landscape, a weather station is good for a Gram Panchayat. You're talking about 13 to 18 square kilometer area. A good SkyMet weather station is today able to provide weekly forecasts, which we are, in partnership with the Agriculture University, are now able to convert it into a crop advisory. So farmers know what is a crop. I mean, they know the crop. What is likely to be an event? Is high humidity an event? Is rainfall an event? Is no rainfall an event? So that whether we need to prepare for pest attack or whether you need to prepare for irrigation, we are finding 35 to 80% reduction in cost of production per unit with the advanced information in the form of weather and crop advisory. And the final point I wanted to make was around how do we build it as a local movement with Gram Panchayats in the leadership. Obviously, citizen organizations taking the lead to converge with Gram Panchayats. How do we create the technical capability to take this at a large scale for a long time to come? And a model of social enterprises which the National Rural Livelihood Mission and its parents, SERP in Andhra, Kudumbashree, and of course, it used to be TNPVP at that time, no? I'm sorry. It still comes to my mind as that. But the whole model of community resource persons skilled in specific areas, providing support services, and also making a living out of that. So how do we create, be it hydrogeological service providers, be it weather service facilitators, be it water quality related work, Pashu Sakhis, Prani Mitra, whatever the name we call them, creating this network of hyperlocal social entrepreneurs who can cater to the needs of local communities and local governments with obviously the value of long-term resilience and equity as a running theme. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. So in interest of time, we've come to an end of the session, but we can take one or two questions very quickly from the audience. Anyone?
Hi, thank you for the presentation. This question is directed to Mr. Ranjan. You talked about adaptation aspect and as part of the mission, the adaptation mission in Government of India. Clearly the climate change is not going to go away, and therefore the need of the hour is to think of more on adaptation aspects. What are some of the concrete things, for example, with Samik, by the way, I'm Amrish Shahi from the World Bank, Social Protection. With Samik, we are working in Odisha, and one of the things there we are doing is we are working on developing a village level disaster management plan, which will allow at least to be prepared and to have those adaptive measures in place. Things like that, what are some of the concrete steps that one could take on the adaptation to improve the adaptation and at the policy level, at the Government of India level, because many of these things actually is driven by the union government and then implemented at the state level. So what would be your suggestion be on the adaptation side? Thank you.
Well, the answers will be different at different levels. At the community level, what is the best adaptation measure, the community will decide. Certainly the state government or the central government will have no answer. So what I was saying is that the answers will be different at different levels. At community level, state and central government cannot decide what is the best adaptation measure, or the state government cannot decide. Each one will have to decide upon the depending on the climate risk assessment. So the climate risk has to be assessed at different levels. That is what I was emphasizing, that the methodology and the tools for assessing this risk have to be developed and capacity has to be created at different levels. This does not exist at this moment. Only few expert institutions, a few experts know how to assess climate risks. But that is not enough. Once you assess the risks, you have to provide for resources to address those risks. So the biggest challenge for the central government or the state governments is to generate resources to meet these risks. Once these risks are technically defined and assessed, then the challenge is to find resources to meet those risks and integrate those resources into the development planning. Now, where are the resources? That is the biggest question which we are struggling with. We have, from my own personal experience and what the stakeholders tell us, that there is no movement here at all, either at the global level or even at the national level. You will see that all the climate targets at the national level, they all essentially talk about mitigation. Nobody is actually earmarking resources for adaptation. So we have applied some thoughts to this. I think a small step was taken in form of National Adaptation Fund, but I believe that that fund is no longer there at the moment. So we need to create a national adaptation financing platform where all stakeholders or all people who can contribute resources can come in. Something like a digital platform in which you create for gathering data. A platform where all stakeholders can join in, pool their resources and provide it to the state governments according to their plans and the priorities which they make. The World Bank can come in, the multilateral financial institutions can come in, the global donors can come in, state, central government can provide, but central government is providing through its own budget, and there is no separate budget for meeting climate change risks either at the central government level or at the state government level. So the corporates, the central, the state government, the global donors, multilateral financial institutions, bilateral donors, all of them need to come together on one single platform which meant for adaptation. I think that is the biggest contribution which we can make.
Thank you, Mr. Ashman. In interest of time, we would like to conclude this session. Our panelists are here for the evening, so please feel free to interact with them if you have any additional questions. And I would like to thank all of you for your time and
You can hear me? Okay. So this brings us to the last session of the day. It's been already a long day, so but in the interest of time, all of you who want can go and take tea, coffee mugs and come back. We're not having a formal break. We'll continue with the last session as you bring back your mugs here. So please be back quickly. The session continues, and I would request my session speakers to join me here at the podium. This is a session on rural finance. I heard Libby talking about bank passbooks and water passbooks. So this is about the bank passbook, the session that we'll be talking on. Doesn't put money in your bank accounts, but somebody else will listen to this and probably some more money will go at the bottom of the pyramid. So with this, I'll request the first speaker, Mr. Gaurav, to join us here. Gaurav Gupta. Gaurav has a diverse background, has been a commercial banker. Till recently, he was with Azim Premji University, an academician, researcher, and he's also co-authored State of the Financial Inclusion Sector 2023 report. Welcome, Gaurav. I would also request other fellow speakers to join. Shrikant Goli. Shrikant comes from one of the leading credit bureaus in the country. He heads the research for CRIF Mark, and he'll also be making a presentation. I would also request Anil Kumar from National Rural Livelihood Mission, NMMU, to join. Welcome, Anil. Anil has been an old hand at NRLM, and at the national level team, he leads the strategic unit which guides the state rural livelihood missions on financial inclusion initiatives. We also have two very senior fellow panelists joining us virtually. Mr. Soumyakanti Ghosh, Dr. Soumyakanti Ghosh. He's the Group Chief Economic Advisor from State Bank of India. I guess he will be joining us soon, and other panelists who joined us is Hemendra Mathur. You can see him virtually. Hemendra, I hope you can see us also.
Yes, I can see and hear very well. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Ghosh has also joined us. Welcome, Dr. Ghosh. Great to see you online.
Yeah, hello. Thank you. I have joined. I can see all of you.
Thank you. With this, I would request the first speaker to start his presentation. Roughly how we've divided this session is per speaker about 12 to 13, 14 minutes. Given the fact that this is going to be the last session, if we see empty seats, I'll probably indicate to you to speed up. If the seats are full enough, then maybe extra 1 minute to you all. So the credit goes to you if the seats are full. Gaurav, over to you. You'd like to come here and do your presentation? I'm so sorry. That's the impact of last session. Sorry. Indraneil, please join us. I didn't move the page. Indradeep, sorry. My apologies. So Indradeep heads Dwara Research. Any seat. Yeah. Indradeep will also be making a presentation on the work that they have done and will share with us the findings of household level research and impact thereof. Because of my mistake, Indradeep, you get 2 extra minutes.
I know, Amit, where you're going to cut those 2 minutes from. From my already long presentation, it's about 25 pages long. I've got 15 minutes to cover this in. But a very good afternoon to everyone present here. Thank you, Amit. Thank you, Samik, for inviting me here. Thank you to the organizers of this conference for putting up this wonderful conference together. I would also like to congratulate the conference organizers. Every conference that I've been to, you always get handed a bunch of papers, an agenda booklet running into 7, 8, 9, 10, 12 pages. But thankfully, there's nothing like that. There's all, soft copies. Just scan and see. So congratulations on being climate conscious and not just doing it for the sake of a conference. So as Amit mentioned, I teach at a university for some part of the year. I used to teach at Azim Premji University for the last few years. And the first question that I get asked in my course, which is focused on inclusive finance, is what's the relevance of finance? Why should we study finance? And my standard answer to my students is, till we discover oil in India, finance and the financial system is the oil that drives the economy. Often, finance is misunderstood as just provision of credit. However, finance and the financial system is a lot beyond that. And that's the lens with which I've prepared my presentation today, and that's the lens with which I would urge you to see this presentation. Finance is basic infrastructure, and I'm glad that the organizers have given it a sufficient space and time in this conference to be discussed here. So what I've been asked to do is give an overview of the financial landscape in India and not go into the very micro details. There's a distinguished panel of speakers here who are going to go into specific areas, specific micro interventions, etc. I'm going to keep this as high level as I can. So the agenda for the next 15 minutes or so, my fingers are crossed. I'm hoping I'll not cross 20 minutes, but 15 minutes is the target, is to give you a quick economic context. And having heard the presentation since morning, I think I can save some time there on that slide. Then I'm going to talk about the financial landscape, where I'm going to talk about three things essentially. One is the big shift that has happened in the financial sector over the years. And what's that big shift all about? I'm going to discuss in a few minutes, and also share a few noteworthy successes along the way, keeping it very high level at this point in time. And then I'm going to go into, in a way, evaluating how the financial system has stacked up over the years. But I will not go just for supply side interventions. I will also talk about what is it that the demand side needs, and how has the supply side measured up in meeting those demands as far as the demand side of financial inclusion is concerned. And I'll finally conclude my presentation with a few areas that still need attention. Quantity is one aspect of financial inclusion, what the financial services system provides us, but quality is again a big aspect of what still needs a lot more attention. So coming to the economic context, I'll just rush through this. Rural India, again, contributes to about half of India's GDP at this point in time. We saw somebody talking about the share going down by 2047, but at least at this point in time, half of India's GDP comes from the rural areas. 2/3 of our labor force is in rural areas. However, a large part of this workforce is agrarian and informal sector oriented in nature. What this results in is basically low earnings. Earnings in rural India is anywhere in the range of 50 to 80% of what people can earn under different types of work arrangements in urban areas. Women's workforce participation is low. However, it's higher than that in urban areas. A higher proportion of women in rural areas are involved in agriculture, and as a consequence, their earnings are lower. There's been an ongoing debate on the extent of poverty in the country. Anywhere between 5 to 15% of India's population continues to be classified as poor, depending on the methodology used. When it comes to a connection with the financial sector, about 50% of agricultural households still don't have access to any institutional or non-institutional source of finance. Now, is financial inclusion something new? Is this talk of financial inclusion something new? Absolutely not. Since at least the last 50 years, the state has intervened in a big way. Lots of initiatives have been taken. Some have been successful, some have not been as successful, but a lot has been done. But it's only now that things seem to have moved in the last few years. Things seem to have moved at a pace which is much faster than was the case earlier. There is still a problem of financial inclusion. There are still people who are left out of the formal financial system. Why has that problem existed in India? That problem has existed because of the consequence of low earnings in the rural sector. Earnings have been low. Therefore, the revenue potential from customers for financial service providers has been low. And traditionally, what has been the infrastructure in the financial sector space been like in India? It has been brick and mortar infrastructure, led by bank branches. And those bank branches have been extremely expensive way of delivering financial services. So that's been a chicken and egg problem in the country. There are unprofitable customers from the supply side's point of view, but from the demand side point of view, those are not welcome customers at bank branches. Banks have never looked at them as profitable customers, or they've been seen more as a headache, crowding at the branches. So has anything fundamentally changed over the years? Yes, definitely something has changed over the years. The state remains entrenched in the financial sector. The public sector banks still hold more than 50% share on the deposit side of banking, as well as on the credit side of banking. However, the state over time has realized that this cycle of giving loans, loan waivers, and the subsequent decline in credit availability is taking us nowhere. The state has, in my reading, the state has very effectively stepped out of day-to-day direct intervention. The public sector banks still hold dominance in the Indian financial sector, but the state has very smartly realized that it has to leverage the strengths of the private sector if things have to move. And that's exactly what happened over the last few years. We have a proactive central bank. The central bank, RBI, is responsible not just for defining our national strategy for financial inclusion, but they've also been very proactive when it came to giving bank licenses. The RBI gave 21 bank licenses between 2015 and 18, a number that was not matched from the time since independence. So that's really commendable. RBI has an innovation hub which is focused entirely on innovation. RBI has a payments infrastructure development fund which focuses on developing payments acceptance infrastructure in tier 3 to tier 6 locations. Yes. 5 minutes. Okay, I have 5 minutes. Okay, so we all know about the India stack. It's a layer of several APIs which have enabled a lot of innovation. But what really has the state done? There has been the necessary political will which has made this happen. And a big example of that we've seen through the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, which was launched in 2014. It's a zero balance account. They've been in existence since 2005. But the push, the rebranding, one can call it rebranding, but weaving around that simple zero balance account several other important features which are important from the demand side, that's what really drove the success of these zero balance accounts in the country. So some of the noteworthy successes that I want to really talk about, would anyone believe me if I said the poor were taxed in this country at about 10%? Yes? One clear example, and this is, in my eyes, this is one of the really, really big successes. And we don't talk enough about it. A simple remittance by a construction worker in urban areas sending $1,000 home every week to his mother in the village, both sides put together, anywhere between 5 to 10% would have got deducted a few years back, about 10 years back. In my work, I draw on some of Mr. Libby Johnson's work. Their organization does a lot of surveys also of migrant workers. So, that's been captured. But today, if you ask any migrant laborer in urban areas, the cost is now less than 1%. Now bank accounts can be opened without going to banks, physically going to banks, doing, with the help of eKYC. You can make UPI transfers with basic phones. You don't even need a smartphone today. Biometric and voice-enabled UPI can be done today. Banking on social capital. The credit problem especially in rural areas has been that people did not have enough collateral to take loans from banks. But India has come up with models which adapted something from outside and also came up with its own SHG bank linkage program, which has been hugely successful. There are 200 MFIs, more than 200 MFIs operating in the country today, which are giving out loans under the joint liability group models. We've had phenomenal success in terms of delivery of agricultural credit through the Kisan Credit Card. Today there are 7.4 crore plus operative KCCs in the country, and that's about 9 lakh crores of credit. I'm now just going to quickly talk about what is it that the demand side needs. You know, we've talked about the big picture, some quick successes, some very large successes. What do we need from the financial sector? We need the financial sector to carry out our basic transactions. We need an avenue to save safely. We need insurance protection, which the financial sector provides. We need credit. We want the ability to save for our retirement. And finally, financial literacy and consumer protection goes along the way. Now I'm going to show you some examples of how the supply side has measured up in meeting these 6 different requirements at different life stages of any person. In terms of ability to transact, not very long ago, lots of Indians did not even have a bank account. Today we are proud that 80% of Indians have age 15 plus have bank accounts. 52 crore plus accounts have been opened under the Jan Dhan Yojana since 2014. Who has facilitated transactions in that? That's the question to ask. I mean, opening accounts is fine, but how have transactions been facilitated? How has activity, usage of those accounts been facilitated? It's a combination of the state and the private sector. These accounts, most of them, 2/3 of these Jan Dhan accounts, the blue bars that you see, have been opened in rural areas. 50% belong to women. But where has the fuel for using these accounts come from? The government since 2013-14 has embarked on direct benefit transfer. The blue line that you see here on the graph is basically the annual DBT in cash made to bank accounts of beneficiaries. Would the bank system have, the branch network, have been able to service the transactions that people had to do to withdraw this money? They would have been choked. That's been made possible by this gray line that you see here, and the scale is on the left hand side. Today we have a network of 16 lakh plus business correspondents in the rural areas, and without this, the branch banking network would have choked. Who's provided this 16 lakh BCs? A large part of these BCs are from the private sector. 90%, the traditional branch infrastructure is mainly public sector banks. The traditional ATMs, the hard ATMs that we go into, open the door, those are public sector banks. But the physical infrastructure, the micro ATMs, the small machines that we use at different places, which business correspondents use, those are 90% of them have been put up by the private sector. Okay, now coming to the ability to save safely. So what about deposits that people have to make? Who are the large players as far as rural India is concerned? Public sector banks, Grameen banks, the 43 Grameen banks in the country, and post offices continue to play an important role along with the BC channel. Interestingly, the share of small savings, which is under the National Savings Scheme of the central government, the share of that scheme, the small savings schemes, has gone up tremendously over the last 10 years or so, from less than 1% to 8% in 2023. Yes. Okay. Okay, I'm not going to spend time on this, but there's just one remark I want to make on this slide. The growth in urban deposits, which is on the right hand side, and the growth in rural deposits has been similar over the last 10 years. However, what has happened during this time is that bank deposits have lost 20% market share as a percentage of household savings during this period. One of the key needs is the ability to insure from unforeseen risks. So how have banks, what kind of a role the financial system has played? Just as a benchmark against these 52 crores of accounts, there are different schemes that cater to insurance requirements at different levels, life insurance, accidental insurance, health insurance. How have they stacked up? There's still a lot more work. The white portion that you see, if I were to compare just to these 50 crore accounts, there's still a lot more work. When it comes to, Atal Pension Yojana, which is savings for your retirement, only about 5.5 crore accounts have been opened. So there's clearly a lot of work that still needs to be done. Okay, I'll have to skip a few slides, but I'm just going to take maybe a couple more. When it comes to credit, how have urban and rural areas differed? The rural areas and urban areas both have witnessed the same level of value growth in credit over the last 10 years. But what has happened is urban centers are adding more borrowers at a faster rate. The share of PSU banks continues to be about 75% in overall credit. This is per capita credit, per borrower, how much each of these different categories of banks lend to their borrowers. Public sector banks again stand tall here. I'm going to skip this slide and the financial literacy aspect is going to get covered in the subsequent discussion. Coming to the last question, the last part of my presentation today, have all problems been solved? Does this mean that we have no more work and we can all go home and relax? Clearly not. When it comes to credit, there are gender differences in access to credit. For every one woman borrower in the banking sector, there are 2 male borrowers. So clearly the access to credit for women is still lagging. The access to credit under the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana accounts, the access to overdraft facility on those accounts is to less than 1% of those accounts. So clearly it shows that there's still a lot more work that needs to be done. I'm going to talk about just the last couple of points. The pace of savings mobilization has been low, and as I mentioned earlier, bank deposits have lost 20% market share over the last 10 years or so. The BC channel, the 16 lakh BCs across the rural landscape of India, they have not been utilized effectively enough to mobilize more deposits, and there are not enough products which are attractive for people to save money into. Think of it this way. The inflation rate in rural India is about 6%. I mean, that's true for urban areas also, plus or minus 1 or 2% up or down between urban and rural. What's the return that bank deposits give us? 6%? 7%? Hardly. There's hardly even 1% positive, real rate of return. But most people in this room might have had access to the stock market. We must have invested in the stock market at some point. What kind of returns do we get there? I'm not advocating for investments in the market, stock markets, but think of it that the yield on bank deposits isn't that great. The return on savings is low. Okay, in the interest of time, I'm going to stop here. But I don't want you to leave this conference with the view that the glass is half empty, when the glass is actually half full. I think a lot of work has happened in the last several years, and not just in the last recent few years, but over the last 50 years. Some initiatives have been more successful, some have not been as successful. But the key message is that a lot more needs to be done before we pat ourselves on the back and say that the job is now done. Thank you very much for being very patient listeners. Thank you.
Thank you, Gaurav. That's a very good overlay of the sector. I would request our next speaker, Shrikant, to come forward. Shrikant would be showing the subset of this, the landscape of rural finance, that is credit. Over to you, Shrikant, and allow me to tap when you are nearing your last 3-4 minutes, so that you get a sign.
Sure. Thank you, Amit. Good evening, everyone.
Presentation, please.
session is regarding the state of rural credit in India, recent trends, and also what are the loan product categories that are contributing to the growth in rural credit, what are the top geographies and focus geographies, and then we'll make a deep dive into the microfinance sector in India. Yeah. So, excuse me, the PDF is being shown, or the PPT? Yeah. So when it comes to, for the purpose of this analysis, we categorized all PIN codes in India into rural and urban PIN codes on the basis of census data. And then we rolled up the credit data that's available at PIN code level to district level, state level, and pan-India level. So, and also for the purpose of this analysis, we have considered the following major loan categories for microfinance, comprising of JLG loans and SHG loans. We considered agri loans comprising of Kisan credit cards and tractor loans. We considered affordable home loans, business loans, gold loans, and small ticket personal loans. These loan categories are considered because these loan categories, they contribute significantly towards the economic activity in rural geographies. Also, these loan categories have high penetration in rural geographies, and also the participation of public sector banks and Grameen banks is high for these loan categories. So, the total disbursed amount in FY24 across these loan categories is about 25 lakh crore, and among this, rural has about a share of close to 50%. And within these loan categories, what are the major loan categories among these which are contributing significantly towards rural credit? They are gold loans, agri loans, and microfinance loans, and they contribute about 88% towards the total rural credit. And if you look at the growth trends in terms of disbursed amount in FY24 versus FY23, so we can see that for most of the loan categories, we can see robust growth in disbursed amount from FY23 to FY24. For example, for gold loans, we can see 34% growth rate, and similarly, for other products, we can see good amount of growth rate. However, for agri loans, we have seen a degrowth from FY23 to FY24, and this degrowth is largely attributed to degrowth witnessed by 3 major Grameen banks. But for the degrowth in those Grameen banks, the disbursal growth from FY23 to FY24 would have been more flattish. And similarly, if you look at growth in number of loans disbursed in FY23 and FY24 and the growth rates, so once again, we can see good amount of good growth and robust growth in most of the loan products. And only in agri loans, we can see a flattish growth from FY23 to FY24. And then we did an analysis of state level states contributing to rural credit. So these are the top 10 states which contribute about 80% to the total rural credit in India. So among these 10 states, so we can see the states highlighted in green. So these states, they have high portfolio, and also the disbursal growth from FY23 to FY24 has been very high, and also they have seen an improvement in loan portfolio performance as well. So these are the states which can be considered as top states for rural credit in FY24. And also, if you look at the other states highlighted in red, UP, Rajasthan, and Gujarat. So these are the states with high portfolio. These are among the top 10 states. But however, in FY24, these states have witnessed degrowth in terms of disbursed amount. So these states can be considered as focus states for us to increase the rural credit in FY25.
So Shrikant, did TN team prompt you to bring this slide?
No, not at all. Yeah. Yeah. Also, if you look at the next set of states which are outside the top 10, so these states, they don't have the same absolute value of portfolio, But however, these states have decent amount of portfolio, but however, good growth in disbursed amount as well as improvement in portfolio performance. So these states can once again be called as focus states, where efforts can be made to increase the penetration of rural credit. And moving on, so we have made a similar analysis of top districts as well as aspirational districts. So top districts are the states where there's high amount of portfolio, there is good amount of disbursal growth, and also there's improvement in portfolio performance. Similarly, aspirational districts where the absolute value of portfolio of rural credit is medium, but there is high disbursal growth as well as improvement in performance. So these can be the focus states where which can lead the penetration of rural credit further. Yeah, and typically the general perception would be that rural loans carry higher risk compared to urban loans. But however, if you look at the loan performance across all these major product categories, we can say that the delinquency performance of rural and urban has been more or less comparable. In some of the loan categories, even we can see rural performing better than urban. Also, if you look at the representation of or penetration of women borrowers in rural credit across these loan categories, so we can say that for most of the categories, penetration of women borrowers is decently good. For example, for home loans, we have about 44% share. Similarly, for gold loans and business loans, the share is like more than 40%. However, for agri loans and for personal loans, the share is low. For example, in agri loans, only 27% of total loans disbursed in FY24 are availed by women borrowers, and this came down from 31% the year before. Similarly, for personal loans, the women penetration has been 10 to 11%, which is really low. So there's an opportunity that's existing here to increase the share of women borrowers in these two product categories. Yeah, and then and then we wanted to do a deep dive into the microfinance portfolio in India. So the total microfinance portfolio in India is about 7 lakh crore, and there is about 28% growth on a year-on-year basis. And out of the 7 lakh crore, the share of JLG portfolio is about 4.4 lakh crore, and SHG portfolio is about 2.6 lakh crore. So typically, whenever there's a discussion about microfinance portfolio, the discussion is typically around only about either JLG portfolio or only about SHG portfolio. We generally don't come across cumulative portfolio of SHG and JLG put together. So because of this, the size and the impact of microfinance is would get underestimated typically. Also, when it comes to JLG gets the quality of JLG reporting to credit bureaus like CRIF HiMark is very good. So the JLG data that we presented here is from our CRIF HiMark database. However, SHG portfolio doesn't get reported in its entirety. So the SHG data that we are presenting here, the source is NRLM website. So that's one difference. And also, if you look at the total, once again, as per NRLM website, overall there are about 88 lakh credit-linked groups in India. And however, if you look at our, and a subset of this data gets reported to credit bureaus. And if you look at our database, CRIF HiMark SHG database, what we see is that close to about 64 lakh SHG groups data is reported to us. That's about 73% of the total universe. So approximately 27% of data is not getting reported to us. Also, if you look at the total data of SHG members, so the total 3.27 crore individual SHG members data is reported. However, there's a catch here. For example, typically public sector banks, when they report SHG data, they report data of only the demog data of only their office bearers. However, the remaining lenders, especially the NBFCs or private banks, so when they are reporting SHG groups, they are sharing demog data of office bearers as well as non-office bearers in the SHG groups. So the entire SHG data put together, that is where data is getting reported to us, is about 3.27 lakh crore. This doesn't represent the entire universe. It's once again a subset.
Shrikant, since my mic has got disabled, I thought this was happening only in Parliament. So this is just to directly let you know. Another 4 minutes.
Yeah, sure.
No, it's okay.
Yeah. And then we wanted to analyze if the SHG members, they are limited to only SHG, or they are also, the same borrowers are present in JLG as well as consumer loans also. We did that analysis and we got interesting results. So out of the 3.27 lakh, 3.27 crore SHG members, so about 41% of these SHG members have presence in JLG also, and the total JLG portfolio of these members is about 70,000 crore. Similarly, 35% of these SHG members have consumer loans, and the total portfolio of the consumer loans, the total consumer loan portfolio of these SHG members is about 1.4 lakh crore. So if you remember in the earlier slide, we showed that the total SHG portfolio itself is 2.6 lakh crore. But out of this, the JLG and consumer loan portfolio that is held by SHG members, from the data that's available with us, is about 2.1 lakh crore. So that's the extent of overlap we can find between SHG, JLG and consumer loans. Also, yeah, so this can be interpreted in 2 ways. So one interpretation could be that SHG members have really, they have climbed up the income value chain because of the SHG loans, and now they have aspiration, they have the capability to serve more, to serve higher credit limits, and so they are availing consumer loans. So that can be one interpretation. Second interpretation could be that SHG loans is not able to fulfill the entirety of the credit needs. So they are availing JLG loans and consumer loans also additionally. Can be the second interpretation as well. However, if you look at the loan performance, the individual loan performance is slightly, it's not as good as the group loan performance. So even that needs to be kept in mind. And if you look at what are the major loan categories that are being held by the SHG loans, then of course JLG loans would come on top. And then the other consumer loan categories would be the agri loans, gold loans, affordable home loans, and business loans would be the major consumer loan categories. Yeah. And if you look at what is a combined, so in terms of state level, what are the largest states in terms of combined JLG and SHG loan portfolio, if you look at that data. Then if you look at in the data in the second quadrant, so Bihar and Tamil Nadu would be the major states with high combined portfolio of JLG and SHG. So these, the 2 states, Tamil Nadu and Bihar, they have higher JLG portfolio, but comparatively lower or lesser SHG portfolio. Whereas in third quadrant, we can see Andhra Pradesh. So Andhra Pradesh comes among the one of the biggest state in terms of combined JLG and SHG portfolio. However, AP has very high SHG portfolio but limited JLG portfolio. Also, if you look at states in the fourth quadrant, like Tamil Nadu, Assam, etc. So these are the states with higher JLG portfolio higher SHG portfolio comparatively and lower JLG portfolio. Similarly, we did a deep dive into the district level portfolio, district level cumulative JLG and SHG portfolio for Tamil Nadu. So here we can see districts like Telam, Salem, Kudalur, and Tanjavur. They have higher, they are the biggest districts in terms of combined JLG and SHG portfolios. However, if you look at districts in the third quadrant, which is like Krishnagiri and Dharmapuri, so these 2 districts have very low JLG portfolio but higher SHG portfolio. And overall, if you see, JLG portfolio is more concentrated among the top districts of Tamil Nadu, whereas SHG portfolio is more widespread. Similar analysis can be done, similar analysis we have done for Bihar. So here once again for districts on the second quarter. So those districts are, those are the districts with high cumulative JLG and SHG portfolios. And once again we can say that JLG portfolio is more concentrated in top districts, whereas SHG portfolio is more widely spread, is more penetrated among all districts of Bihar. Similar for Assam. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Shrikant. This was very enlightening, various facets which we had not seen earlier, we got to see. Thank you. With that, I'll request Anil to come over the podium. We've seen some hard data, now over to the softer aspects. It seems we are running a little late, and I'm sure, Anil, you may have as many slides while your presentation is being put up. I'm hoping and I'm requesting that you listen to your boss, so ma'am, please wave, if he's exceeding his timeline.
Thank you, Amit. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope all of you are here, not physically but mentally too. So, I'll be straight to the point. Can I have the presentation, please? Yeah. So, next probably 8-10 minutes, we'll talk about, as my fellow colleagues have talked about. So, in the last 8-10 years, there has been enough work done from supply side, in terms of policy, schemes, products, enabling guidelines and all that. But our experience is that to cater to the demand side, so that for the people whom these products and schemes are meant, there is not enough or substantial amount of work has been done on the demand side, right? So we'll talk about what under NRLM we are doing to create the demand side, so that for whom these schemes and products are being made, they should be able to access that, right? So that is, we are going to talk about this. Some data we'll have like to show. Next, please. Next. Achha, sorry, I have to do from here? Okay. So all of you know that if the basic facets of financial inclusion can have these 4 components: product, services, guidelines, enabling policy, and the willingness. If we look at from the demand and supply angle, probably we'll be able to categorize that out of the 4 pillars, 3 comes from the supply side and 1 from the demand side. Slightly deeper into the supply side. So as I mentioned, lot of work has happened from the supply side in terms of the product, services, and all that. My fellow panelists already talked about that one. Data also reflect that lot of schemes, lot of institutions, small finance banks, payment banks, fintech, etc., and all that. Lot of scheme, PMJJB, SBI, PMJDB, and all that. And data is also in front of you in terms of the banking account penetration and all that. So sufficient amount of work. But what about the demand side? Have you know any policies from various quarters which talks about how to strengthen the demand side to evolve those services and products? There are limited in numbers. There are, but limited in numbers. And as a result of that, let's see what is happening at the global levels. So as per the various reports, this data is slightly dated, but it has its relevance. So almost 2/3 of the world population, 2/3 of the world population is being categorized as a financially illiterate. If you look at the case of the US, almost 1/3 of the population has been categorized as a financially illiterate, right? Country-wide ranking is there. I am not going. There is a S&P report. You can see that. So there, India was ranked almost 73rd out of the 144 countries that they have ranked it. If you look at our country data, slightly details. So only about 21% of the women can be considered as a financially literate. For the male, it's also not so good. If you see at the rural and urban, say it's only 1/4 of the population can be termed as a financially literate if you say in the rural area, and slightly 1/3 into the urban area, right? So this, what does all this indicate? All this indicate that in spite of having the sufficient from the supply side, scheme side, product side, enabling side, somehow these are not reaching to the people for which they are meant. And one of the reasons is that for these people to strengthen the demand side to access it there, that enabling ecosystem, enabling a touch point is not there, so they make them aware about to there is a product, there is services from which you can avail the benefits. So realizing that one, the under day in RLM, we say that because financial inclusion, you must have heard into the morning session, our secretary talked about, our joint secretary talked about the financial inclusion is one of the important facets, not alone in RLM, but in the whole poverty elimination. But soon we realize that if we continue to work only for the supply side, I think we'll not be able to make more dent. So hence we initiated that it's equally important to work on the demand side to cater the need, to make them aware what are the services and the product available in the ecosystem and how they can avail those ones. So that was the genesis, ladies and gentlemen, about how NRLM started with the financial and digital equation into the ecosystems. So now in next 4 or 5 slides, we talk about what the model, very simple model we have so that the people can understand, our rural women can understand 3-tier structure. At the district level, we have the master trainer. At the field level, we have the field level trainer, which we call the FLCRP, and this FLCRP is none other than the literate SHG member, right? So they have been trained at the RCT district level 5-6 days, and each of them being provided a training toolkit in the vernacular languages so that they can go to the villages, go to the SHG and impart the different awareness programs. And what they impart only these seven types, right? Why only 7? Why not others? There is also a reason for that. But when we say financial literacy or digital literacy, we talk about these 7 specific things, starting with financial planning, credit saving, up to the enterprise financing. So this is the reasons why we talk about only 7 things. After initiating financial literacy, we also realize that merely imparting awareness is also the half work done, until and unless that is backed by the accurate service delivery mechanism. So when we say under NRLM financial literacy, we say financial literacy with a service delivery. So you can see this is the real live pictures. So in the day 1, the field level cadres go and talk about the various aspects, talk about the savings, talk about the insurance and so. And if some members and villagers are interested, the other day, our delivery channel reaches and provide, if someone is interested in taking insurance, she is providing insurance, I was taking the amount from the bank loan, the delivery services, right? So this also, when we say in fact financial literacy, it always should be backed with the awareness plus the service delivery. And this is yielding result into the field. The third, I say that, and this is quite the USP, so there are other stakeholders, many stakeholders are doing on this financial and digital education into the country. But how long, largely it will be project-based, right? 2-year, 3-year, 4-year project, but how long it will going to sustain? Financial sector, all of us know, it's quite dynamic. Every second day we see that something new has come up, right? Some new schemes, a new product has come up. So if we do not have a wherewithal to adapt to the change, right? It will be in fact, it's an old trend and all that. And it will be only sustainable if it is maintained by the people for which we are maintained. So the third thing what we have done, so the entire structure of the financial literacy that we have designed should be managed by the community institutions. And as of you know that under NRLM we follow broadly 3-tier community architecture, field level SHG, then the village organization and the cluster level federations. So the FL structure is being designed. In fact, as of now, for the last 3-4 years, it's been largely state mission driven. But now we're in the process that the entire architecture that has been designed roles should be shifted to the community level federation. In some state already happening, and this is the way to go forward, right? So even if the project or the mission support of 5 years down the line, in fact, it changes its gear, work on something else, this structure is going to continue for some more years and hence the initiative also. So the initiative is not project-based or mission-based, it's going to stay because it will be driven by the community institution itself. The fourth, what we said will not be in competition with the already existing architecture. So for the sake, the bank is already having what they call it the FLCC, Financial Literacy Counseling Center, at the district level, somewhere at the block level also. So wherever possible, we are working with the bank, say this, let's supplement the effort of each other. So in FLCC at the district level, generally they have a 1-man, 2-man, and they have been given the entire district to make them aware about the financial literacy, which is next to impossible. So what we have been saying with the banks, utilize our resources, our financial literacy CRP, because the mandates of the banks and the NRLM are same as far as the financial literacy is concerned. So we are supplementing the effort of each other rather than in competitions. Fourth, in fact, we also have a method, I think this is a recent initiative, we also have a method of a concurrent evaluations. By app we are trying to do, so what we mean by that, so we try to map the existing status of SSGN member before the training. So in terms of what is the penetration of the savings, credit, insurance here. Second step is based on the gap that identify, provide the training, awareness. And third, we try to evaluate after a fixed times, after 1 month, then 3 months, then 3 months, what is the impact. So have the training that being provided to the communities in terms of the gap identified, has the services increased? Has the, in fact, pension has gone down conditions? So we also have a system of concurrent evaluations to know is the input that we are providing is yielding to some impact or not. Right? So while in last 5 years where have we reached? So for practical purpose, we are covering almost the entire country. Some UTs are left that we are quite aware. Almost all districts blocks minus some UTs district blocks has been left out. So if you see the resources that we have developed, so 40,000 plus dedicated financial literacy CRP who has been trained. In addition to that, we also have the other cadre in the financial inclusion like the bank Sakhi and the BC Sakhi who are partially being provided kind of thing. So total as a have, we have a close to 1.5 lakh cadre working on the financial and the digital literacy awareness plus the service delivery. Yearly, we are touching almost close to 35 million households every year. This year onwards, we are targeting 40 million households to touch every year by virtue of these mechanisms. Last Aksham Center, what is this? I'll talk into the last slide. So this is in fact the theory that I've talked about. Are this yielding a result on the ground? So the result in front of you. So this impact is not only due to the financial literacy kind of things, but anecdotal evidence also, so that the financial literacy and digital literacy played a very, very important role. So had this intervention been not there, probably the growth that we have seen, there would have been growth, but the exponential growth that we have seen in all the 6-7 parameters probably had been somehow earlier. If you see the number of credit linked almost double, in terms of the amount almost 3 times, in terms of the insurance coverage equivalent to 10 times in last 4-5 years in the all time. In terms of the digital awareness, digital transaction almost close to 5 to 6 times. So that's why I say, when we say that had it been only awareness, probably we would not been able to see in this, this jump into the impact that we are talking about. This is quite interesting slide. This is the 10 state, all of you know, probably account for 82% of the poor into the country, right? So, and the share of, in fact, I'm talking about one parameter, I talk about all the parameters because time constraint to just have taken only one parameter. So this, the structure of financial and digital literacy is also trying to, in fact, balance the regional imbalance. So if you see in the last 4 or 5 years, the share of these 10 poorer states across countries has gone up, right? One is the, in fact, vertical jump. In addition to the vertical jump, the regional balances is also being taken care. And in these 10 states, if you go and see the financial literacy architecture is really very strong and which is building the system. So it does not mean that everything is rosy. So there are challenges also that we are seeing. So the structure that I talked about is, as of now, is largely physical. So IT is quite innovating. So as of now, we have not been able to adopt that IT-based or say digital-based solution for this ones, because the focus was that to establish a large-scale architecture at the ground, which is near to the community, which is commensurate to the need of the community. But this, in fact, recently we are now finding it a challenge. So the structure is largely physical. Respond to the timeline, because you must have seen the large-scale architecture working across the country and all that. So any changes, the new thing that comes up, we realize that it takes time to, in fact, reach to our field-level trainers so that they can impart to that. And third is the customizations. As of now, in fact, it's largely, with some states have done some customization in terms of the approach and all that, but largely the standard was. So these 3, in fact, we have realized we are working on these 2 limitations under NRLMs. Having working at the scale, we also realize what is the sector level issue in the financial and digital literacy. You go and talk with any, in fact, the main stream or main pair of the financial contingency. From there, it's financial literacy just 1 point. कि यहाँ करना था कर दिया. They said कि नहीं वहाँ तो हमने कर दिया. The financial education has been done. So this is the large understanding of the sector कि financial literacy, financial input is a one time, which is not going to work. All of us will agree to this. Second is quite interesting, investment. Who is going to make the investment is the critical masses reaches in fact appreciable level of financial literacy. We have seen, in fact, in the first pre-lunch session, probably Soumya mentioned, improvement in education. So in 3 decades, there are a lot of investment in our school education. So today, now we're talking about close to 79, 80% of the literacy rate into the country. So there are programs like Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan, Mid-Day, and many other state government also. Substantial investment has gone into the education. We can see the result. Who is going to make investment to this? Because still we are at the 23-24% financial literacy rate. It's not clear about. Government is making its own, but the government, in fact, alone cannot do. So a lot of, in fact, onboarding from the financial sector, private sector has to come to this. The third was neutrality of the process. Apart from NRLMs and few civil society organizations, largely in our country, in fact, financial players have been given the responsibility of financial education. So what is happening, I am a financial player, I have a defined product in terms of the saving and credit. If you ask me to go and talk about either in the rural or urban area about financial literacy, it's natural that I talk about the my products. Ki ye savings product, ye credit product, ye insurance product and all that. So there we have seen that it's the, rather than financial counseling to the members, it more becomes of the product savings. So a fine balance, I think regulator probably need to look from this one angle, so whom should be tasked this financial education, financial literacy into the country. And fourth, all of you agree that there is standalone. There are major 4 or 5 players, but I think they are working in their own demand, lack of convergence again, kind of things. Last. So what is the way forward? Way forward in terms of NRL, we say that. So as I admit and I said there's, for the last 4 or 5 years, the intervention is largely SRLM and RLM driven. We're in a process of handing over or role sharing that they should be laid by the community institution for day-to-day management. So this is the model that we have designed. Mega physical infrastructure as such, it will be operational at the sub-block level, primarily catering to 1 or 2 cluster level of federation in a vicinity of 20 to 25 villages. What it will do these 4 things. So the task that we are doing, the SRLM as of now doing, will probably kind of things. It will identify left out SSG member in terms of who is having not services in terms of savings, credit, insurance, identify, provide need-based awareness and training. They also help in delivery of the services and also take care of the basic grievance redress. Right? So this structure we already having, in fact, 14, 15 states already working on it. And good part of that, RBI has now come forward to support these architectures. They have started supported in 14 states, already started on a pilot basis. Now RBI has given a go ahead for the 6th state for the large scale support. We are in discussion with those in Tamil Nadu is one of the state where RBI is supporting. We are looking that like RBI, in fact, other institutions also come forward and support this initiative. So thank you very much. That's all from my side.
Thank you, Anil. That was very, very heartening and empowering to see the demand-side intervention. Very much needed. So congratulations to you for such a scaled-up intervention. We now move on to banker to every Indian, banker to the nation, Dr. Ghosh. If he can have his presentation and if he can see him online. Dr. Ghosh, you can hear us?
Yeah. Can you see the presentation? Yeah.
Not yet.
Yeah, I have sharing my screen.
Yes, we can see it now.
Okay, you are sharing. Okay. what I will do is that good afternoon to everyone. Basically, what I will present today. I am the Chief Economist to State Bank of India and also a member of the 16th Finance Commission, but it's more in the capacity of an presentation where we have actually analyzed some of the groundwork in terms of Nari Shakti. So basically how the woman transformation is happening in India in terms of its linkage with the banking system through several government initiatives. And in fact, we have worked with some of the data at the sample level, collecting data from our sample, and we have found out very interesting patterns in terms of the transformation. So I'll be brief because some of the issues are already known, but what I will try to do is that I will show you some of the results which actually are very interesting in terms of in terms of what it is doing to the women borrowers. So basically, these slides I will I may actually not spoke about it because I think people have already spoken about all these things. There has been the banks, the government of India, RBI have initiated several steps for this financial inclusion. In 2014, post 2014, the government of India has actually taken several steps to make all the households bankable in the Indian context. So they have taken several initiatives. I think their path-breaking was the Prime Minister Jan Dhan Yojana, then Jyoti Bima Yojana, Suraksha Bima, Atal Pension Yojana, the NRLM scheme covering SSG bank linkage, the Prime Minister Kishan Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana, Stand Up India scheme, and the latest one is that basically the Lakhpati Didi. And most of these schemes, the interesting point is that we have started with the basic scheme of Prime Minister Jan Dhan Yojana. But over a point of time, I think most of the other schemes which has come across, that has a linkage with this Prime Minister Jan Dhan Yojana, because this was the first scheme whereby the government wanted to formalize the deposits in the banking system. And after formalize the deposits in the banking system, I think a lot of other formalization initiatives of the government of India has happened. And I'll actually show you that linkage in the subsequent slides. Now, let me go to the next slide. This is also known. Basically, you know that the RBI publishes an financial inclusion index. In 2021 World Bank report, I think said that 76% adults now have a formal financial account. It was 50% in 11 and it has now moved to 76%. The FI index which the RBI has constructed in 2021, you can actually see the progression, which talks about access, usage, quality, is actually moved from 43.4 to 60.1 in March 2023. The PMJDY accounts have crossed 51 crore, deposits are at 2.3 trillion. And the most important point to note is that of this FIA index, the access is actually becoming more substantial progress. But of course, in terms of the usage and in terms of the quality, we may have to travel some more distance, because I think in terms of the quality also we have moved up, but we moved a little bit down in March 21, and also in terms of the usage, I think we may have to move up. So while access is becoming more important, usage and quality needs to move up in accordance in the line with what is happening in the scale. Now, if I move into the next one, so what I will talk about is now the women empowerment basically is a sine qua non for economic development. So basically, there has been again several studies. There was a 2018 study by IMF which pointed out that if the gender gap in labor force participation is reduced, it would add about 18 trillion to the global GDP. So that was a big number. The Indian government has taken several initiatives to empower women in the country, which I have talked to. This actually is laying down an infrastructure for sustainable improvement in the long run. And of course, bringing further traction towards women's social, cultural and economic empowerment, benefiting policy intervention. I would like to highlight a little bit on the last point, the periodic labor force study. If you actually look into the PLFS labor force study, the overall proportion of women employed in agriculture has increased to 62.9% in 21-22, which was falling, and it was at 44% in 1920 from 63%. So it means that we have actually possibly gone up to the levels of 93, 94. But I think if you remember, this was the time of the pandemic. There was a lot of reverse migration has happened. So I think this 62.9 number should be taken and looked into that context. And as far as my understanding goes, if I look into the RBI KLMSS data, there is already a reverse migration which is started to happening from the agricultural sector to the other sector. The other important point to note is that the share of in total employment in the manufacturing and service sector has increased, but it is not sufficiently enough. And one important point which I want to highlight over here is that the women's participation in the labor force has always been an issue of concern in the Indian context. But you know what, recently there has been studied which shows that because of the several initiatives the government of India has taken, for example, one of the studies I think which I remember, which is in the public domain, which shows that because of these initiatives like the Har Nal Ghar scheme of water, the woman doesn't have to go now to several kilometers to fetch water, for example, in states like Rajasthan. And that is actually leading to an increasing female participation in labor force, and more so that is happening in the family labor. So therefore, that is also another aspect that why the share of the employment, overall self-employment has actually gone up in the recent times. But not all of them may be bad, because a large part is also happening because the women are now getting freed from all these mundane activities like getting water from areas which they have to walk several kilometers. So this is something which is also documented in literature, but I'll not get into details because this is not a part of the study, but that is what I wanted to say. Now next, if I go to the next one, I think these are all these sheets. This is basically the issue which you all talked about, the Women Reservation Bill. If you look into the Women Reservation Bill and the percentage of women in some national legislatures, India actually still at 15%, but it is still significantly lower than most other countries, but it's basically, and it's even lower than Bangladesh. So I think we need to travel a distance, and hopefully in the next couple of years, as we have reserved our seats just give me 1 second, I'll just also open the presentation over here. Just 1 minute. Yeah. So the point which I'm trying to say is that the percentage of women in India is still at lower levels, but hopefully this will also go up, as the government has already indicated that it will reserve 33% of the seats in the women legislation. This is the power of women. I have also wanted to show you these slides because these are very important slides in the form of the women empowerment, which is basically a process whereby women voters are getting empowered because of the several initiatives which the governments and also the state governments which have been taken over the years to empower them. In the 2024 general election, the female voter turnout is almost matching with the males. In 1991, the gap was more than 10%. You can see in that graph. But now, today, the gap was around 8.4% on average for 4 elections between 1996-2004. So this gap is now almost closed up, and we did an exercise recently where we found out that in 2029, there will be more women who will be voting in elections than men. So this is basically the power of empowerment of the women. They take not only decisions at the family level, but they also take decisions at the overall level, whereby they can play a decisive role in selecting a government which they want to choose as per their choice. In the last 5 years, women turnovers were higher than the men in 18 states. Out of these 18 states, same government was re-elected in 10 states where women turnout was more than men turnout. So this is basically the power of women in terms of their empowerment. Now, leaving aside that one, if I now come to just 1 minute. Yeah, if we now just come about, if we now see the women empowerment to social security schemes, you can see that these are some of the schemes the government of India is working on. And this is basically the financial empowerment schemes. If you look into all these schemes, the share of women actually ranges from around 27% to 81%. In Mudra schemes, the total share is around 68%, and 37% is Prime Minister SBY, and in the Stand Up India, the share is around 81%. So basically, the problem, the idea is that the woman is actually getting empowered to the several social empowerment schemes which the government actually has been running. This is one exercise which is basically very important. I think a lot of discussion I understand has taken place in the morning in the banking sector, but this is one area which I just wanted to show you. This is basically more women participation in Prime Minister Mudra Yojana is actually leading to a better financial situation of the women borrowers. Just one number, in the last 9 years, per woman Prime Minister Mudra Yojana disbursement amount increased by 11% to 53,160. But if you look into the per woman incremental deposits, that lead to 78,955. So basically, Prime Minister Mudra Yojana is an effective power tool of women empowerment at grassroots level. So it is actually leading to a higher women deposits in the banking system per woman basis and more so on a per woman incremental basis. Now, this is next. This another important slide which I wanted to show you is that the Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana. So this is one of the schemes which the government of India had launched. I think there are several details which I have given over here that may not be, I'll skip through them. But we did a simple exercise of understanding how this Prime Minister Ujjwala Yojana could have been useful for the women, because at the end of the day, the women are also the empowered and they actually run the family in terms of maintaining the family budget. The impact of this Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana has been significant on the inflation around 10 states. We found out that in top 10 states, the rural fuel and state inflation has significantly declined, stayed flat since the launch of the scheme. There is one component in the inflation which we captured is basically the wood, the fuel, the wood, which basically the women go and cut if they have don't gas. And I think that's the dependence of that has significantly increased. But of course, the Prime Minister Ujjwala Yojana has solved the problem of affordability, but the affordability barrier still exists. And here we had made several suggestions in terms of providing subsidy to Prime Minister Mudra Yojana. I think several state governments are also taking the initiatives. Recently in Maharashtra budget, it has been announced. In Rajasthan budget, it has been announced. But the idea is that from the problem of availability, the affordability barrier may still be looked into by the government. Now, if I go into the next slide, it is even more interesting. I think there is also a scheme which is called the Sammitha scheme. So this basically, as you know, the survey of village awardee and mapping with improved technology. Here we did a significant exercises that we found out that this is a central success scheme which was named by the Honorable Prime Minister in April 2020. It aims to provide the rural people with the right to document their residential properties so they can use their property for economic purposes. I think this is a very important step. I will give you an example over there. We found out from our database that in states and in districts whereby this exercise is being completed, there are now more female borrowers in rural in those areas. Here I have given you some idea, percentage of share of female borrowers in fresh home loans. This number, we did this study in FY23, was actually 29, close to 30% in those districts where the State Bank of India actually was giving fresh home loans. So the important thing to note is that as you digitize the records, as you move across Indian villages, of which around 6 lakh is the Indian number of villages, this will again empower the female borrowers in better quality in availing home loans. And I think that is one, again, important strategy and characteristics of women empowerment. So I think this is another one. Next, if I go into some more and quickly, this is basically an exercise which I did. I will not get into that. I think this was an exercise which the IMF had done. So we also did a similar exercise to understand that what is the contribution of unpaid women in GDP. If you look into and measure the unpaid domestic work by women, which they do in terms of working age women, unpaid women, the total unpaid contribution of women in India's GDP would be actually at 7.5%, which is basically a very conservative estimate, and this number could actually move up to 23 trillion. So this shows that what could be the women contribution, which is not we are measuring for our country. there is one example which I will again show you. This is also very important thing. I think we recently, and this slide, we also did an exercise to understand that in districts whereby there were more Prime Minister Jan Dhan accounts were open. This was for a 6-year period from 2016 to 21. We took the data of the crime from the National Crime Bureau and then we tried to map the PMJDY balances in these accounts and the number of accounts. Interestingly, we found out that we did two exercises. We found out that in districts whereby there were more balances in the accounts of the individual in terms of the Prime Minister Jan Dhan accounts, there was a meaningful drop in the crime rate. And the second thing is that wherever there was an increase in the balances under Prime Minister Jan Dhan Yojana, there was a meaningful drop in consumption of intoxicants such as alcohol and tobacco products. So basically, again, it shows that if you have money in your account, if the poor people have money in their account, they always try to spend it more on productive purposes, not on, say, items like intoxicants, and also on the fact that there is a decline in the crime rate. So these results actually we found out were very statistically significant in districts whereby there was a Prime Minister JDY accounts open. This is basically from a paper that they Prime Minister Jan Dhan accounts maintain a positive balance, and banks also provided overdraft facility which is used under PSL requirements of the banks. Now, this is another study which we did also. The Prime Minister Mudra Yojana strengthened the social fabric. We have used a social fabric index to understand whether how this is giving accounts. For example, the variable used in the index were the Schedule Caste, Schedule 12, the OBCs, the over number of deposit accounts, revenue, capital expenditure. We found that the social fabric index has possibly increased in the 5 years of the use of the Prime Minister Mudra Yojana. So basically these schemes are working at the point level, and this is another result. This is another result which I will take a little bit time, as you know. Basically, there was a scheme which the Madhya Pradesh government had also launched in terms of a Ladli Behena scheme. So, yeah, just 1 second, I will end in the next 2 minutes. So basically what we did is that we picked up the Jan Dhan accounts which the Ladli Behena accounts which our bank had opened for these schemes. So what we did is that we used a treatment sample and a control sample to see that what was the impact of those women who were getting the Ladli Behena amount in the scheme. You can see that the Ladli Behena amount, the impact of average expenditure of a Ladli Behena account was 13,034 rupees as against a non-Ladli Behena account of 3,732 rupees. So basically the point is that, again, if you look into if you give them money, in the women, the women, those at the bottom of the society, if you empower them in terms of enhanced access to banking deposits, and the marginalized also has a dream, and it should be a primary goal of every Action 100 policy to fulfill in the earliest, as poverty has no religion. So I think that this actually, if we have time, we can discuss this. There should be a debate on this. I think there is also a debate in the Indian context in terms of how we spend money, the states are providing money, but I think that some of these are actually essential in terms of providing or empowering the woman at the bottom of the pyramid. This is another example which I'm giving you from our data before I end. This is basically from the scheme, the Lakpati Didi scheme with the government of India. So what we find out is that how this was tending the profile of this woman. For example, we found out that women from, say, Kuch Bihar, which you call the home district, was going and swiping their card and spending in the expenditure districts. So you can actually see that people from Kuch Bihar was going and spending their money in Alipurduar. People from Tehri Gariwala was going and spending their money in Dehradun. And in the next table, you can see that people from Bihar, Samastipur in Bihar, had actually come to this. These are all women, because this is a Lakpati Didi scheme, have come to Mumbai, Maharashtra, which is a distance of 1,826 kilometers to sell their products. So this is again the scheme which the government of India is running in terms of this self-help group. As you know that the self-help group has been very popular in states, in the southern states. Kerala has been a role model, but now the government of India has taken an initiative to launch it across states. And if we can work on it properly, I think it can give these women more freedom to sell their products outside their state. Because if somebody is coming for Samastipur to Mumbai, from Madhubani to Ludhiana, from Prakasham to Lucknow, and all these we have actually picked up from data, because we looked into the spending ATM pattern, on the spending pattern at different merchant outlets, and we found that these people are actually coming and spending in these states. I will just end by saying a little more about this woman, is that gender disparity still exists in small and medium-sized enterprises. The woman-owned business comprises around 25% but account for 32% MSME finance gap. So gender bias need to be reduced in traditional lending. The credit officer, cash flow-based lending for women borrowers, and platform promoters ensure that ALM models does not have any algorithm bias, because I have seen that there are sometimes some algorithm bias. But I think this is one area which the banks are significantly working on. And I can tell you one data that in 2022-23, the total share of women in incremental deposits from the rural area was around 70% as compared to so basically women are now more contributing to the deposits from rural areas, as I have shown you one of the slides. I will end over here that there is an E7 reform which the government of India is actually doing, which basically reforms special banking services for women entrepreneurs and loan mailers. PSBs are also encouraging to connect women founders, and we are also organizing camps to provide financial education to women, bring them to the mainstream banking system, help them tap the benefits of government schemes, and teach them about investment and financial planning. I would like to end here, but the only point which I like to say is that a lot has changed in the Indian banking system, and the most important point to note is that when you are connecting the women who are at the bottom of the pyramid, or not even if you are giving them freedom, that is actually empowering not the women, but also this is empowering the entire society, because because at the end of the day, I believe that the women are always the best person in terms of running the family, in terms of maintaining the budget, and also in terms of maintaining and work-life balance and the work. I would like to end here and thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Ghosh. That's a lot of food for thought, and probably separately at another forum, it'll be great to get into details of some of the work that you've shown here and unbundle it further. We request you to stay back for the rest of the session also. There could be some questions which may come your way. And moving on to the next speaker now, who's also joining virtually, I'll request Himendra Mathur to share his presentation. Himendra is co-founder of a not-for-profit think tank called Think Ag. He's also a partner in Bharat Innovation Fund, and wears several other hats like co-chair of FICCI on agri startups. So Himendra, can you upload your presentation? Dr. Ghosh was talking about gender balance. I was trying to figure out what is the gender balance in this room, and you're doing fairly good.
Check.
We can see your presentation.
Amit, am I audible now?
Yes, very much, loud and clear.
I can't hear you.
Very much, loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. So thanks, Amit, and thanks to the organizers for giving this wonderful opportunity. Great forum, some wonderful presentation already on the way. So my topic of discussion today is a very, very important topic for a very, very important sector, which is agriculture. And we know how important this sector is to India's economy. Having said that, we need to move a lot in enabling credit, especially to smallholder farmers and farm collectives. So that's what I'm going to cover in today's presentation. So if you look at just one slide on the importance of this sector, its contribution. So if you look at the agri economy at the nominal price, it's almost 51 lakh crore rupees, $15 billion. If we add some food processing component to it, I think that number becomes almost close to $800 billion. So I think we are almost on the way to become a $1 trillion food and agricultural economy. It's a matter of few years. So it will continue to be a very, very important sector for the country. And as we all know, that almost 55% of the population in India is dependent on sectors related to agriculture and elite sectors like animal husbandry, etc. Contribution to GDP is about 18%. The agriculture has been growing at about 3% per annum. It keep on fluctuating, but typically the range is between 2 to 4%. We also export a lot of food products out of India. Again, the number varies between $40 to $50 billion. The target which is set by the government is about $100 billion a year. Our annual budget for agriculture, again, it keeps on increasing year on year, but for last couple of years, it is around $15 billion. And I must qualify here that almost 50% of it, 60,000 crores, is the direct benefit transfer to farmer. That is also part of this $15 billion budget to the sector. Looking at the Indian agriculture, we all know that it is dominated by smallholder farmers. As many as 85% of the farmers, the farming population in India is estimated around 150 million farmers. So almost 120 million farmers are small and marginal who own less than 2 hectares of land. It's very, very unique to India. In most of the countries, especially the developed world, the farm sizes are in thousands of hectares. And if you look at the average land holding, it is about 1.08 hectares, and it is of course getting reduced year on year, decade on decade with more fragmentation. Now talk about the agriculture credit. So if you look at the government priority sector lending target, as you all will know, government sets a PSL target for all the key sectors of the economy and likewise for the agriculture. For FY24, it was about 20 lakh crore. Right, it's growing at about 7 to 8% per annum. Interestingly, 60% of this credit is short term, essentially crop loans. You know, as you will know, we have 3 crop cycles in India. Kharif, Rabi, Zaid typically ranges from 2 to 4 months. So, which is very working capital intensive. Farmer buys inputs at the beginning of the season or during the season and get money only at the end of the harvest. So significant part of the loan is short term, and about 40% of the part on loan is long term, which is essentially for creating assets on the ground, which could be a warehouse, a processing unit, for mechanization, etc. Another important discussion point which I want to address as part of this presentation as we go further, the institutional credit is still 2/3 of the total credit to the sector. Of course, government is making a lot of effort in making sure that each and every farmer gets credit from banks and institutional sources. Having said that, a significant part of the credit, which is almost 1/3, continues to be non-institutional. So if we extrapolate 20 lakh crore of institutional credit to non-institutional credit, which is 1/3, it becomes 10 lakh crore. This figure is not officially reported in my research. So this is a derived figure, but that's a very, very large number. Most of this non-institutional credit is given by Arthiyas, by local money lenders, and you would know the cost of this credit is extremely high, ranging between 2 to 5% per month, significantly higher than the PSL lending norms, which is around 7%. I think this is one thing which I want to highlight again. Where is agriculture credit used? Interestingly, if you look at the graph on the left-hand side, which is usage for working capital and and creating farm assets, it's the use of agriculture credit towards agriculture still is, I would say, a smaller part of the total credit usage. So I extrapolated this number on the total credit, which you can see on the table on the right hand side. So out of 30 lakh crore of credit, including the institutional and non-institutional, only 11 lakh crore out of 30 lakh crore, only 11 lakh crore goes for agricultural purpose, and rest for, as shown in the graph, for housing and for personal expenses and other businesses. So I think that is an important thing that we should keep in mind, that whatever credit we are giving, it is actually catering to multiple farmer needs, even if it is classified as agricultural credit. Another important point that I want to highlight is that what is this 11 crore worth of capital is doing? Being an investor, this is what I keep on doing, measuring the capital efficiency across multiple type of business models. So if you, I'm going back to the number which I showed you in the first slide, the agri GDP number, which is 51 lakh crore. So of course there could be some other form of capital, but largely 11 lakh crore of capital is generating 51 lakh crore of economic value. So the ratios are roughly 5:1, which to me is not bad. It's a decent capital efficiency. If you look at most of the SMEs in the food sector, the ratio is very similar, between 4 to 5:1 revenues to capital deployed. So I think what are the learnings from all these data points? I think it's very important that we keep on improving the share of institutional credit so that the cost of capital to farmer goes down, which is very, very critical. You improve the use of the credit for the purpose which are more productive, which can be used for the agricultural purpose. And even in that, can we focus more on asset creation? Because I think asset creation is something which is still lagging despite best of the efforts, and most of the money getting used in working capital. So I think these are some of the sort of opportunities and challenges for all the bankers. And I want to talk about how we can sort of solve for it in the next part of my presentation. So this is, I'm sure I don't want to go in detail. I think everyone knows when it comes to lending to farmers, the cost of servicing, cost of acquisition, cost of getting the data, the underwriting challenges, the challenges around recovery, etc. So that's what I want to address in my, and of course I've highlighted these challenges in a bit more detail. If you look at the entire crop loan cycle from acquisition to estimating farmer credit worthiness, how do you link credit to crop, the inputs and other part of the pre-harvest and post-harvest operation. Once you disperse, how do you monitor the asset quality? Because when the crop is in the field, the asset qualities keep changing. It can become zero in a day if there's a flood or there's a unusual weather event. And last but not the least, the challenges around recovering loans from millions of farmers which are dispersed across 6 lakh odd villages in the country. Likewise, for post-harvest financing, onboarding farmers, assessing the value, because there's so much volatility in pricing of commodities. How do you assess the value, right? And how do you monitor the asset when the loan is on the book of banks? And finally, how do you liquidate these assets and get your loan and interest back? And of course, there's an opportunity of lending to ancillary sectors, which in my opinion are becoming very, very important, especially dairy and animal husbandry. And there's a huge financing opportunity available there for bankers as well. So now we'll come to, what's happening on the ground in terms of the innovations. I think most of it is led by a lot of startups. They are kind of agri-tech startups, fintech startup, or a combination of agri-tech and fintech startups. And some of these innovations can, in my opinion, can potentially solve for the challenges which bankers face while lending to farmers and rest of the value chain. So I'll just take 1 minute in terms of how does the landscape look like? So there are about 3,000 agri-tech startups in the country. This ecosystem has been growing for the last 15 odd years. I think there is solution for every farmer problem that you can think of. So I've put down some of the innovation themes on these slides. I've also put down some of the names of the startups who have who have solved these problems at scale. So there are agri-input marketplaces which are enabling access of genuine quality products, variety products to farmers at their doorsteps. There are output marketplaces which is helping farmers to connect with the markets in a tech-enabled supply chain, helping them discover new buyers, help them discover prices, help them get the payments on time. There's a huge segment of data scientists in the startup ecosystem who are using multiple hardware devices like drones, satellite imagery, IoT sensors, etc., and building interesting algorithms for decision making, not just for farmers, but for the entire value chain players. And of course, there is a small segment of agri-fintech. I think as part of the total ecosystem, I would still say it's a very small proportion as of now, who are doing payments, lending, innovations around value chain financing. Then a big segment around livestock management. As I said, it is really picking up a lot of pace in aqua, in fisheries, in dairy, etc. And novel farming system, which is essentially the control environment solution. So as you would see that there are a lot of solutions. Frankly, a lot of these agri-tech startups started with no intention of lending. It's only they discovered during the process that they're collecting so much of data and they're building farmer intimacy and knowledge of the farmer, so they can enable lending to the ecosystem, and that's where a lot of interesting innovations have come on the way. So I'll just give you some examples like farmer onboarding. One of the biggest challenges for bankers, how to go to villages, how to get farmer onboarded. So there are multiple startups, and again, I won't go into detail in the interest of time, but you must definitely look at the profile of some of these startups who have an on-the-ground presence. They are working through village-level entrepreneurs, or they are working through their retailers or some local NGO, FPO partners, and they're typically very, very progressive. They have the capability to go to farmers, get the requisite data, and enable them to come in the banking network. So a large number of these entrepreneurs who are kind of partners with agri-tech startups are available now, and many of them are doing the job of farmer onboarding. On credit worthiness, I think this is very interesting. How do you figure that out, especially when you're doing crop loans? So a very interesting thing which has happened in this sector is use of remote sensing, where you can capture the entire crop cycle from sowing to harvest, the crop health, the potential yield, and even the risk because of pest or weather events under almost a real-time basis. Depending on the frequency at which satellite images come to us. So this remote sensing based farm score have really scaled up quite a bit. I've listed some of the companies. There's a company called SatSure on this slide, which has tied up with CIBIL and multiple banks in making these farm credit scores available, and thousands of such reports are getting generated on a monthly basis now. So it's becoming more and more acceptable way of credit assessment and figuring out the risk when lending to agriculture. On linking credit to input sales, this is another interesting innovation. A lot of these startups, when they give credit to farmers, they don't give cash. They give credit limit. They control where this credit can be used in fertilizer, seeds, mechanization. They even curate the retailers and the distributors who can use this credit limit so as to control the quality of inputs. So there are multiple startups in this space as well. Post-disbursement monitoring, again, I would say that there's a huge scope for remote sensing. Once the loan is gone, you can almost on a real-time basis figure out how the set is behaving from day-to-day basis till the end of the harvest. And loan recovery, which is always a pain point for everyone, especially in the rural areas. Again, I think there are lots of these startups which are into market linkage, which are buying output from the farmers, and they are the ones who have got maximum capital also, like some Ninja Cart and a Jumbo Tail and a Waycool, etc. So they essentially work with farmers. So I think there is a potential for a tripartite agreement between the farmer, the startup, and the bank, where bank, instead of recovering loans from individual farmers, recover from the people who are, or the startups who are buying from farmers. So some of these examples are already there. I'm not talking theory. Some of it is already there on the ground, and which is quite fascinating to see how it is solving for challenges around lending to farmers.
Hemant,
likewise, in the post-harvest, yeah.
How many more slides? If you could quickly wind up.
I'll just take maybe 3 minutes to wrap it up. Yeah, so likewise in post-harvest, put down the name of the startups who are doing valuation of assets, who are doing monitoring of assets. A lot of interesting digital applications there, use of AI, ML to figure out the quality of grain, the quality of output, on the basis of which you can decide what is the value of the asset which is being traded and stored. I think one learning, especially, I also ended up working with a lot of banks, and they say we don't want to deal with so many startups. They want one startup to front end all kind of solution, which I think is still a challenge, because each startup has its own sort of solution. So I think if you have to scale this solution, there has to be bundling effect where we bring different kind of startups together. And I think some of the banks have tried it. So I think at least in the near to midterm, I don't see one-stop solution, but we have a variety of solutions which can be clubbed and bundled together for banks to work with. Again, I won't go into detail of this, but the message here is that there are solutions for every part of the loan cycle from a startup perspective, but the entire process is not digital as of yet. I think, in my opinion, it will still take maybe 5 to 10 years to get to a level where digital becomes the norm. So the physical presence is still very, very critical, and that's why partnership with the local partners, village level entrepreneurs is very critical. Last slide from my side, how do we drive these innovations at scale? I think, again, we discussed as part of this panel also. I think digital public goods are going to play a very, very important role. I think one of the most important digital public good which is under works is AgriStack, which is capturing the farm ID, the farmer ID, and the crop ID. There are 3 pillars which can tell you who's the farmer, where is he or she located, and what he or she is growing, which can help bankers to figure out what is the sort of potential value of potential income of the farmer and how much you can lend against that. Likewise, digitization of agri-input sales, I think, can definitely bring a lot of interesting innovations around retailer finance, retailer financing, value chain financing, credit marketplace, linking in-arm platform, etc. Promoting e-repositories, especially on the post-harvest side, is already picking up. I think that can really drive a lot of post-harvest loans. I think another area of innovation is climate-linked financing, especially when we see a lot of challenges around weather volatility. I think we need products which can address climate risk, which can anticipate climate risk. And last but not the least, it's a bit controversial, but even on the loan waiver side, I think we should build frameworks which are more data driven, rather than more politically motivated. And of course, there are reasons for legitimate reasons for loan waivers, but let it be more data driven than anything else. So I want to conclude here. All I want to say that there's enough happening on the ground. Only if you have to scale it, the regulators, the banks, the NBFCs, the startups have to come together. Then only the solution will scale. And with that, thank you very much. Back to you, Amit.
Thank you, Hemendra. Your last bullet is very, very interesting. Had never thought of it. Data-led loan waiver management policy. Wow, that's a great use case. I'm a little worried how that is put to use, but great learning. Thank you, Hemendra. We move on to our last speaker, who's been very patient, Indradeep from Dwara Research. If we can have the presentation from Indradeep. So as the presentation is being put on the screen, I'd like to share why I silently decided to have Indradeep as the last presenter. He had only 8 slides. Only person to have so fewer slides, so I was a little rest assured I can take it easy and when he takes it over. So over to you.
How much time do I have?
8 minutes. Please take your time.
Okay. So thank you everybody. Thank you Amit for inviting me. I'm coming from Dwara Research. We are a research and policy advocacy foundation based in Chennai. We do research in financial inclusion and social protection. And we produce research as a pure public good. So we don't monetize or commercialize our work. So what I'm going to talk about today, a very, very brief presentation, I hope, on the demand side. So already some of the previous speakers have spoken on the demand side. Gaurav has spoken about the importance of recognizing and understanding the demand side. Anil has spoken about the demand side efforts that NRLM is undertaking. And so one of the themes of this presentation is going to be, really trying to understand the demand side. Who are these people that we are looking to include? What are their financial lives look like? by the way, their financial lives look nothing like our financial lives. Their financial lives look very, very different. So part of the presentation is going to show you the ways in which their financial lives are very, very different from the kinds of financial lives that you and I lead. The other theme that I want to touch on, which is that, mostly India's financial inclusion story, if it has been a success, has been a credit inclusion story, meaning that credit among all financial products and services has outperformed all other products and services in terms of actually reaching the poor and making a difference in their lives. And the question is, why is this? The other question, which is allied to this question, is if credit indeed has made a difference, why is it that informal credit still persists? So our last speaker spoke about the role that non-institutional credit continues to play in agri-finance. So why is it that despite at least 15 years of policy push on financial inclusion, informal credit continues to play such an important role, significant role in the lives of poor households? So some of what I will present will speak to that. So just one slide on the microcredit. So mostly I'm going to focus on microfinance and microcredit. So the microcredit industry has grown significantly in the last 10 years or so, from 2.4 lakh crore gross loan portfolio in June of 21 to 4 lakh crore to 5.7 to 4.3 lakh crore gross loan portfolio as of March 2024. And 5.7 crore unique borrowers in June of 2021 to 7.8 crore unique borrowers. So that's a significant growth in a very short period of time. Also, the microfinance industry has become sophisticated over the last few years, especially during COVID. A lot of digitalization happened, etc. Now, when microfinance was initially launched way back when, the promise of microfinance was that it would allow poor households to undertake enterprise activities and steadily grow out of poverty. A lot of empirical literature in the last 10 years or so, mostly coming out of academic institutions, has shown that this particular promise of microfinance has not been borne out by practice. In practice, a lot of microcredit has been used for consumption smoothing. And so a lot of micro lending is for consumption purposes. And so then the question arises, is this a good thing? Typically, economists will tell you that borrowing to consume is not a good thing. Borrowing to invest is a good thing, but borrowing to consume is not a good thing. What I'm going to show you is that at least in some instances, borrowing to consume will make sense. And again, that is because of the unique nature of the financial lives of low-income households, which are very different from the financial lives that you and I have. So that's what I'm going to talk about in the next couple of slides. So this is a slide which shows you some data. I'm only going to talk about the left side of this slide, not the right side, in the interest of time. So what we did here was we took the Center for Monitoring Indian Economy's Consumer Pyramids Household survey data, which surveys about 1,70,000 households 3 times a year and asks them about their monthly income. Okay, so this is one of the few data sets, household level data sets, regular, it's actually a panel data set that reports monthly household income. So what we were wanting to understand is that, usually poverty assessments are based on annual measures, annual metrics. So usually the way poverty is assessed is that there is some annual threshold that is set. This annual threshold is basically a minimum income threshold that a household must meet in order to be declared non-poor. So if the household is above that threshold, the household is declared non-poor. If it is below the threshold, the household is what is called a BPL household. And then what is done is that the annual income of that household is compared to this threshold. And if the annual income falls above the threshold, the household is declared non-poor. What I'm going to argue is that that is not the right way to think about poverty, especially if you're thinking about poor households. The reason for that is that poor households experience a lot of intra-year poverty. Their income is highly volatile within the year. So if you were to look at monthly income and say you take that annual threshold, poverty threshold, divided by 12, then you get a monthly poverty threshold, and then you look at the monthly income that poor households are reporting and compare the monthly income to the poverty threshold, you will find that a poor household that is non-poor on an annual reckoning may be poor for several months of the year on a monthly reckoning. So this is what this graph shows. It shows on the left-hand side, the orange bar shows, look at the extreme left-hand side set of bars. The lime green bar shows that if you were to take the households, we looked at 80,000 households, by the way, which is the number of households that had monthly income for every 12 months of the year, because we needed monthly income for every 12 months of the year in order to do this exercise. So we looked at households. First, we asked, if we just look at the annual average of the 12 months of income and compare that to the annual poverty threshold, how many households will fall below the poverty line? And we found that that number is 28%. So that's the lime green bar. But then, if you ask yourself, if you look at the monthly data, which is you look at monthly income, and you compare the monthly income to the poverty threshold for the month, you find that 58% of the households are poor for at least 1 month of the year. And 50% of households are poor for at least 3 months of the year. And 36% of the households are poor for at least 6 months of the year. Okay? So look at the difference, the stark difference between the number 28, which describes what percentage of households are poor on an annual reckoning, versus the number 50, which shows what percentage of households are poor for at least 3 months of the year when you do a monthly reckoning. Okay, so this shows that there is a lot of what is called episodic poverty in the financial lives of poor households, and this episodic poverty means that poor households are moving in and out of poverty several times within the year, and annual poverty statistics are not capturing this movement at all. Okay, and you can do the similar exercise with household expenditures. You can compare the household expenditure to the annual threshold, etc., etc. But what this also shows you is that poor households have incomes that are not only unstable, that means they vary a lot within the course of the year, but also incomes that are insufficient. Insufficient, why? Because they are not able to consume the minimum necessary to stay above the poverty threshold. A similar picture arises when you think of the kind of cash flow position that poor households enjoy during the course of the year. So clearly, if income is insufficient and if income is unstable, then that means that poor households routinely, regularly experience cash flow deficits or illiquidity. So along with insufficiency and instability, you get illiquidity, which means that poor households routinely need to borrow in order to close that cash flow gap. So on this diagram, you see that, and again, we can just look at the left-hand side bars in the interest of time. You find that, so on the left-hand side, on the extreme left, you see bars that are relevant for the poorest of the poor. So households earning less than the poverty threshold for every single month of a year. Okay, so these are the poorest of the poor households. 87% of them had a cash flow deficit at least 1 month of the year. 17% had a cash flow deficit for at least 3 months of the year. By cash flow deficit, we just mean relative to the minimum consumption expenditure they would need and the income. Right? So, well, actually, in this case, the cash flow deficit means income minus expenses. It's not a comparison with the poverty threshold. So it's just income minus expenses. Income minus expenses, if income minus expenses is a negative number, we say that that's a cash flow deficit. 70% of households face a cash flow deficit for at least 3 months, 43% for at least 6 months, and 19%, 1 in 5 households, 1 in 5 of these households face a cash flow deficit for at least 9 months of the year. Okay? So this is the reason, I would argue, that informal credit still persists. That this particular feature of the financial lives of low-income households has not really been taken up and addressed by policymakers or even by private sector players in the financial inclusion space. That what is really driving the need to borrow is a high-frequency cash flow deficit. But if you think about what is driving the decision to lend, it is a low-frequency income assessment. So you see that mismatch. By low-frequency income assessment, I just mean annual income assessment. That's what the RBI says you should do, that lenders should assess in household income on at an annual level and then decide how much credit to advance or not. So there is a fundamental mismatch between the condition for borrowing, which is a high frequency cash flow deficit, and the condition for lending, which is a low frequency income sufficiency criterion. So this is the so now microcredit is really also whether it wants to or not and whether it likes to or not is solving this problem for low income households. This is why a lot of the microcredit is going towards consumption smoothing. And at least some part of this consumption smoothing is not bad because it allows these households to at least achieve a minimum level of consumption during the course of the year. Okay, so what I've showed you would contest the conventional wisdom that borrowing to consume is necessarily a bad thing, and also would offer some answers to some of the questions that other panelists have raised. Quarter or a year, the planning horizon for a typical poor household may be a week or maybe 2 weeks. Okay, our planning, our financial planning is analytical. It is, our horizons are long, and it is deliberate. The financial planning, if there is any financial planning of low-income households, is not analytical, it's intuitive, and it is almost forced on them even within the week, several times in a week. And this is not just true of rural poor, this is also true of the urban poor. So this is a graph that shows the income profile of gig workers in Bangalore. You know, we ran a financial diary study for gig workers, for about 20 gig workers over the course of 1 month. And we found similar pattern, that there is a lot of volatility in the income, and these gig workers are constantly borrowing. Even within the month, we saw 44 new loans were taken out by just 20 gig workers within the course of the month, just to manage cash, just to manage their expenses on a day-to-day basis. So what policy implications does this have? Well, obviously the one big policy implication is that we need to collect high frequency data in order to, because the only high frequency data source right now, the regular panel data source we have is the CMI CPHS. We need to collect more high frequency data. In fact, that data is available at a monthly frequency. I would wager that if you could collect data at a weekly frequency, you would see even more ups and downs, So we need more high frequency data, and we need financial solutions that address this problem. Right now, microcredit is not addressing this problem. It is maybe addressing this problem somewhat because low-income households are using microcredit to smooth consumption. Now, there are some fintechs which are trying to do this. So there is a fintech which is trying to service gig workers by basing their credit decisions on cash flow, on gig workers' cash flows. But certainly this kind of innovation is not happening. among microcredit institutions. And maybe it's not happening because I think again this was something that Gaurav mentioned, is that it's very costly to do this kind of lending or do this kind of credit decisioning based on a consideration of cash flows. Or as it is, microcredit institutions have a lot of difficulties assessing annual household income. So one can imagine the kinds of difficulties microcredit institutions would face if you were to ask them to now assess household cash flows, that too at a high frequency. So these are some of the critical challenges for financial inclusion of low-income households. Now what we are doing, and this is my last slide. Am I good on time? Yeah, okay. This is my last slide. So what we are doing, one of the speakers also talked about women's empowerment. There has been a significant push to include women, poor women, in the realm of digital financial services. Again, I would argue that much of that push has been a supply side push, and much of that push has not really sought to understand the lives of low-income women. The financial lives of low-income women revolve around, once again, day-to-day cash flow management. Handling cash within the community. A lot of that cash is flowing within the community in the networks of relations that these women are embedded in. And that may be the reason that if you take a digital platform to them, they're not so readily willing to adopt a digital platform, because that digital platform in some way is seeking to displace all of those informal relations that those women are already embedded in. Okay? So what we are doing is we are doing a study in Rajasthan with about 300 women, where we are doing a 6-month study where during the 6 months we are first very, very carefully documenting all of the cash flow management strategies or money management practices, as we call it, that low-income women are engaging in, and we are categorizing them. So there are various different categories of how these money management practices are not sort of random. They can be actually characterized and categorized, and they can be understood systematically. So we are first trying to systematically understand those money management practices, and then what we are doing is we are using Sakhis or human agents, women agents, to onboard these women onto PhonePe, onto a platform, on a digital platform, and we are offering the women the choice to move some of those money management practices which they are already engaged in onto that digital platform. And the idea is here to understand which of those money management practices women will be willing. We are not forcing them, we are not compelling them to do it. We are just introducing them to this platform. We are taking advantage of women agents to introduce these women to the platform. Then we are saying that, okay, of your own volition, what are the money management practices that you would think reasonable and efficient to move onto a digital platform? And we are arguing that way of building trust in a digital platform may be much more organic and much more effective than sort of the various supply side solutions that I know that Anil talked about digital literacy, and that too is very, very important. In fact, some of the things that the Sakhis are doing is precisely that. But I would argue that that is a much more organic, that may be a much more organic way to help women, poor women, familiarize themselves with the digital platform. And then after that, once they have begun to use the digital platform to conduct many of the practices that they're already conducting offline, once they move that to an online platform, then they can start building a digital trail, so to speak, which can become the basis for designing financial products and services. Thank you.
Thank you, Indradeep. In fact, your last slide reminded me TNRTP here is doing a pilot, trying to capture high frequency data with a partner sitting here. You may raise your hand. You could touch base with the lady there and get into details. I'll introduce you after the session, and we can try and see if there is, more to capture, leveraging your expertise. Thank you. I just want to check, do we have time for one or two questions, or the effect of coffee has weaned away and we need to wind up? Yes, ma'am.
I have it. Pardon me if these questions... I may sound ignorant, but I'm not a finance person at all. But my first question is to Indradeep. Indradeep, you said that the microcredit institutions are flourishing. I'm just talking in the rural landscape. Is it directly correlated to the fact that the SHG movement has not been able to make an adequate dent? So that's question number one. You could answer it later. My another question is to Gaurav. You said you have 16 lakh banking correspondents. We are struggling with 1.2 lakh, our SHGs. Everybody does the lip service at every meeting that DFS holds. Oh yes, we have to make our SHG women as banking correspondent. Nobody has an answer. Is there something that can be done to disrupt this? While I'm trying to become a corporate BC, which may take some time, but even then, I can't do the heavy lifting alone. So that's a question for you. And the third question is for the panel. If the rate of savings has really been coming down in the last 10 years, as you say, or even more, what is it that this entire sector is doing to encourage savings? Because no matter what we do, a lady or a rural household, by the time they reach the old age, chances are that they're back into poverty once again. So is anyone giving it a thought?
Ma'am, can I try and answer all three questions and then specialists can come in?
Yes, be my guest.
You picked up financial inclusion very well during your tenure. You don't seem to be some novice anymore. To respond to your first question, ma'am, Shrikant's presentation showed, to take example of Bihar, Tamil Nadu, and perhaps West Bengal. These are states where both microfinance and SHGs have done phenomenally well. Both sides, cumulatively. The difference or the challenge is demand still outstrips the supply from either side. So we need to do more in terms of ticket size, in terms of further deepening, so on and so forth. And directionally we are very much there, but the efficiency needs to come in. Second, you said you're struggling with about 1.5 lakh. The nation is struggling with about 16 lakh on BC. And there are various reasons to that, probably I don't want to get into details a little later. But the fact remains that had these, or these 16 lakhs is only rural. Actually, the overall pan-India number is roughly 30 lakhs. If these BC agents would not be there today, the banking system would have probably collapsed. Because we've moved in a span of 15 years or less from 50,000 or 60,000 bank branches to 20 lakh, 30 lakh banking points. That's a phenomenal increase, and the system is still trying to figure out how to manage this humongous numbers which have just cropped up relatively overnight. And your third question was on savings. Micro savings, this is wearing my banker's hat. Micro savings, say, the segment that we deal with, who are going to save probably 100 rupees, 200 rupees, 500 rupees, that doesn't make money for the banking system. That's too much of effort, too much of cost, too little return. Fortunately, technology is changing things. The cost of transaction is coming down at a rapid pace, and things can be worked out, in a more coordinated manner with the banks. We just need to sit across the table, change the discourse from credit-led inclusion to savings-led inclusion. So far, that discussion is not happening. So if we start that discussion, I'm sure a lot can be achieved. Jointly. We are nothing without you.
Okay, my question is, what is the repayment rate in SHG sector? And is there any difference between male SHGs and female SHGs? I mean, women SHGs?
there are hardly any male SHGs. 98% plus are female SHGs. The repayment rates very transparently NRLM has put on the portal. You can go to any state, any bank and see the repayment rate. As a thumb rule, Pan India it's less than 2%. Ma'am says 1.5. Sorry. Please tell you whom are you asking your question to.
So this is a general comment. I think, I mean, it was great to see all the numbers, but I think one point I did not see any of the panelists discussing is the whole incentivization across the value chain and the supply chain, be it, the BC, one of the biggest the challenging point has been the incentivization aspect. How can we make them financially sustainable for them to continue? And I think in all of these areas, I think the point that we are missing is how do we incentivize these stakeholders, be it individual or be it corporate?
Absolutely right, Amrish. You're alluding to the point which ma'am also said. Since we didn't get into the specifics of BC business, this has not come up, but the point is very valid. Anybody would like to add?
Yeah, I just want to say that we have published something on this specific topic. Yeah, we have published something, Dwara Research, we have published something on this exact topic. We call it an agent success framework. And we lay out three big policy recommendations for the regulators to consider to help BCs become profitable so that they can start offering regular cash in, cash out services to customers. And as they offer regular cash in, cash out services to customers, customers will begin to go to BCs more and more. So it's a virtuous cycle that needs to be kick-started. But we lay out three big policy recommendations. The third one is unlikely to get implemented. It's too ambitious. But the other two possibly could.
There was another question from this side. Yeah.
Just a couple of...
Only couple? I wasn't actually expecting any questions, so this is great, fantastic.
Innovative credit products or which meet the requirements of the women. See what, for example, I have fish vendors in Chennai who pay 10 rupees per day for 1,000 rupee credit in terms of the fish. So if they buy fish worth 5,000 rupees, they pay 50 rupees per day. So if they repay the next week, they have to pay for that whole week. So we don't have products which will meet their requirements. A simple cash credit of a cash credit card of 5,000 rupees or 10,000 rupees will help them do these things. So I think it's now with all these advancements and so many sources, we need to look at how we can come up with innovative products which are timely, affordable, convenient. In spite of all this, why is the informal sources still growing? In spite of the high cost, it's only because of these three. So with the digital possibilities, can we look at these kind of opportunities for the women and any of them in the enterprise? So how do we manage their seasonality of income and how do you protect their investment credit? If we look at from these 2 points, it will be great. And also one end, we are having a lot of access to credit, but the absorption capacity also at the other end has to be built. Otherwise, we might make them over or highly indebted for no reason of theirs. And also, a lot of things is standardized. So you can get only at a cycle. And even if you want 20,000, the cycle says 60,000. So these kind of things, how do we take care? I don't have answers, but these are some things which we really need to look at to make it effective for the women and move the bar up for them.
I don't think we also have answers, but please feel free to share your perspective.
Unfortunately, I also don't have a solution to offer at this point.
But another data point to share, like you mentioned, people involved in fishing, they are paying 10 rupees on 1,000 rupees. That's still 0.1%, per day. I've seen people paying 10% a week. You annualize it, people are paying 400, 500% in today's time. I mean, and that just shocks you. When you hear these kinds of interest rates being paid by people who can barely afford to eat, who don't even have a proper place to live. And I'm talking about this experience from my work with the homeless in Chennai, and lots of people, not just in one city, but even in Bangalore, you still find them today borrowing at anywhere between 10 to 15% a week. And that's very, very common.
I would just want to join in. This is Shomo Kanti Ghosh. I think you have raised a very valid point, ma'am. I'll just give you some data. I think the agricultural sector in India needs some course correction in terms of the policy changes. Just to give you some numbers, and these are actually startling numbers, 56 trillion was the total output of agriculture in 2022-23, out of which I'm just giving the example of how basically agriculture is a sector which is very also politically sensitive in terms of any reforms, out of where the MSP supported crops were 6%, which is around 3.4 trillion. So out of 56 trillion, MSP supported crops of 3.4 trillion. The fishing sector you talked about is now around 6.8%. The vegetable, fruits and spice, if you look into the livestock, that is 30%, and vegetable is around 25%, and cash crops is 11%. So these three actually adds up around 66% of the overall value of the output. So I think these are things which needs to be changed, but the good thing is that our bank has already, for example, in a bank like us, the problem is basically with the, every year this KCC portfolio has to be renewed for the farmers, and there has to be some regulatory intervention also into that. That's a separate matter. But important point to note is that the banks are actually now taking the initiatives to move into the SSG linkage. In our bank, out of the total agricultural portfolio around 3 trillion, I think the total SSG is now around 16%. So over a point of time, this more, and I think someone also talking about Mr. Hemendra, I think was he was talking about this agricultural sector credit distribution. The point to note is that this agricultural credit, yes, it has been a large part of has been formalized, but it's also a large part which has to be still needs to be formalized. And as long as we don't correct this distortion and have a proper market for this price discovery, I think all these things if you're talking about in terms of repayment and all these things will keep on coming about. So we actually need to address this issue on an world footing scale in terms of reforms in this sector. So that is one of the reasons why we'll always find that it's the issues of repayment, for not formalization of the credit empowerment coming up time to time.
So just to add to point, ma'am, I'll slightly disagree that there is no innovation in the products and per se. No, that there are. For the fishermen, I'm not sure, so I'll not comment. But if you're talking about the larger ecosystem, there are kind of things. Second, talk about women and all that. For mostly this small ticket size, 5,000, 10,000. I can, in context of women SHG and NRLM over last 10, 12 years, in existing ecosystem, leave the formal financial institution aside, existing ecosystem, the SHGs are sitting with some 3 lakh crores in their various level, be it the SHG and higher institution and all that, which can cater to the 5,000, 10,000, 20,000 any point of time. However, I agree at the same time, the architecture that we are having currently in the place is not as efficient as the MFI and GLG having, so that they can provide a loan in say 2-day, 3-day, 4-day kind of things. So it's not the issue of the small ticket side loan amount, it's about the more process efficiency that will need to delve deeper in this one.
I also want to add to this process efficiency. Basically, I think this is now being also addressed, because earlier what used to happen is that because of the process inefficiency, it used to take a lot of time for this loan innovation. But I think a large part of this now is getting addressed, and hopefully over a point of time you will see the difference, because at the end of the day, the agricultural sector is not only about these food grains, it is also about these livestock, it is also about these fisheries, is also about this capstone and other crops, for which is very important to support these initiatives. And I think that 1 trillion fund which the government of India has introduced, the agriculture infrastructure fund, only 35,000 crore has still now been utilized. So I think if you can properly utilize it, that will also serve a great state in this for this sector. And I agree with this. I think there are innovations in the sector. There are products in the sector. So, but I think it's just that it takes time to percolate it down to the bottom of the category.
Yeah. I want to make a quick point on financial innovation. The ones who are doing it, be it agri-tech or fintech or anyone, they are supposed to give significant amount of money or reserve that as a first loss default guarantee. Huh? And of course, RBI has regulated it now, but it used to be in the range of 20 to 50%. So I think the ones who are doing the innovations don't have the capital to innovate at scale. Huh? And that's where I think mainstream banks have to come forward, and so has to regulator. Unless we bring regulator, the big private sector and public sector banks and the innovators together, I don't think these innovations are going to scale.
Not answering regarding the fishery sector in particular, but if you refer to overall growth in small ticket loans and also overall growth in deeper geographies. So, consider any particular, if you look at any loan product, like microfinance loans or small ticket personal loans, for example. So, for small ticket personal loans, currently, 64% of small ticket, 64% of personal loans disbursed in FY24 are of ticket size less than 20,000. So, and if you look at the growth in less than 20,000 ticket size personal loans, over last 3 years, the increase is like multifold. The increase is like 2x, 3x compared to what it is in FY24 compared to what it was in FY22. So from that perspective, when it comes to small ticket sizes, led by NBFCs, led by fintechs, there has been huge growth. There's a similar growth in small ticket business loans. There's a similar growth in JLG loans, of course. And there's similar growth in small ticket loans of many other product categories. So from that perspective, we can say that so there is market supply as well as, of course, there is demand for small ticket loans, and also there is an increasing supply for small ticket loans. But the problem here, once again, is like demand is much higher than supply once again. And also, if you look at penetration to deeper geographies. So if you take, once again, if you take small ticket personal loans as an example. So growth of small ticket personal loans in, let's say, beyond top 100 geographies is much higher in FY24 than it is in metro cities, metro locations. So, also the growth is in terms of absolute values, also the number of loans disbursed also, and the amount disbursed also. So the loans are getting, the small ticket loans are penetrating to deeper geographies, and also the sachet size of loans are becoming smaller and smaller. But once again, the demand is much higher than supply.
Got it. There was one gentleman waiting for long there, and then if there are no further, okay, we still have questions. Yes, please. The gentleman there. Yeah, please. If you can be loud enough without waiting for the mic.
So, my name is Dilanjan. I'm calling from Grand Mountain, and I'm asking a question.
Your question will get over by the time mic starts working, so carry on.
I just want to ask one question that, we discussed over the climate change, etc. in the morning sessions, and this is a risk increasingly faced by the small and marginal farmers. My question to the panel. So, I have been reading that in the Southeast Asia, a very important product to mitigate this risk called index insurance is being talked about a lot. And why are we not even thinking about those kind of solutions and still rely on the traditional insurance, which are to large extent unfeasible in the sense like with the etc. So
Okay.
why is not discussed?
May I request we take this offline, since this was not part of any of the presentations, but valid point worth taking it forward, and probably the answer will be long, so we'll park it for discussion after this. Ma'am, please. You won't let us have tea if we don't let you ask questions. Sorry, are we pushing?
No, are we pushing the families into indebtedness? Because, I mean, is this actually just linked to the financial literacy and the multiple loans that is being taken by the households? Have we actually done any analysis on how many households have actually taken the loans? Are these the multiple loans which is going again and again into the same households, which is pushing them into a financial bubble, which is ready to burst any day? And is it time isn't it a time for us to shift from a policy of just a credit push rather than based on the supply, to a credit push based on the demand and a financial literacy?
So Credit Bureau would have all the answers, but that would probably require another study. But still, Shrikant, your take.
I mean, so we want to answer this question. We really wanted to do this analysis, but our problem always remained how to identify a household.
So, yeah, Indradeep.
You know, this is a very good question, and thank you for asking it. You know, we worry a lot about this question, you know, and debt distress is different from delinquency, you know. A household which is declaring delinquency has already been distressed for a long time. So distress is not visible in the repayments data. In fact, a typical poor household will move heaven and earth in order to make repayments. So we have teamed up with IIT Madras. They have a Robert Bosch Center for Artificial Intelligence and Data Science, and we have come up with an AI tool that will look at repayments data and be able to predict. So it will look at what is visible, which is delinquencies, and be able to predict which households are making their repayments on time but nevertheless could be distressed. Okay, so this is a tool that we have almost finished developing, and we have trained this tool on the data set of a large NBFC, and we are finding that that there is a lot of distress. I don't want to give you numbers, but there is quite a bit of distress. Just for this particular NBFC, but this NBFC is not special or unique. I suspect that there is a build-up of distress around the country.
Mr. Mathur, just to add to whatever you said there, are they doing debt financing is what Ms. Shreya is trying to come directly to. So MFIs lend, informal non-institutional lending happens, and then SHG lending happens. If you capture only repayment data, we would not know if they are taking loans to service their earlier loans. So are we getting them into that bubble, even in the SHG network, is what we are in SRLMs and NRLMs worried. Because we are driving and pushing them to take loans, finish up the loans, but seeing the numbers, what the entire panel from all of you showed us, including from CRIF, are pushing us to think that banks lend to MFIs. MFIs lend to SHGs and households, which is at a higher service rate of up to 24, 28, if I'm not wrong. And this entire bubble of debt is going to burst one day, and it's going to be finally the rural households and the SHG and the poorest of the poor, which is going to be getting affected. I thought I'll reserve this question, but since she took it out, I thought I should complete it and let the ball in the court for all of us to do that deep thinking and diving into what is it going to be in future. Thank you.
Very
We used to repay that, we would be able to get into some productive asset or some investment we could do. Now we take loans to service the other loan, and half the time we spend in dodging and managing it. So that is also a reality.
The panel, because it's huge data that you had given to us today, from NRLM to CRIF to all of you here who had done different researches. We are just asking for one information. I don't know if I'm wrong on this. We are saying that even when Mr. Kosh presented that the agri sector has grown in lending in the share, but most of it is because of, if you see NRLM, all the SHG lending being accounted into agri mostly. And that's also a cause of reason why agri lending has improved. But we would ask banks if there's a policy also, if this can go to RBI, that SHG lending be not counted in one sector, but actually SHG lending is also based on microcredit plans in paper. But if we can actually account it in cases where it is going to enterprises, where it is going to MSME, where it is going to consumer lending, consumer financing, all of this, if it can be properly accounted, that's when we'll get an actual financial picture of where our households really lie. Otherwise, we are not actually able to draw this because there is wrong accounting as to the sector in which we are putting SHG lending into. Just small piece of.
Thank you. This probably needs much longer debate, a separate session, but we need to close. Can we please, I see few more hands, but I'm not sure if we have time for that. Okay, since you're standing now, so let's finish your.
Yes, sir. Sir, actually, most of the vendors and all, they need small ticket size only. So is it possible through BC mode, we can give loans to the members? Maybe public sector banks, they may find it difficult to give it to small loans and all. So is it possible to route it through BC so that people can get income and also BC also get incentive? This is one question, sir.
Okay, so another discussion that we'll have to take forward separately. Maybe next time we have half a day session on these things. Possible, yes. Probable in the short term, I'm not sure. We'll have to pause there and end this session. Really glad to see the kind of interest that everybody has shown in this and the deliberations that have happened. This also gives us food for thought to think through how we design the next phase project. For example, talking about microcredit, this also triggers a thinking that do we need to move from microcredit to microequity even for the informal sector? And there are solutions there, ma'am, so happy to discuss that. But for now, we'll have to close the session. I'm not going to try and summarize all the deliberations which have happened. Just a couple of takeaways which were which struck me. One is, as a nation, in last 15 or so years in this space, phenomenal work has happened, and collectively country deserves a round of applause for this. We look at numbers, X lakh crores, X crore people got included in so many schemes and so on and so forth. These are numbers which are more than population of several developed nations. So this is not an easy task which has happened all these years. So that's commendable. Second, where we could do more is try and structure PPCP partnerships, public, private and community partnerships. What happens is there is something which is driven by private sector purely and gets approached in a different manner. If it is government led, there is probably some community role, but then the efficiency of the private sector doesn't come to that extent. We need to find pathways. How do we connect this as we increasingly digitalize, and bring in more and more efficiency? Probably tomorrow drone didis will become digital didis and do lot more work on the AgTech side also. So exciting times to get into and see more. There is probably some food for thought that I got more that NRLM could do, hearing some of these speakers. For example, women landholding farmers who have not got KCC. Bank Sakhis, BC Sakhis could enable this easily. Likewise, same farmers who do not have Fasal Bima Yojana, the Bima Sakhi could enable these. These are things that we can take back and see how we can do it in a more calibrated manner. There could be many more, but one step at a time. Last but not the least, what Dr. Ghosh mentioned, unpaid women workers. I'm not sure if worker is the right word. There is a humongous value addition that layer doesn't get paid. Our mothers, our wives, sisters, and so on and so forth. They probably deserve one round of applause who make us come here and work and talk at the forefront. With that, I'd like to end. Thank you so much, fellow panelists, and to the audience for being a patient listener and for contributing. Thank you.
As we conclude day one, we hope it has been a productive time at the Rural India Conference 2024, which touched upon various dimensions such as health, livelihoods, inclusion, climate resilience, and finance in the rural sphere. We wish to extend our thanks to all the speakers, panelists, and participants for their insightful contributions and active engagements throughout the day. Before we end, we kindly request you to fill out the feedback forms available through the QR codes placed on your tables. In case you haven't had the chance yet, we also encourage you to kindly visit the stalls showcasing our key interventions and that of our stakeholders on your way out. The stalls will be open for the next 15-20 minutes. Thank you once again for being here today. We look forward to seeing you all tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. for another day of insightful discussions on digital technologies, jobs in farm and non-farm sector, role of private sector inspiring rural growth, and a significant session charting out the way ahead. Have a wonderful evening and thank you.